If you want to be a senator, if you want to be a president, if you want to be an MP, if you want to be a lawyer, do not wait to get there. But wherever you are right now, walk like one, dress like one, talk like one, read like one, and you will be able to get there. If you can perceive it, then you can be it, and you can get there. Mr. Speaker, we are all living testament of that very simple fact, Mr. Speaker. And so I hope that we will get to interact with them, and I will urge them, unlike others, do not want to be like us. Please be greater than us. Do not seek to copy us, but to top us, and to excel beyond where we have reached, because that is what generational transformation and reengineering is all about, Mr. Speaker. So Asanteni, and Mr. Speaker, I pray that as has been suggested, during the course of their work, you can attach them to different offices for them to learn firsthand what we deal with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the Senate.
Senator Musuruve.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to support you in welcoming the youth in this house. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this is a very essential prerequisite into exiting into the world of work, because one thing, they'll have hands-on the job. And Honorable Speaker, there's no way you can really get the practical aspect of working other than when you are an intern or interacting with the industry. And these youths have an opportunity to interact with the industry, and they're going to get the practical, the pragmatic aspects that they cannot even get in colleges, in institutions, and other areas of learning. It is time for them to really get practical knowledge, and I want to tell them through the speaker that practical knowledge is important, and knowledge is power. It is only power when it is shared, and not only when it is shared, but also when it is utilized, Honorable Speaker. So I want to also urge them to really make maximum use of their stay here to ensure that they have a passion for working, and even ask for more work. The more work you're given, the more experience you have, Honorable Speaker. And once you get experience in the world of work, it becomes a seamless way of getting into the industry and eventually perfecting on the skill that you have purpose to do. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it is an opportunity also for them to even see what happens in the industry in terms of communication, verbal communication, non-verbal communication. So I urge them to really have their eyes open and see what good they can pick even from legislation, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I support you in welcoming the youth. Thank you.
Senator Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen.
The Speaker, one of my memorable experience as a student is sitting at the gallery in the National Assembly and watching Senator Orengo, Honorable Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, Mukisa Kitui, Honorable Wetangula, Amos Wako, the Attorney General. The Speaker, as a student, I was so inspired. I had just come from the university. I was not even officially there as an intern. I just got inspired that I really didn't want to get back to Embu after coming to Nairobi. So I told myself I must go and give a real story in the village about how Parliament is working. And Mr. Speaker, it is while seated at that very gallery at the National Assembly, and I suspect, it wasn't this chamber actually, it was the other chamber, that Mr. Speaker, I got so inspired and I was wishing that one day I would be a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in less than 10 years, I did not imagine that I would come and sit here with the same heroes, Mr. Speaker, that I looked up to and who have continued to be a great inspiration. I believe the interns who are here are not just here to learn and write reports for purpose of their academic papers, but Mr. Speaker, that they are here also for inspiration, to watch what we are doing, and particularly when we are debating a very important subject matter, which is the amendment of our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I wish they were here earlier when we were also debating matters, division of revenue, because it was very heated. And I know many Kenyans followed. I would like to tell the interns who are here that this is an opportunity for you to also get inspired and to be ready to come here and join me and others, Mr. Speaker, that you would have been watching when you were in the university, just like I did join others, Mr. Speaker, who are ahead of me. But most importantly, it's an inspiration for them to prepare themselves for a path of changing this country, that, Mr. Speaker, in whatever they do, even if they don't join politics, they will have the opportunity to inspire this nation. And, Mr. Speaker, one of my most memorable jobs and most inspiring jobs is when I was a lecturer at the university. Mr. Speaker, it was a honesty job, it was straightforward, it was inspiring. I got inspired by students. I had an opportunity also to inspire them. Mr. Speaker, I hope in this bunge, we can try as much as possible to apply the little we knew. Even a half of, Mr. Speaker, theoretically we used to teach. And I want to tell them not to copy the bad manners that is in us in politics, pick the positive things, and continue the life of inspiration in whatever they do. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to also join my colleagues to congratulate the interns who have joined us. Mr. Speaker, I only say three things. One, an internship program is very, very important for people who are interested in organic career growth. Organic growth, Mr. Speaker, where you go through the stages right from the bottom to the topmost position that you can ever achieve. The Speaker, I want to tell the interns that personally I am a good product of internship. I was inscripted, the Speaker, into politics and went through a very serious, rigorous internship program for more than 24 years, sitting at the feet of my brother, who was a member of parliament, being given opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to make mistakes and learn from my own mistakes. So for the interns, I want to call upon them and challenge them to aspire to do whatever job, whatever task is put ahead of them without necessarily worrying too much about the mistakes that may accrue in the process of undertaking the tasks, because it is through those mistakes that you learn and sharpen your skills. The second thing that I want to say, which has been said by my colleagues, do not try to be like any one of us or like another person. Just be yourself. My lecturer at the university told me that you cannot ape and hope to create. For you to be innovative and creative, just be yourself, do what is the right thing to do. And lastly, I've heard Senator Murkomen saying that he wishes that you were here during the debate on that basis for the allocation of resources to counties, because that debate was robust. But you have not missed anything. Mr. Murkomen should have told you, Senator Murkomen should have told you, that we are in the middle of an equally robust debate on the BBI bill. So take your time, learn the ropes, and aspire to be creative. The Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me to join you and join the rest of my colleagues in welcoming the interns to this house. I want to say that this is an opportunity that many young people cry for,
they've always said that they want to be on the table where things are being discussed. And so this is an opportunity for you to learn and to encourage also others to join. I just want to tell you that as you learn, I'm sure God will be with you, and I'm sure you will go very far as you learn from this Senate House. Please take your time, do what is right, and desire to learn more and more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Falhada Iman by virtue. Senator Falhada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I heard?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my colleagues to welcome the interns who are at the chamber today, gallery. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important for the interns to be at the moment, because there's a crucial meeting going on, a discussion for the constitution amendments. Let's not welcome them at the chamber, please, Mr. Speaker. As Senator Mutula said, we can as well assign them to different committees for them to learn more, and they can be better, because these are the future leaders. The youth are for future, they are future leaders. At the same time, there are people who are, going to drive this the country and well. So I welcome them. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. I just want to reiterate what I said in my communication about virtual contribution, that you must be in an office and in an environment that is clearly an office, not some funny motorbike or a bicycle or something like that. That I will not allow. So, I know that people can use motorbikes, Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join you and my colleagues in welcoming these young men and women seated in the gallery here today. I want to tell them that they are very fortunate. They are very fortunate enough to have joined the institute that have welcomed them to do practicals or to learn more from the institutes. Mr. Speaker, mine is just to tell them that it is a noble idea that you chose. Make use of that opportunity, because there are many young women there who have done their courses, and where to get a internship is very hard. One. Two, it is one of the best, the institute that you have chosen is one of the best that you can make wings out of it to fly. Make use of the opportunity, learn more. What you see here, leave it here, but take what makes you happy and go ahead. One day you might join us and be the best out of yourself. Be great women, be great men in Kenya. Welcome, and thank you very much for coming here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Let me begin by taking these young men and women in my own personal journey. Back in 1994, I was given an opportunity to work for Reuters International, and we started a program called, asked me to stand behind him and to watch everything that he does. I did that, and I credit my success in life to what I learned as an intern. I want to challenge you to really think outside the box and ask yourself, what does an intern need to do? An intern needs to be able to, this is where we make laws. And I think for you now, it is about time that you immerse yourself into the art of research. Make sure you don't wait to be told do this and do that. When you are working in the corporate world, As an intern, most of the time you're made to become a coffee person. You know, go bring coffee. You know, I did that in the UK. But you have an opportunity now to be able to change your future. While you're here, make sure that you make friends. And you make friends who will be meaningful to your life. Look at the committees that we have. I sit in the health committee. We are dealing with issues which requires the national approach. Do research or go into any other committee like the health committee, the energy committee, look at the devolution committee, and try to ask yourself, what can I do better? And in most cases, because you have a lot of time, you can carry out research that can be able to enrich even our discussion in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just end by saying that for you now, you have an opportunity to determine even how these members here contribute in this House. You know, any member you are assigned with, any committee that you are assigned to, make sure you do the research. You go sit down and talk to the members of the clerks of the committees, find out how they are getting their research done, and whenever they're writing, you can even suggest that you do a draft of that letter of the invitation. That will propel you to greater things. Otherwise, I want to welcome you and just want to challenge you to continue using us so that when you leave here, you'll either come back here or you'll be able to work in the civil service, that you'll be able to leave a mark from your brief moment from your mother's womb to your tomb. You'll be able to remember that your journey started here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 2, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading, resumption of debate.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. What?
Speaker, before we proceed, I thought, and I was just thinking, that traditionally, and this we discussed with Senator...
Order, Senators. There's a lot of movement. Let's listen to Senator Mutula Jr.
And I discussed this with Senator Sakaja a few minutes ago. Would I be in order to propose, Mr. Speaker, that you cause the speech of the President of Tanzania to be tabled, debated, or noted because of the international obligations that were referred to in that speech and our role in those international obligations, Mr. Speaker, so that we can note those, appreciate the statements and the speech, Mr. Speaker, which is one of its kind. So I thought, Mr. Speaker, you make some communication on it. Thank you.
Okay, order, Senators. Of course, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. has raised a very valid point. That's why you are being told to listen. You are walking around and you... Please listen to what is being contributed. So that is allowed. In fact, standing order number 24(5) says whenever the president delivers an address, a senator may, as soon as practicable, thereafter lay the presidential address on the table of the Senate following the reading of such address. As soon as, when it's practicable. So we are saying, once we are done with the BBI, because this is also important, we cannot disrupt the contributions. But immediately we are done with that, we'll have it laid on the table and then have it discussed. As soon as practical, if we conclude with this, then we will lay it and discuss. I don't foresee that happening today. Yeah, this is a special sitting. Yeah, it can only be next week when we resume. Senator Malala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the history of mankind and in various jurisdictions around the world, constitutional amendment processes are always a very important moment. And this calls for us leaders, Mr. Speaker, to participate and contribute in this very important debate, Mr. Speaker. As a leader, Mr. Speaker, in August 2017, I was elected to represent the people of Kakamega through my beloved party, ANC, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 1(2) of the Constitution is very clear that the people may exercise their sovereign power, either directly or through their democratically elected leaders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so in my submissions today, these submissions are basically the voice of the people of Kakamega and the position of my party, ANC. I want to make it crystal clear today, Mr. Speaker, that my party position is that we do support BBI. We support the Constitutional Amendment Bill that is before us, and that is the position of my party. We have cited various reasons as to why we support this very important document, Mr. Speaker. But just before I highlight one or two issues that we do take as a focal attention, Mr. Speaker, allow me first to comment on the process of amending our constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the drafters of the 2010 Constitution were cheeky, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, I wonder how they provided for, and some of them are seated in this house, Mr. Speaker, complaining why we cannot even amend this document, and yet they participated in drafting the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why such an important process can come through Parliament, and yet we cannot amend the proposals as brought before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has been given a ceremonial role in this matter. I wonder why, Mr. Speaker, we spend a lot of time committing this very important document to the JLAC committee, Mr. Speaker. They sat in very expensive hotels in this town, Mr. Speaker, trying to consider this matter, Mr. Speaker, only to be told that we do not have powers to amend even a comma, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, I want to commend the JLAC committee who have interrogated and dissected this document and come up with a very good report, Mr. Speaker. It is sad that the findings of the JLAC committee are going not to help this document improve its current value, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that in future, even as we amend this constitution, let us look at possible ways in which we can allow Parliament to interrogate and...
Order, senators. Hello, order. Respect the House. Cherargei, you have become so nomadic. Please try to, whatever you are doing, we may need to know. Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows that it is important in future, Mr. Speaker, when we shall have another opportunity to amend the law, let us give Parliament powers, Mr. Speaker, to amend and correct the inconsistencies of a bill that is brought before this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble submission that in future, even before the bill goes for signatures, Mr. Speaker, let the bill come through this House. Let us do all the amendments that we are supposed to do before we go to collect signatures and subsequently go to the county assembly, so that we have an opportunity as Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we exercise our powers as enshrined in the Constitution under Article 94 of the current Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to why we support this document as a party. One, because of the aspect of devolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a product of devolution. I was first elected as a member of County Assembly. I became the Deputy Speaker for Kakamega County Assembly. And here I am, the Senator representing the people of Kakamega. And therefore...
What's your point of order, Senator Linturi?
Mr. Speaker, I've had a lot of interest for a long time in following up the debate from my good friend, Senator Malala. But I'm lost because I'm not able to follow him up clearly, because in this chamber, we are discussing the Constitutional Amendment Bill, supposed to give us ideas or opinion about us, a member of Parliament. I've even opened the Constitution under Article 96 on the role of the Senate. So, having listened to him, the position he is advancing before this House is that position of a political party. Is he in order, Mr. Speaker, to come push for a position of a political party, or is supposed to debate this bill as a member of Parliament representing the people of Kakamega, and not a political position, a political party position?
Mr. Speaker, I wonder why some people call themselves learned friends, Mr. Speaker. We are in this House, Mr. Speaker,
Senator,
elected by the...
Senator, don't impute improper motive on a colleague.
Mr. Speaker, I was elected in this House by the people of Kakamega through a political party. Even when it comes to voting on the floor of this House, we are whipped based on our political parties. And therefore, it is not a crime for me to come and make submissions and elaborate the position of my party. I am a member of ANC, and I will still remain a member of ANC.
Senator Cherargei, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, since I've settled down, I remember, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled before that we should desist bringing party issues to the floor of the House. And on many occasions, you have ruled us out of order when we have raised issues based on party issues. So is Senator Malala in order to bring party issues before the floor of the House? Yes, she should be just debating on the issues that concerns the constitutional amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senators. I think let us not divert attention. It is not bad from making his views and occasionally referring to his party, which brought him here, but it should not overemphasize the aspect of the party. Okay, proceed. What is your point of intervention, Senator Murkomen?
I agree and sympathize with your position, Mr. Speaker. Only that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, only to, I don't know if my friend Senator Malala is in order to spend a lot of time praising ANC of late, Mr. Speaker. It's a phenomenon that has come in the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in the past, it was more focused on most of the time talking about NASA or ODM. Mr. Speaker, if he can just focus on the issues, it will save him a lot of comparison, Mr. Speaker, from his past life.
Honorable Senators, you know, people have different ways of surviving. So, Senator Malala is surviving. He knows what he's doing. So let us allow him to proceed. Senator Malala.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you realize that most of these members who are uneasy with me taking a party position do not have a definite political party at the moment, Mr. Speaker. That is why they are envious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was making my submission as to why I, the senator of Kakamega, elected on an ANC party, is supporting the BBI, Mr. Speaker. And my focal attention was drawn on the fact that this document provides that we are going to strengthen devolution in the sense that the resources that are now going to go to our counties are going to be increased. Mr. Speaker, our counties have been surviving with a mere 15%, and sometimes even less, Mr. Speaker. But this document has provided for a 35% provision, Mr. Speaker, whereby county governments will gain in a very big way, Mr. Speaker, when this bill is passed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we pass this bill, it is also important, Mr. Speaker, to remind the players of devolution that giving you 35% is not enough, that the solutions of the problems facing our counties will not be achieved when we pass this bill. Yes, we are giving you 35%, but it is important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governments, Mr. Speaker, to use this money appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments misusing and misappropriating funds, Mr. Speaker. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in this dispensation, we've had so many cases of impeachments, Mr. Speaker. And it is not, Mr. Speaker, our role as Senate, Mr. Speaker, is first to defend devolution. But we need to ensure that the money that go to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, are well spent, Mr. Speaker. This brings me back to what I saw in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker. When we were converging in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, ganged up and insisted that the Constituency Development Fund must be in the Constitutional Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to blame ourselves because, Mr. Speaker, we were unable to ensure that the Oversight Fund is encapsulated in this document, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to know that most of the senators are unable to conduct their oversight roles in the county assembly, in the county governments, because they lack the infrastructure and the monetary muscle, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they oversight the county governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a county like Kakamega, Kakamega is a very vast county.
I can see a point of intervention from Cherargei.
Hey.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order to say, because, and then I'm the chair emeritus of JLAC, we did draft submissions that were presented by the then Deputy Speaker, Professor Kithure Kindiki, in KICC before the BBI Secretariat. Is it in order for the Honorable Senator and leader of Kakamega delegation to tell this House that the Senate did not make their position known, yet we did submit upon your directions before the BBI Secretariat? Is it in order to mislead when people are taking chai and mandasi in Naivasha to refer that it was a serious forum? Is it in order?
Mr. Speaker, I think we have various ways of achieving.
There is another intervention, Senator Malala, from Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know this is a House of Record. And Mr. Speaker, Senator Malala, who is my good friend, is creating an impression before the House that in Naivasha, when members of National Assembly were agitating for CDF, that we never agitated for an oversight fund for the Senate. But everybody who was in Naivasha, and I have senators around me, will confirm that we did make presentation, and I'm the one who spoke on behalf of senators, that the oversight fund should be included in the Constitutional Amendment Bill. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that whereas the position of MPs was taken on board and included in the proposed amendments to Article 206A, the position of the Senate was not taken on board. So it is misleading, Mr. Speaker, to state that the senators did not agitate. I think the correct position should be, Mr. Speaker, that we did put forth our position, but the drafters of this bill, for reasons that we don't know, opted to take on board the position of members of National Assembly, but left out the request that was put forth by the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, if you read the BBI report, my name appears on page 166 as one of the members of Parliament who made a detailed representation before the BBI task force. So it should not be left to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I know we are cautious, as we should be, of COVID, but my good chairman, Senator Omogeni, is doing us a great disservice. We love hearing his contribution, but when he wears 5 masks, you know, he's muffled. He's muffled, we can't hear his voice, and I am sure he had a good point. Could you just assure him to reduce at least even 3 and use 1 so that we can hear him when he's speaking? I've had nothing at all, Mr. Speaker, and he's a senior counsel. Don't deny us the benefit of hearing you, Senator Mogeni.
Okay, but at least he has spoken. You're saying is the 1 mask is enough. It's like closing your eyes at night.
I'm just wearing 2, not 5.
Senator Malala, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I was submitting as follows, that it is important that the 35% of the resources that we shall be pumping to the county governments must be used appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen county governments, and I will not mention names today. We've seen county governments which have not fulfilled their promises since they were inaugurated in 2017, and others even in 2013. Mr. Speaker, we have seen governors being brought before the CPIC committee and being brought here for impeachment, Mr. Speaker, having very grave allegations, Mr. Speaker, on misuse of public funds. And therefore, we want to give them notice, Mr. Speaker, that the 35% that we are taking to the counties is not money meant for corruption, is not money meant for accumulation of wealth, Mr. Speaker. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, for the county governors to know that we have fought for this 35%, and the 35% is meant to help the Mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prioritization of county projects is very key, Mr. Speaker. We have seen governments and county governments which prioritize only brick and mortar development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, county governments are unable to initiate projects which are going to stimulate our respective economies at the county level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen counties which have tried coming up with cottage industries, but other counties, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very specific on this issue, Mr. Speaker. When you come to Kakamega County, Mr. Speaker, since 2013, we have no single flagship project which was launched and is functioning at the moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, as we take the 35% to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, we ensure as senators, we ensure that the county governments use the money in the appropriate way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm alive of the fact that this is the last financial year to the 2022 elections, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, as senators, having been given powers to oversight the county governments, we ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that when the county governments will be making their budgets of 2021-2022, we ensure that we compel the county governments to complete their flagship projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second reason as to why we are supporting BBI, we need to walk down the memory lane and remind ourselves, how did this BBI concept come up? Mr. Speaker, I want to remind ourselves that the BBI process began through the handshake between President Uhuru Kenyatta and Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, this came up after a very divisive election in 2017 and even in the previous years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the handshake which gave birth to BBI was meant to solve certain problems. And we need to ask ourselves, has this document issued solutions to the said problems, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems that we faced before the handshake was this country was getting into, in every electioneering year, Mr. Speaker, we were getting into a divisive election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to remember the 2007 elections, whereby blood was shed, Mr. Speaker, just because of a vote, Mr. Speaker. I want to remember the 2017 elections, Mr. Speaker. We ran around this country, Mr. Speaker, protesting. We even risked our lives, Mr. Speaker, to go and swear in a people's president, Mr. Speaker. And these are the reason why this document, Mr. Speaker, was brought forth. So we need to ask ourselves, has this document sorted out the issue of a divisive election, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, one among the key issues that the BBI, the handshake, brought about was the shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to speak, and I want to talk to the young senators of this House. I want to talk to Senator Cherargei. I want to talk to Senator Sakaja. I want to talk to Senator Anwar. We need to have an opportunity to speak out our minds at this time. This is our moment. When James Orengo was a youth, he spoke his mind out. When Raila Odinga was a youth, he spoke his mind out. I want to urge the youth of this House, Mr. Speaker, to speak your mind. And I want to speak my mind on this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. Shared prosperity. Shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, if we do not sort out this problem at this juncture, we are lying to ourselves. This document will remain to be an academic document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to remain focused on the issue of putting our country together, cohesion and integration. And the only way we can achieve this, Mr. Speaker, is by ensuring that the resources and the opportunities that are available for this country are shared equitably, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu, what's your point of intervention?
I hope they're not eating into
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to get the clarification from the Senator of Kakamega, whether Senator Anwar, Senator Sakaja, Senator Cherargei.
Senator Malala, you are being addressed, so
yes,
I'll take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I was wondering whether Senator for Kakamega was in order to ask whether Senator Sakaja, Senator Anwar, Senator Cherargei, whether they have not spoken their mind. I'm wondering whether he's speaking on their behalf or they have not spoken their mind. I didn't get.
I think you just made reference to the youthful senators who are here that this is the moment to speak. It doesn't mean they have not spoken. The old ones have already spoken their mind. That's what he said. Yeah. They spoke their mind when they were youths. That's what he said.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I hope they're not eating into my time, Mr. Speaker. And those interventions are disrupting my thought process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we don't solve this problem of an equal distribution of resources and opportunities in this country, then this BBI document will remain to be an academic document. Mr. Speaker, we must tell our people right now, Mr. Speaker, that there are certain parts of this country which have been neglected, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak for my people here today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, the Western region has been neglected by this government. There is no single factory that is operating in Western region. The sugarcane farmers are languishing in abject poverty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true. We do not have a single industry to employ our youth in the entire Western region. Nzoia Sugar Company is closed. Mumia Sugar Company is closed. Chemilil is closed. Moroni is closed, Mr. Speaker. Sony Sugar Company is closed. Webuye Pan Paper is closed, Mr. Speaker. We have not seen the enthusiasm of the government to sort out the problems in Western Province, Mr. Speaker. We have seen a lot of energy, Mr. Speaker, in this government, Mr. Speaker.
Do you want to be informed, Senator Malala?
Mr. Speaker, they're interrupting my thought process.
No, we will, I'll add you some more time. Do you want to be informed?
Yeah, I can listen to you.
Okay, Senator Linturi.
You know, there's a powerful legislator and a good man who at times speaks for the good of his people. But Mr. Speaker, when he gets to situations where he laments of what is happening or continues to happen, I think, Mr. Speaker, he must be able to know and take his people in a different trajectory, considering that major problem has been, number one, their failure to read the signs of the day, and because as they wait to complain, they are waiting for an endorsement, and they can't see even the presidency itself is divided, and that document is not meant to bring unity because the center is not holding.
What's your point of, there's a point of intervention, Mr. Malala?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the future of Western Kenya and the future of Kakamega County, Senator Cleophas Malala, the former deputy minority leader, to say, is it in order to say that BBI brought prosperity, unity and peace, and including economic prosperity, then go ahead and lament that there is nothing that is happening in Western Kenya? Why is he having double speak? And yet he's saying the handshake has promoted peace, has promoted unity, has promoted development. Is it in order for Senator Cleophas Malala to double speak, to speak from both sides of his mouth on this issue? He should either tell us he should not become a hermaphrodite, Mr. Speaker, by saying he's supporting the BBI, then he goes ahead and also bashes it. He's giving us a kiss of Judas, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Malala, I know you are equal to the task. In terms of language, you can respond to.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just picking cue from my father, Senator Wetangula, who speaks his mind and votes otherwise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I was interrupted, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order from Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, is the Senator of Kakamega in order to impute improper motives on his uncle, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula? Can he give an example where Senator spoke differently from how he voted?
I hope you are not holding brief for Senator Wetangula. I'm sure Wetangula will come and he will answer him appropriately. Senator Malala.
Mr. Speaker, back to my point, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to illustrate how certain regions in this country, Mr. Speaker, have been neglected to the advantage of certain other regions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to live in a country whereby the sugarcane farmer in Western region, Mr. Speaker, welcome, Senator. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking on the issue of the farmer, the sugarcane farmer, and I have said on the floor of this House that Senator Wetangula has been on the forefront fighting for the farmers of the Western region, Mr. Speaker. And I want to join you, Mr. Speaker, in saying that I want to see a day in this country, Mr. Speaker, when the sugarcane farmer in Kakamega is treated the same way with a coffee farmer in Central Province, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to see a day in this country when the sugarcane farmer or a maize farmer in Kakamega County is treated the same way with an Irish potato farmer in Kirinyaga County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is what we call shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the public service, Mr. Speaker, it is quite a shame that some of the communities in this country are not well represented in the public service. And I hope that BBI is going to sort out this problem. Let us not use, Mr. Speaker, these exercises, Mr. Speaker, to woodwink some of us to pass it and then go back to the normal practices we've had, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I know the senator for Kakamega was just about to conclude his contribution, but he misleads this House and misleads the country when he creates the impression that there is preferred or preferential treatment of farmers in central Kenya region, Mr. Speaker, because he says he would want to see a time when the sugarcane farmer in Kakamega will be treated like the coffee farmer in the Mount Kenya region, Mr. Speaker. The coffee farmers of Mount Kenya region have tremendous problems, multiple problems that we are trying to address, which date back many years ago, Mr. Speaker. And so, creating the impression that, Mr. Speaker, that there is any preferential treatment of any farmers in Mount Kenya region, Mr. Speaker, is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And because I'm seeing Senator Wetangula in the usual style, Mr. Speaker, of coaching Senator Malala on how to come and answer, and say that there is money that has been given preferably or in a preferred way to the farmers of Mount Kenya region.
What's your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that
it is a point of order from Senator Wet, or is on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is very simple, that there is no preferential treatment that is preferred against the farmers of Mount Kenya region, that all the problems and challenges that the farmers of this country are facing are uniform. And what we should be addressing is how are we going to ensure that the problems that farmers, who are people who contribute largely into this, in this country's welfare, how are we going to resolve their problems? But not to try and create a division in between, giving the wrong impression, Mr. Speaker.
There's another point of order from Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the Bible says a wicked man is always running even when he's not being chased. And Charles Dickens said, a coward will always whistle in the dark, hoping he'll scare away invisible enemies and ghosts. Mr. Speaker, the distinguished senator for Kiambu, a great friend of mine, knows very well that the inequality that we keep crying about is real. I brought a question to this House, Mr. Speaker. It is still pending before the Agriculture Committee. And when the senator for Kiambu stood up and attempted to dispute the facts, he fell flat on his face, Mr. Speaker. That 3.6 billion shillings called the Cherry Fund from the World Bank coming to revive coffee was given to one region of the country to the total exclusion of everybody else. Areas that grow coffee, Nyamira, Kisii, Nandi, Kericho, Vihiga, Kakamega, Bungoma, Nzoia, West Pokot, and Uasin Gishu were completely left out. All the 3.6 billion went to one region. If that is not marginalization and exclusion, then English has lost meaning.
Senator Ephraim Minor, there's a point of.
Which is always being propelled that Central Province has been favored during colonial days. Central Province even now enjoys some favoritism. And Mr. Speaker, the way the sugar farmers are suffering in Eastern Kenya, it is the same way our farmers, coffee farmers in Central and the other places, Ukabani and anywhere, anybody growing coffee today is suffering. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let them bring out their issues, but not try to insinuate that Central, maybe the favoritism to Central region is the one causing their, their suffering. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Mr. Malala what they have been told many times. At one time during Moi's government, they had 7 ministers in his cabinet, Mr. Speaker, and the industries he's talking about, they have been in government, sometimes more than Central, and they could have sorted themselves out. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Malala in order to bring this notion and propagate it to the whole nation, which is divisive.
There's a point of order from Tula Kilozo Jr. I'll come.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're splitting hairs. That's one. In recognition of marginalization in this country, the Building Bridges Initiative acknowledged that Kenya has marginalization. We have a report here tabled that shows the rest of the country as red and a small portion of this country as green, tabled by CRA. In fact, at some point, and I've said this on the floor, that verse in the Bible that says, those who have more shall be given, and those who have little, even the little they have shall be taken away from them, is a true story of Kenya. So what Senator Malala is saying is that we hope that in the BBI, in the Building Bridges Initiative, you're going to bridge this disparity. Isn't it a fact that there is 2,500 kilometers of tarmac in Senator Wamatangi's county, whilst there is 750 kilometers of tarmac in Kakamega? The whole county. It's a fact. So let's not go into those details, because if we do, this debate is going to degenerate into why the rest of the country is red, and I will bring the marginalization policy which I have in my office, and the rest of the country, some parts of the country are green. Thank you.
Just a minute, Harake. I'll give you. Let me also give an opportunity to those who have not said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my good friend Senator of Machakos actually stole my thoughts. So, but that having been said, is the rest of Makweni, sorry, is the rest of, you know, Senator Malala has said how Western Kenya has been marginalized, and Central is saying they're marginalized, and the coffee farmers. Who is talking about the livestock farmers who've never even been mentioned, who've been on the periphery of everywhere, who have never ever been even within BBI, they're still not being mentioned. So I think it's about time we stopped lamenting and started looking properly and equally at these things, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, what's your point of order, Wetangula? Then Senator Kimani.
Mr. Speaker, we should not let facts be swept under the carpet. The distinguished senator for Nyeri, the tycoon, and the distinguished senator for Kiambu actually are contradicting the President of the Republic of Kenya, whom they profess to support. Because the President of the Republic of Kenya, whom we support, sat down with the leader of ODM, and among the many things they listed for BBI was that there was marginalization, there was unequal development, there were unequal opportunities to Kenyans, and many other historical wrongs that we need to change. And Mr. Speaker, when we live a lie, and when we live in denial, then we cannot solve the problems of this country. When we stand here, Mr. Speaker, and say, this and this area has a comparative advantage over this other area for the following reasons, these are facts. For example, Mr. Speaker, Nairobi, one would think Nairobi is rich. The highest concentration of poor people in Kenya is in Nairobi. And this is a fact. And we want to see Kibra, we want to see Madare, Mukuru, and all these become part of our history, not part of our present and future. So I want to urge Senator Wamatangi and Senator Ephraim Maina not to live a lie that even the president has acknowledged. He didn't say which area is advantaged and which one isn't, but he said there are areas that are advantaged and there are areas that are disadvantaged. Okay. So let's proceed, Mr. Speaker, with what Senator Malala, my distinguished son, is saying. That, Mr. Speaker, to support the BBI bill does not take away your ability to be critical about issues in it. Because if we don't do that, then the bill would have been put on the table, we would have noted and voted. That's why we are debating. That's why Abshiro is talking about livestock. That is why young Cherargei was yapping here and crying about tea. And others, Mr. Speaker. Let's not live a lie, for heaven's sake.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, what's your point of order? So try to keep them short so that we make progress.
Mr. Speaker, in raising my point of order against what Senator Wetangula has said, Mr. Speaker, I will not go into the details of trying to narrate to this House and tell a story of how the coffee they speak about is being uprooted in Kiambu, in Nyeri, and wherever by farmers who are desperate. I will not go to that story. But let me go straight to the point of what I want to raise, especially about Senator Wetangula. A senator who has served in this House for 2 terms, and in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And first, he's out of order. Because when he comes to the dispatch box here, Mr. Speaker, and tells this House, Mr. Speaker, that we are out of order because he bases his argument on a question he posed to a committee which is yet to be responded to, and yet he comes here with an answer and says that he sent a question saying that there has been money alleged which has been taken to one region. That question has not been, he is the one who is telling the House that question is still with the Committee on Agriculture. Yet he comes with an answer. But Mr. Speaker, I'm on a point of order. The senator for Bungoma is absolutely out of order, Mr. Speaker. He cannot pretend that he will come here and provide the same answer he's seeking for. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, you know, when the history of this country about marginalization is told, and I think that's the way it should be, the people of Mount Kenya region should speak. We should say why we live entirely in a whole region, in quarter by quarter portions of land. While people in this country, Mr. Speaker, still live in thousands and thousands of acres, Mr. Speaker, people have got in each region areas where they can claim that there is marginalization. So if we try to pick specific places whereby we will be saying that this section is marginalized because they have this problem or these ones have that problem, Mr. Speaker, we can all claim historically that there are areas where we have not been treated right by the systems which were there since colonialism, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot attempt, Mr. Speaker, to bring another narrative, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to urge my colleagues, if you want us to build a good country and a country for all of us, let us focus on how we are going to build a modern day country with equal opportunities with our new devolution, our new constitution. Let us not try to go into the past
and paint a wrong picture that is dividing this country and sending the wrong, the wrong impression. Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Speaker.
Sakaja, order, senators. Please, let's keep our points of order brief because time is of essence. You know, we are about to adjourn. Senator.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. This is a house of equalization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while facts can be stated, there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is knowing that a rose flower smells better than cabbage. But wisdom is then knowing also that it might not taste better if you cook it. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak about the situations in this country, what does BBI present us? It's an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to change from, we cannot be merchants of despair in this country, in this house, and perpetuate an us versus them narrative, Mr. Speaker. You know, the politics of seesaw, that you're up because I'm down, and I'm down because you're up, is really what we're trying to move beyond in this country. It is true, many parts of this country, including Nairobi, have been marginalized. But as the people who Kenya is looking at today, what hope are we spreading? You know, I cannot say that my farmer does not have because his has. Because then we're creating further division, Mr. Speaker. So I just pray, as Senator Mutula said, instead of splitting hairs, as we cannot, where we have been as a country, take cognizance of that, but then perpetuate hope and present a future for this country by saying this is what BBI then is presenting, and this is where we want to go as a country. That is what is here.
Order, Senator.
Otherwise, everyone can complain. I can complain about Kibra, I can complain about Kawangware, and then what are we selling despair to those people or hope? So, Mr. Speaker, let us not dwell on that. Senator Malala has given a very good illustration of his points on BBI. Let's accept reality. We cannot change the history. But we have an opportunity in this House as senators and as leaders to then design the future, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're here.
Order, senators. Order. What you are raising are not points of order. These are just points of argument and positions you are taking. So I direct that Senator Malala concludes his debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my valedictory remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to hope that this document is going to sort out the mess that we've had in the public service, Mr. Speaker. And facts are facts, Senator Wamatangi. You'll ask yourself today evening, who is the head of the executive? Who is the head of the Parliamentary Service Commission? Who is the head of judiciary? Who is the chairman of KRA? Who is the Director General of KRA? Who is the governor of CBK? Who is the KDF Chief General Staff? Who is the Attorney General? Where does he come from? Who is the Solicitor General? Who is the head of Public Service? Who is the CS Public Service? Who is the Chairperson, Public Service Commission? And who is the Ambassador of US? We cannot lie to ourselves, Senator Wamatangi. Answer yourselves those questions and you'll come to a reality that we have marginalization in this country. Mr. Speaker, in this country we've been having recruitment for army officers across the country, across all districts. But since independence, we've not had our Nyonyi heading the army. We've not had our Fula heading the army. We've not had an IG called Walubengo. Mr. Speaker, is it that certain people from certain communities qualify more than others, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to request, Mr. Speaker, that you give me... Come on, Senator.
Order, senators. Let him conclude so that we are able to move. This argument, order, senators. I will give you an opportunity to bring statements so that you argue. Okay, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I thought it is you, Mr. Speaker, you've just given a ruling a few minutes ago on the way to proceed. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm unsettled when again you allow the senator for Kakamega on the same trajectory, and you alluded very well to what Senator Sakaja said. Now he starts naming names and saying we've never had. Why isn't he saying why do we have a Lusaka as the Speaker of the Senate? Why? I mean, why isn't he saying that, Mr. Speaker?
You know, and if he wants to send us on the same journey, my friend, we can go and get a list of every person from the people you are naming who has served and who is serving in the positions in Kenya. That narrative is a lost narrative. That's a narrative to divide the country, and that cannot be allowed in the modern day Senate, Mr. Speaker. We are doing the wrong thing. He cannot be allowed to continue to tell this country that we are divided along divisive lines of tribalism, Mr. Speaker, in modern day Kenya. And then he gets away in the Senate. He cannot.
Okay, you have made your point of order. What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wouldn't want to go to that trajectory. Is it in order for Senator Cleophas Wahungu Malala to mislead Kenyans that under Article 11A, the issue of marginalization and underdevelopment in some regions of this country has been addressed by this constitutional amendment? Is it in order to mislead Kenyans? Because there is nowhere under shared prosperity that has even remotely addressed the issues of marginalization. And is it in order under Constitution 2010, Mr. Speaker, the current constitution we have, it has tried to address issues of marginalization? Is it in order to mislead Kenyans that under the BBI or this constitutional Article 11A of BBI on economic and shared prosperity, there is nowhere? Is it in order for him to mislead Kenyans? And Mr. Speaker, finally, I agree with Senator Wetangula because we sat in the same committee where 3.6 billion cherry fund was given to one region. Nandi never received even a single cent from the World Bank. So some of the facts, Mr. Speaker, I want to advise my colleagues are very stubborn. You can't change.
Senator Malala, conclude.
I'm finishing. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that I'm finishing. But I've come to realize that facts disturb even the dead. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, why are we in this situation, Mr. Speaker? And I think the BBI is giving a solution to this. Mr. Speaker, the BBI has provided for a position, a substantive position for the leader of opposition. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, for this country to have opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, the problems we are suffering is because we do not have an opposition in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was in Standard 6, Mr. Speaker, in my civics lessons, Mr. Speaker, I learned that Parliament is made up of the Speaker, the government side, and the opposition side. Mr. Speaker, when I was admitted in this Senate, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the opposite. It has made me, Mr. Speaker, think that my geography teacher...
Okay, you only have 1 minute. I know you are interrupted. 1 minute. Conclude.
I'm finishing. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do not have an opposition that checks the government here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a case in his example is this House, Mr. Speaker, where the leader of majority and the leader of minority walk majestically in the corridors of this parliament as co-joined twins, Mr. Speaker. Nobody is checking each other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important that as we pass BBI, we provide a slot for the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by saying that we do support the BBI process. Personally, I will vote yes. I want to preempt that, because this is a document that is going to unite Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I will join and follow suit the direction being given by my leader, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. If they say left, I will go left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Order, senators. I think this House is so well endowed with talent. I want to appreciate Senator Margaret Kamar. What's your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance. Mr. Speaker, on the 29th day of April, I presented to your office proposed amendments to this bill that we are debating today. The Speaker, I rise to request that you give an indication as to when you're going to give a reasoned ruling on the fate of the proposed amendments. I have tabled 5 amendments, proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, and so that we are certain as to what direction we are taking, Mr. Speaker, I would request that you give a reasoned ruling on each of the proposed amendments to know where we stand on this matter, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Okay, okay, Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to concur with Senator Wambua, not because I support what he's asking for in terms of the content, but because I support why he's asking for it. Mr. Speaker, the day before yesterday, there had been very reasoned and researched 2-hour ruling given in the National Assembly in terms of processing of BBI, in terms of the questions that have been asked by the members of the National Assembly, and whether we agree with the content of it or not. Of course, if you read my minority report, that is where my thinking is. But Mr. Speaker, that ruling gave direction to his House in terms of how they process this debate. Mr. Speaker, if you remember in the Senate Business Committee that was held on Monday, I asked for the same. That even as we process this, it will be important, because this House is not subservient to any other House. This House is not an appendage of the National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly is not your senior. Mr. Speaker, as a House, because Article 257 is clear that each House shall process the bill. I want to support the fact that it will be very important that all the questions, if you go to the Hansard, that were asked from the day the bill was tabled to all those who have spoken during the second reading, be responded to before we get to the vote on the second reading. Mr. Speaker, that will give clarity to members whether they want to prepare any amendment, and I personally hold that there should not be none, but it is important for you, Mr. Speaker, to give us that direction as a House as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to move with precision and clarity. And Senator Wambua's point of order and request is well-founded, that you do give direction. Many of us who support this bill have voiced concern about certain issues in the bill that can create problems. And Mr. Speaker, I don't see the majority or minority leader, but their officers are represented here. As we go to the deputy whips are here. Mr. Speaker, as we move towards the end of this debate, I want to respectfully submit to this House that a process of legislation, particularly on our Constitution, is supposed to solve problems, not to create problems. And as my brother Senator Matangi sits here as a chief whip and his team, I just want to tickle your mind on just 2 points that you need to look at and see whether we are creating a problem for the future or not. Articles, Mr. Speaker, 152, 53, 54, 55 are being amended to remove the approval by the National Assembly of appointments of ministers, of PSS, and others. But, Mr. Speaker, fundamentally omitted is an amendment to Article 132, which remains intact in the Constitution, will remain embedded in the Constitution, and it says the President shall, among other things, that is 132.2 for Senator Matangi, that the President shall nominate with the approval of the National Assembly, appoint and may dismiss Cabinet Secretaries, Attorney General, Secretary to the Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, High Commissioners, and so on. Now, when you have removed that vetting in the other articles I've cited, and you have left it intact in Article 132, how are we going to reconcile the provisions of the Constitution? Because somebody will walk to court, and I'm being gratuitous, Senator Matangi, to you and others, that somebody will walk to court and say, Senator Linturi has been appointed a minister, but has not been vetted in accordance with Article 132, is not being touched, and can therefore not hold office. So these are some of the things, Mr. Speaker, I'm just finishing. These are some of the things that those who want to say as is where is must also look broader and see whether we're creating a future problem or not. Just like putting the schedule in the draft bill of the constituencies created, but leaving the authority, the constitutional authority of IEBC, to be the sole authority to delimit and allocate constituencies intact. That again creates a problem. So we are just saying, Mr. Speaker, that we want this bill to go through, but let's not go through and create future problems. Let it go through and make it easier to run our country. And those who are, before, I'm not, Mr. Speaker, bring an amendment. I've asked those who are dealing with the issues to bring amendments if they wish, but the ruling will be yours. As Sakaja says, Mr. Speaker, you are not subordinate to any other house. You are not subordinate to any other speaker. Your ruling must be grounded and founded on your thought process as the Speaker of the Senate.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, thank you. These are the sort of things that make my day as a lawyer. They make you think. They develop your mind. These are the things we were taught in school. A subject called interpretation of the law. You can't hear me because you're wearing two masks. Mr. Speaker, the point raised by Senator Wambua is not idle, because it was going to be raised. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, other than Senator Wako, who is here, we actually cannot tell what the intention of the committee of experts at the time was in drafting Article 257 in the manner that it is drafted. But, Mr. Speaker, I know you have deferred many rulings. This one you will not defer. This one you must issue. And in issuing your ruling, Mr. Speaker, the committee made a finding, led by Senator Okongo Mogeni, Senior Counsel. And we have quoted various jurisdictions, including Latvia, a country which I don't even know where it is, and many others, including Article 368, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the Indian Constitution on limitation of Parliament in terms of constitutional making. So, Mr. Speaker, you have an opportunity. And please don't, Sakaja, please don't mislead the Speaker of the Senate by quoting somebody from the neighborhood that has issued a ruling. We are not aware, and we have not seen. And we don't know whether it's detailed because it's not here. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling upon you to go into the books. And this debate is important. I said, and I've given my position about this. Now, strictly speaking, like a lawyer who has read this. But you're now giving a finding on a matter raised. And you remember a finding made by your predecessors, Speaker Marende, on an issue that was raised in Parliament at some point. So that Article 260, 259, permits the development of the law, contributes to good governance, advances the rule of law, is inputted into this process. Can you amend a constitutional amendment bill under Article 256 and Article 257? Is there a proviso? What did they intend? Because we have also dealt with unconstitutional provisions in the Constitution. In our report, we have said so. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, spare some time, Mr. Speaker, get Nyegenye, Eunice Gishangi, our best draftsman, Dr. Okello, and please, Mr. Speaker, you will be remembered for your ruling on this, Mr. Speaker, because it's important. But I wanted to say this, that those members, Mr. Speaker, who have come to your office with amendments should have been given an opportunity to say what it is they are trying to amend and why, so that you can make a finding. Because we don't know what they are trying to amend, Mr. Speaker, but for posterity, so that we guide another popular initiative, so that one day somebody does not relocate Kenya to another place. Mr. Speaker, it's important we know at what point do we make an entry as Parliament, so that what the Indian Supreme Court was saying in the Minerva case, and I'm quoting this, Mr. Speaker, so that if you write a ruling, please also quote a case like I have quoted. Minerva Mills.
I hope you are not trying to direct what I should
No, I'm not trying to direct you. I'm trying to help you.
I don't need help.
No, you do, by the way. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying I'm helping you, so that you quote the Minerva Mills when it was quoting and saying, this is the limit and this is the basic structure of this Constitution, that there's a limit to what you can amend, even in a popular initiative. The basic structure, Mr. Speaker, that should be the body of your ruling. I'm not trying to guide you. I'm making a submission. Now you are a judge. When you are a judge, you listen and take notes. It's a submission so that, Mr. Speaker, we can guide other popular initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we might have good promoters. A time might come when you have a bad promoter, a dictator, who want to change the structure of the Constitution by using a popular initiative. And, Mr. Speaker, this is critical. Thank you.
Okay, I want to say this, please. Let me say what I want to say. One, this is what I want to respond to what Senator Wambua has raised. At second stage, there are no amendments that have been proposed. The amendments have been proposed at the Committee of the Whole. And I want to assure this House that I will make a ruling before the Committee of the Whole stage. It will be a well-researched ruling, well-reasoned. I'm not a speaker by accident. I have a competent team, and I will give a reasoned ruling. Let's proceed, Senator Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this amendment of the Constitution, first amendment of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it has taken us about 8 years before we did the amendment. This is a long time compared to what most other countries have done. We know that the US in the first year did 6 amendments, and there is nothing wrong with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to anticipate your ruling on the issue of Article 257, but it's also possible for this House, when it comes to amendments, to use 256 to correct 257 at any other time. The beauty with amendments, according to this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is that it can be introduced anytime, it can be introduced by anybody, and it should not be limited. So that even as we discuss these amendments, Mr. Speaker, my own feeling is that we should not be trying to overload it. We should deal with it as it is, because we have opportunities to amend and change whatever we wish to change even later. Mr. Speaker, I stand here the way I stood in the year 2010 in the 10th Parliament, knowing that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was not perfect, but supported. I will always be very grateful to one of our members here, Senator Murkomen, who assisted me actually in popularizing the Constitution because I believed in it despite the few errors that we thought should have been corrected. Mr. Speaker, there are few issues, including the position of Senate, why Senate has been left the way it was, and yet we had very good submissions. Those would be issues that some of us would have said needed to be corrected. But I don't think this is the end of amendments. We can still go back, use Article 256, and amend whatever we want to amend. And I really would like to challenge this House that if it's not this 12th Parliament, it should be the next Parliament that should put Senate in the right position. Because it is very important that as we do more devolution, we actually do more of oversight. Mr. Speaker, why do I support this amendment? I support it for a few reasons, the gains that we have gotten from it, but remember the fact that anything that has not been done properly should be corrected in later amendments. And I think we should actually tell ourselves that the 2010 Constitution has given us opportunities to change anything that we wish to change, either by popular initiative or by Parliament, and we should utilize those clauses. Mr. Speaker, reason number one for me is the same reason I had in the year 2010, the issue of devolution. Devolution, for those of us who were in the Bomas process, Mr. Speaker, was a very dear matter. It was very important because the very comments that we are hearing across the House today of marginalization were raised, issues of imbalance in development were raised, and in fact, I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, that 257 was crafted the way it was crafted, because for those of us who were in Bomas, we had a delegation of 600 Kenyans who were not very comfortable with members of parliament. In fact, they were actually very bitter with the way members of parliament were behaving, and most of their contributions were, if anything, was to distance the members of parliament from changing anything or from amending anything on their behalf. This should be a big lesson for us, Mr. Speaker, and I do remember an articulation of that in the House by my late friend Mutula Kilonzo Sr., who explained to us that the pain that people are going through should not, that we should not change some of the clauses for our own sake. Although we had changes that took place that caused a lot of damage when the Constitution went to Naivasha. Mr. Speaker, for devolution to serve the intentions that were raised in the Bomas, we were pushing for a 50-50 division of the revenue of this country, 50% at the national government and 50% at the devolved unit. But again agreed that 15% was useful so that we start training and building capacity at the county level. So for me, number one of the gains that is coming from this amendment is the 35%. And this 35% is very, very important for us because that means we are taking resources and we are starting to balance the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, for us to do that, we must then ask the big question to senators, that when we move 35%
let's consult
to
in
the
low
counties,
tones. Let's consult in low tones so that Senator Kamar can be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we move 35% to the counties, who actually is going to oversight? And that is why we must quickly come up with a way in which we cause an amendment to make this House the upper house that it should be, and to ensure that there is oversight, because 35% of any country's resources is a very high figure. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the second one to me is the expansion of Senate. The expansion of Senate to 94 is very important. For 35% of the revenue of this country, we must have 35% of representation inside this House. And when we talk of 94 will not be even 35%. So removing women rep and moving and creating seats in Senate to me, has done the balance of gender, yes. It has not negated the gender issue, but the most important thing is the amount of resources that are here, because those resources must be dealt with properly and we must deal with our governance. The third one, Mr. Speaker, which I find very important, is the World Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have had issues with governance in this House. We have had issues with governance as per the audit reports that we have received in this House. We have had even governors who have come before us, and we have seen the way funds are being misused in this country. Mr. Speaker, the worst situation is when there is internal imbalance in a county. We have just talked about imbalance of development in the whole country, but within the counties, we have also observed this. I was very fortunate to have been a consultant for COG and the Transition Authority in the 5 years when the Constitution had just been enacted in the first Senate. And my observation, which is still current, is the fact that there is a lot of imbalance within the counties as far as development is concerned. For us to deal with that, this cure of having a World Development Fund is the most important. We listened in the last legislative forum, Mr. Speaker, we listened to MCS and speakers from our counties requesting that we devolve the funding to the ward. And all they told us was there is a lot of imbalance within the county itself. A governor looks at one county, the county that elected him, more favorably than the county that did not elect him, and yet the resources belong to the county. So that is my third point that I really believe should deal with this issue that is called an equitable development in the country. Because if we distribute the funds, even if we distribute 50% of the resources to the counties, the worst problem is when there is imbalance inside the county. And when there is imbalance inside the county, it then degenerates to imbalance of development that will come back here and say that my ward is not as balanced as another. So it is very important that we put structures that that create a good environment for development to be equitable in the whole country, because that was the whole reason why the Constitution 2010 was started to begin with. It was all about imbalance and whatever. Mr. Speaker, in Bomas, there was the question of expanded executive. I know everybody is running away from the issue of expanded executive, but actually that was in the draft Bomas resolutions. Before it was changed in Naivasha, that was expanded. Again, the reasons were the same. And the agrimony in Bomas was so high that it necessitated balancing both the development, the resources, and even the executive itself. So this is something that is not new. It is just being replicated here because it was already in the Bomas draft. So I don't see anything that is negative on that one. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be brief because I know we still have a number and we need to be winding up this. But Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade our male colleagues that they have made a number of comments about the expansion of the Senate being women-oriented. I think it is very important to note that the development of a county also requires both gender. And it's very important because there are issues that are gender-related. In fact, when you look at what was devolved, the issue of agriculture, the issue of health, the issue of water, all of them, when you go to the grassroots, affect women more than men. So to me, this was the best thing that happened. So when I had my colleagues saying, why do we want to have more women here, I almost said, maybe we need to elect women first and then nominate men to the counties, because of the fact that actually the development that is expected in the counties, it affects women more than anything. When you talk of health, it affects a woman who is well, who is supposed to go to maternity, who is supposed to be having family planning, more than anybody else. So, Mr. Speaker, I really do support, and I believe that whatever is remaining in BBI that is not as accurate as we wish, we have the opportunity to again use our 256, Article 256, to correct 257. With those remarks, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wako. Senator Wako.
You're speaking next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important bill. First of all, let me tell the August House that I'm under some handicap in that I cannot now see you because I must have left my glasses on the plane when I was coming, and I've yet to get new ones. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I want first of all to thank the President and my party leader for having seen it fit to appoint me.
Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Wako. I know we'll be rising at 12:30, and we have another weighty matter at 2:30, and I still see interest, and I did promise that we'll give everybody an opportunity to contribute.
How long do I have?
No, I was just interrupting. I'm giving you back the
5
mic.
minutes.
So I'm saying, no 20. I'm saying those who will not have an opportunity to speak this morning or this afternoon will have an opportunity to speak next week, so that everybody has an opportunity. Proceed.
So I can start and continue next week, or I must complete?
Continue. You still have time.
Eh?
You still have time.
Oh, I still have time?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I was getting very, very worried. I want to thank the President and my party leader for having seen it fit to appoint me to the task force, to the BBI task force. And I can assure you that me and the late Senator for Garissa, Yusuf Haji, I think we gave it our time, we gave it our all. I can also assure you, dear members, that we did make appropriate recommendations to restore the full status of this Senate to where it should be. That was there fully. But you know, ours was merely to recommend, but there were others to decide. So if you see any shortcut, so if you see any shortcomings,
There is a point of order from Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really must appreciate the submissions. And I think this will be the most important submission on this bill from my good friend, Senator Wako. Madam Speaker, Senator Amos Wako has stated that they made recommendations as BBI task force to restore full legislative powers to this House as a Senate, but somebody somewhere interfered. Madam Speaker, can we benefit from his knowledge? And because I know he has the facts and the history, at what stage did that somebody interfere and remove the proposals to give powers from BBI?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I can't answer that question. Ours was to make recommendations, and other people considered and made decisions thereon. The point I'm trying to make is this, that in a constitutional amendment, which has so many provisions, one is bound to have one or two amendments that you may not like. But your perspective ought to be the overall picture of the amendments. And Madam Speaker, the overall picture of all these amendments, to me, is such that it moves the country forward if enacted. And therefore, I do agree with the report of the committee, joint committee, that we should pass this constitutional bill as it is. I agree entirely with that report. Madam Speaker, this was a popular initiative. And as a popular initiative, if you read Article 257, sub-Article 10, it will show you, it will give you a hint that when it came to the popular initiative, the intention was not that that popular initiative should be frustrated or amended completely by the Parliament, because it was a popular initiative. A popular initiative is emanating from the citizen of this country, in whom is vested the sovereignty of this country. And we are mere delegatees. They have thought it fit to delegate legislative power to us, but they can at any time take that. And when it comes to matters of legislation, they do take that the delegated authority to. And that's why Article 257, Article 10, is drafted the way it is, in that the Parliament was not supposed to interfere with that popular initiative. The history up to that time was that Parliament was interfering a lot in the initiatives, in the popular initiatives, and we wanted to put an end to that. And that's why we drafted Article 257, sub-Article 10, to say whether or not Parliament amends or fails to pass and whatnot, whatever happens in the Parliament, in other words, saying whatever happens in the Parliament, it must go to the people the way it is. And I'm glad that the committee, I think, realized that. I can see they were pointing out a few errors here and there, but they realized that, and they recommended that it should go to the people the way as is. And therefore, I rise and stand up to support the word as is. I rise up and support their second amendment, which is that there should be some legislation providing details on how this should be governed and dealt with. And that is for the future. We shall all the time be amending. We shall all the time be improving. A country that is stagnant is not a country that is developing. We must all the time be improving. Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, a lot has been said, but I want to touch on a few attractive things in this constitutional bill which nobody has talked about, or very few have talked about, have not been around, and I'll explain why. But I want that to go on record. Madam Speaker, the constitutional amendment is proposing, I've got reading glasses so I can put on. Its very first proposal is 10A, under clause 2, regional integration and cohesion. The Constitution it states, the Constitution embraces the goals of African unity and political confederation of Eastern Africa region as integral towards attainment of sustainable development, prosperity for all, and stability. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, political federation to me is very, very important. And as you know, we are members of the East African community, and under the treaty, we are supposed to go through the stages of customs union, common market, monetary union, and it says, and ultimately a political federation. And I'm talking on this because of the very good state visit we have had from the neighboring president, who is also a lady. And we are all very happy to listen to her and confirm that she is indeed supportive of ensuring that the relationship between Kenya and Tanzania, and by extension East Africa as a whole, is smooth. People move. There's a free movement of people, of goods, of services, and so on. And our constitution now clearly stating that our commitment to that goal. If I may say so, Madam Speaker, for the last 14 days, slightly over 14 days, I've been touring Uganda, and we canvassed the whole of Uganda properly, went through the various towns of Kabale, of Mbarara, of Lira, of Soroti, of Gulu, of Arua in the north, and many other, and Kampala, of course, and so on. Soliciting people's views on the issue of what would they like the confederation be? What should it provide? And we had very supportive statements from everybody that we the people who are now moving this, we the people, we want federation like yesterday, but it's you, the leaders, who are frustrating us. So when we talk about a people initiative, that's what it's all about. The people of this country, of the Eastern African region, support the political confederation as a transition to political federation. They do support that, Madam Speaker, and it has been confirmed. We have visited Burundi. The last 2 weeks we are visiting Uganda. We shall visit Rwanda, South Sudan, Kenya, and Tanzania. And I'm quite, the views we are getting are more or less the same. And when I say we, this is a committee of experts appointed really by the head of state of East Africa to look into this issue. And I want to thank the President again for appointing me to represent Kenya, together with Mr. Kigota, who for 10 years was the Director General of the East African Customs Management. Together we represent Kenya on that particular committee, and that's what we are now doing. So I'm very happy, Madam Speaker, that we have a specific clause in our constitution which underpins that. And as we have heard, the people themselves wanted this. Madam Speaker, still on the issue of integration, you will see there's a new clause 18A, sub-article 2, paragraph H, that it will be the duty of all of us to promote the unity and dignity of Africa and her people. It is now clearly stated there in this amendment, and I support that totally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look again, for the first time, we have provided a whole, the BBI, this bill has provided a whole paragraph on economy and shared prosperity. Madam Speaker, if you read the BBI reports, which led to this particular recommendation to amend our constitution to include that, you will realize that the BBI reported a bottoms-up approach to our economy. It recommended that. It is not just a monopoly of one wing of a political party. It was the BBI which recommended a bottoms-up approach to our economy. It's the BBI which said in its report that we should have an economic revolution in this country. And we should have an economic revolution in this country because of the widening gap between the rich and poor. And as we go on, even the rich become smaller and smaller, and the middle class drops down to the poor. And that's a very big recipe for a revolution in any country. And therefore, unless we have an economic revolution to correct this, our future could be at stake as a country. It can provide the instability. It can break down the social fabric, the economic unity of Kenya as we know it today. So, Madam Speaker, I do recommend and support totally clause 3, under which is proposed 11A, economic and shared prosperity. And Madam Speaker, on this issue of shared prosperity, the chair of that committee in BBI has now become a senator, and she's sitting there, the senator of Machakos. So we have been involved in this. So really, I'm asking you to support this bill. Madam Speaker, it is stated under the economic and shared property, again emanating from the report, that, sorry, let me just put this in. You know, I'm an analog. Yeah, thank you. It's proposed under 11A, we read economy and shared prosperity, and a number of things have been stated there which will lead us to that. But one of the things is that any economic system shall support the small and micro enterprises, Mama Mboga and the rest, small and whatever. So BBI was there before people began promoting bottoms up, who are there, and we recommended. The problem in this country, it's there in the document, people don't read this, what is in the document, come up with other ideas without realizing that actually it's already there. So on one hand, you are reading about it in the document, bottoms up, but another person is opposing that very document, but also promoting bottoms up. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to economy, I think this bill really supports those issues. Madam Speaker,
Senator
I'm here.
Kavindu, are you on intervention or you are queuing?
No, it's not intervention. I would want to comment after he finishes.
Okay.
Just to support.
That's okay. Thanks.
Madam Speaker, the other thing that people have not talked about very much in this bill, which is I support, the responsibilities, a whole chapter under clause 4 on the responsibilities of a citizen. This constitution recognizes responsibilities of a citizen as key to building a prosperous, fair, and secure nation. And in that, responsibilities of a citizen, we have one of the duties of a citizen, which is to practice ethical conduct and combat corruption. Madam Speaker, one of the two evils that we have in our society is negative ethnicity, is corruption. And it is now clearly stated in our proposals, Mr. Speaker, sir, under this constitutional bill, that every citizen must practice ethical conduct and combat corruption. It's also stated that every citizen has a responsibility to cultivate national unity on the basis of respecting Kenya's ethnic, intellectual, economic, and cultural diversity.
Last 1 minute. The last 1 minute.
Huh?
Have you finished? It was the last 1 minute. You only have 1 minute.
I only have 1 minute.
Yeah, one last minute.
If I was really going to submit on this thing. Madam Speaker, I was not here when speakers were speaking for 10, 15 minutes. As I explained, I was out of the country on a very important mission.
You have finished your 20 minutes. You have finished your 20 minutes, Senator. But, okay, I can... Oh, okay. Senator Bashiro?
Did 5 more minutes, given that he's actually part of the task force. Some of us are sitting here because of him to learn more.
Okay, thank you. We give you 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Senator.
Thank you very much for your understanding.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, we also, on the issue of corruption, we have stated under Clause 6 that there should be an effective and expeditious investigation, prosecution, and the trial of cases relating to this chapter. Madam Speaker, this is a chapter that deals with the national values. So we have seen many cases coming, then you forget about them. 2 years are down the line, you forget about them. You have elections, the people who are involved in those corruption deeds, they also stand, they use that money to destabilize you in your constituency and so on. Now we are saying, as a constitutional principle, Madam Speaker, that investigations, prosecutions relating to corruption, relating to offenses under that particular chapter should be expedited. And therefore, it will be incumbent upon the various constitutional bodies dealing with investigations, dealing with prosecution, and even the judiciary dealing with the actual cases to expedite at every stage the investigation, every stage the prosecution, and at every stage the hearing and disposal of those cases, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we, of course, in order to assist in achieving the 2/3 general rule and so on, we have very many provisions. I want to go into them now because of the 5 minutes, but I would draw the attention of the members on Clause 7. Clause 7 is the one which deals with sanctions for a political party that fails to comply with the principle that not more than 2/3 of parties' candidates are of the same gender. Because many of the failures has been that our own political parties, in submitting names, they just submit names of one gender and they forget the other one. But it's now going to be incumbent upon them under this constitution, if it's enacted, that they must, in submitting those names, ensure that that list of theirs complies with the gender rule, which I think is a step forward. Let me not go into the details of the elections and whatnot. I will not talk about the structure of prime minister that everybody has talked on. Madam Speaker, I will talk briefly on the issue of ombudsman. Madam Speaker, this constitution, when it was made public for the first time, it simply stated that there will be a judicial ombudsman appointed by the president, reporting to the president and to parliament. And obviously, that was going to undermine the judicial independence. by introducing a person who is appointed by the president, sitting on the Judicial Service Commission, and reporting to the president and to parliament. Madam Speaker, sir, I'm glad that a number of people did make submissions thereafter, and the original formulation was actually really changed. It really changed in that now the Judicial Ombudsman reports to the Judicial Service Commission and not to the President, and not to, although the reporting may go to Parliament, but there it had been a report to the President, his appointing authority. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, although my preference would have been that the President shall nominate, that the Chief Justice should really be the one to nominate the Ombudsman, with the extra cautions that have now been placed since the first draft came out on the responsibilities of that Judicial Ombudsman, so that everything he does is like he just investigates and gives it to the Judicial Service Commission. It's not very different from what is there now, because as we are speaking now, the Judicial Service Commission has an ombudsman. But somehow, maybe that ombudsman is not very much known, and maybe because of the low-level status, he does not carry the weight that it is. So what this constitution is doing is to give that ombudsman some status and let everybody know that at least there is somebody they can go to lodge a complaint, which will be investigated, and once investigated, it will go to the Judicial Service Commission. Because part of the complaint was that we received was that the Judicial Service Commission may be because they have representatives from the bench, from the Court of Appeal, from magistrates, from High Court. They tend to protect their own people who voted for them. That's one of the complaints that came around. And therefore, there may be many complaints lying there which they have not dealt with because of that. So the Ombudsman is a good institution. Although it should have been appointed by the Chief Justice, I'm prepared to go with it in view of the amendments that have been made on it under the current constitution. But in the original formulation, if that original formulation had remained, I would have been here to totally oppose it. But now they have softened it, kidogo, and let's hope that it will work and that he must operate through the Judicial Service Commission, who themselves will make a determination about it. Madam Speaker, constituency has been dealt with. The Electoral Commission. Madam Speaker, then we have this Electoral Commission. I mean, these extra constituencies. Madam Speaker, according to the report that was received, there are a number of counties which ought to have received additional members also, if the same criteria was to apply throughout. And I know my friend Kitui is one such county. It got 0, whereas according to the population, it should have received at least 1. There is also Migori. There's also, and there are 3 of them which are in the report. A way has to be found how that can be rectified. But it will not be by amending this. But I'm quite sure that even if this goes through, they can be given priority. I, for one, myself, I'm glad that one of the protected constituencies in my county, which if that formula had applied, that constituency would have gone. But it has been protected. So I'm happy with the report that particular Budalangi and Samia, they have been protected under this, whatever. Madam Speaker, my 5 minutes are almost going. I think we have Vihiga.
Is a point of order.
With those few remarks, with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the report as recommended by the Joint Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator. What was your point of order in relation to a contribution on the floor?
Yes, Judge Justice Mazayo, we have one speaker. I sought guidance from the speaker. I got a point of order before Senator Emeritus. AG concluded his
then you
submission.
Speak to the speaker. You don't talk to Justice Mazayo.
Yes, I'm addressing the speaker. Madam Speaker, is it in order for Senator Wako, Senior Counsel, to keep telling this House and the country that a way must be found to rectify the wrongs that are in this document, including giving Kitui County that extra constituency as envisaged in the report, and not telling us which that way is? If that way is not this House, which way is that? That will be found to rectify these wrongs, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. Senator of Kitui, unfortunately, it went out of, your point of order came outside the time for the Senator Wako. But you have said it. Honorable Senators, it is now 12:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until today, Thursday, the 6th May 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
So jina langu ni Evans Meranga, ni branch manager wa Equity hapa Eldama Ravine. Siku ya leo tumekuja katika polytechnic hii ya Kamelilo katika shughuli ya kupanda miti. Shughuli hii tulianza mwaka uliopita kwa kupanda miti maeneo tofauti, na kwa hivyo tulipoongea na wenyeji hapa na community ambayo inazungukia polytechnic hii, wakatueleza ya kwamba watatupa eka 3 ya kupanda miti, na ndiyo shughuli ambayo tumeifanya siku ya leo kwa kuungana na vijana mitaani pamoja na wenyeji wa hapa. Tumeweza kupanda miti 2100 siku ya leo, na tumefanya hivyo tukizingatia protocol za COVID. Kama unavyoona ni kwamba watu wameweza kuweka social distance, watu wamevaa barakoa na mambo kama hayo. Project hii ni project kubwa na ndio ambayo tunataka iweze kuenda kwa miaka 10, tukiendelea kutunza miti hii na kuiangalia ya kwamba itakuwa maturity. Na kwa hivyo lile tungetaka kuomba community ya hapa ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba miti hii itatunzwa ili iweze kukua na tuweze kupata malengo yetu. Katika msimu huu wa mvua tunatazamia kupanda miti 45,000. Tulianza last year kwa kupanda miti 20,000 na mwaka huu tutaendelea na program hii tupande miti 45,000. Tunataka kushukuru wote ambao tumeungana na wao wakiongozwa na Kenya Forest Service kwa sababu ya kutusaidia katika mambo ya ku-identify the seedlings, kwa sababu katika project hii tunapanda miti aina tofauti. Tunapanda exotic, indigenous na pia tunapanda hata fruit trees. Kwa hivyo ikiwa we ni mkulima na una shamba lako na we ni mteja wetu, tunakukaribisha uje ili tuungane pamoja, tuweze kupanda miti hii na tuweze kuitunza, na mwisho baadaye tutaweza kuwa na mavuno mazuri. Kwa hivyo tunafanya hivi kwa sababu ya kuconserve environment, tukijua ya kwamba kuna a lot of issues with climate, na kwa hivyo project hii one of the objective ni kwamba tutaweza attain that objective ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba mazingira yetu yako sawa na ni safi, kwa sababu tunajua miti huwa inatoa oxygen na oxygen ni muhimu, na tunapofikiria mambo ya oxygen wakati huu kuna challenges ambazo tunazijua za COVID ambapo oxygen imekuwa ni shida, na miti ni mojawapo ya kusaidia katika kuhakikisha kwamba tuko na oxygen ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru sana washikadau wote kwa sababu ya kuungana nasi.
Tunapanda miti mingi ili tuweze kuzuia ule maji mengi kusongamana katika mito. Ndio sababu tumekutanika siku hii ya leo, na ni furaha kubwa. Hii kazi tunayofanya ni kazi ya Mungu, na zaidi nataka nichukue nafasi hii kushukuru Equity Bank. Wamefanya kazi nzuri kuweza kuleta mazingira yawe sawa katika nchi, na hapa kwetu Baringo na sub county ya Eldama Ravine, makusudio ni tuweze kupanda miche 21,000 awamu ya kwanza, alafu hiyo ingine 20,000 na kitu tutapanda baada ya zamu ya pili. Kwa hivyo ninashukuru sana Equity Bank, pia nashukuru hata vijana mtaani, ofisi ya National Administration wakiongozwa na DCC, kwa sababu wameweza kutusaidia na hawa vijana wakaweza kuchimba mashimo ili tuone kwamba tunaweza kupanda ile miche.
I bound Nairobi here. When you go to Syokimau, there is only one tarmac road. Mr. Speaker, with increased revenues to the counties, it means those people who live in Machakos County and Mavoko will now benefit through development. Mr. Speaker, I also pride that in this house, I represent more than 50 members of parliament who live in my constituency. And I think, members, it is high time I requested you, if you want us to have more development, your Kera monies now, you should donate to me so that I make those roads for you. So when I hear people here, when I hear members here, Mr. Speaker, saying that the BBI is not a good thing, then I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Machakos County will get 35% of the last audited accounts. Mr. Speaker, if we have walked this journey of 15%, how about 35%? Mr. Speaker, you know, this should not be a political debate. I know there are opponents and proponents, and now I speak for the proponents. Mr. Speaker, when you look at clause 3, I have seen what BBI wants to cure. The SMEs, Mr. Speaker, now they will be funded through the government, and it's anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I have had people saying that the ward fund won't be there. it has been shown that it's going to be anchored to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, time is gone when governors were mistreating MCAs who don't sing to their tune. With this introduction of the Ward Fund, Mr. Speaker, MCAs will be doing development, not necessarily being puppets of the governor. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for this House, for lots of reasons, mostly for people who come from marginalized areas, those that have never had this national cake being distributed equally. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at it, and indeed it goes ahead, Kenya now will be able to deepen and widen the regional integration. And it is anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I urge members, I urge the opponents of BBI to be sober. Think through this document. We pass it. And this Constitution has been there since 2010. For 10 years, we have seen what it has done. Mr. Speaker, most cases in our courts have been there for 10 years. So when I hear there is no independence of judiciary because the president is going to introduce an ombudsman who is going to check the judges of this country, Mr. Speaker, even them, they need to be checked the way we are checked here as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, we cannot give so much freedom just because someone is a judge. There must be a reason. Finally, Mr. Speaker, now BBI seeks to make members of parliament serve in the cabinet. Mr. Speaker, that means service delivery to Mwananchi will be very thorough because we will be dressing them down in this house. And Mr. Speaker, efficiency will increase. It will not be like what is happening today, Mr. Speaker. I know each and every member here are skewed in a CS's office, and they have no regard for you. They only have regard for one person, the appointing authority. So, Mr. Speaker, we should support this BBI like yesterday, because I know with it, Kalonzo is going to be the president of this country, and the least, maybe a prime minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support. Thank you.
Jawab Honorable Chachu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to support the Constitutional Amendment of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. This is a constitutional amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a constitutional moment. This is the first time as the House of Parliament we are debating a bill through a popular initiative. Mr. Speaker, everything considered, or literally considered, this bill is a good bill, and Mr. Speaker, sir, it will really enable this country to grow to greater heights. Mr. Speaker, there are critical issues that this bill tries to resolve. Among others, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the issue of divisive politics. It promotes gender equity and governance. It strengthens the structure of devolution. It increases funding to our devolved units. It enables sharing of power, which promotes national unity and cohesion. Mr. Speaker, sir, it further strengthens accountability in our public resources and enables us to fight the enduring culture of corruption. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 11A on economy and shared prosperity anchors the aspiration of the new economic model based on value creation. It further provides equitable opportunity for all the people, promotes industrialization, and supports small and micro enterprise development. The Speaker, on the issue of national cohesion and inclusivity, the Speaker, this bill tries to unite Kenyans and enables us to be more inclusive as a society. The Speaker, we are a very diverse society, and we should celebrate our diversity and enable further inclusion. So, Speaker, we still recall the election violence of 2007-2008 when we almost lost this nation called Kenya. So, Speaker, even then, in 2008, it is the 10th Parliament, of which I was a member, which amended the Constitution and enabled the National Code to become a reality. So, Speaker, during the period of National Code, we had relative peace, our economy prospered, and most profoundly, we ushered a new constitutional order by promulgating the 2010 Constitution. So, Speaker, this was after decades of struggles for new constitution in Kenya. So, Speaker, this Constitution enabled us to have relative peace. It enabled us to even manage our electoral disputes through Supreme Court, an institution established by 2010 Constitution. So, Speaker, in the past, we used to sort out our disputes through by killing each other in the streets and through other modes of election violence. So, Speaker, on equitable share for counties. The Speaker, sir, clause 50 of the bill proposes to amend Article 203 on equitable share and other financial laws. The amendment increases the money percentage allocated to county governments from current 15 to 35%.
Honorable Chachu, I guess you're not reading word for word. You are referring to your notes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the increased allocation will strengthen further devolution and ensure good governance in our counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, I have a serious problem with the issue of capping principle, which states, Mr. Speaker, sir, I quote, the average amount of money allocated per person to a county with the highest allocation does not exceed 3 times the average amount per person allocated to a county with the lowest allocation. So, Speaker, sir, this is a deliberate design in this constitution to marginalize poor countries, which have been very poor and historically so, such as Mandera, Marsabit, Lamu, Isolo, among others, as they are considered to be getting more share of equitable share as per the current constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, on issue of representation, this bill seeks to amend Chapter 7 of the Constitution on representation of the people. The goal is to enhance equity, transparency, fairness, and fairness of the electoral process. Mr. Speaker, sir, the amendment is largely biased on one man, one vote principle, and is biased and discriminative to Kenyans from vast constituencies like North, where I come from. Mr. Speaker, sir, these Kenyans, like other Kenyans, deserve fair and effective representation. Access to effective representation means having reliable means of communication and access to their representative. Mr. Speaker, sir, for a vast constituency such as North, with 38,953 square kilometers, with a diameter of 800 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, sir, the principle of one man, one vote, without considering other parameters such as land mass and means of communication, is extremely unfair and denies these Kenyans effective representation. Mr. Speaker, sir, this amendment, which increases the number of constituencies from 290 to 360, denies the people of North fair representation. In terms of land mass, Mr. Speaker, sir, North covers 7% of Kenya's land mass. Marsabit County covers 25% of Kenya's land mass. Mr. Speaker, sir, North constituency is larger than 4 former provinces of Western, Nyanza, Central, and 7 Nairobis combined. Mr. Speaker, sir, once this bill is ratified by Kenyans through referendum, these 4 provinces, Mr. Speaker, sir, will have 156 constituencies represented by 156 MPs, while North will still only have 1, having gained 30 more constituencies. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to make a case using Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 1998, Nairobi had 8 constituencies. Marsabit had only 4. In 2013, Nairobi constituencies increased to 17. Marsabit remained at 4. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2022, once this bill goes through, Nairobi will have 29 constituencies, while Marsabit remain with only 4. Mr. Speaker, in the last, from 1988 to 2022, Nairobi constituency will have increased the constituency from 8 to 29, yet Marsabit will barely have 4. Mr. Speaker, sir, since 1963, at independence, 15 years ago, Marsabit County got only 1 constituency. That is 1998, when SACO was carved out of North Hor, what was then called Marsabit North constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole principle of equality of vote, which is based on one parameter, which is population quota, is very discriminative and denies participatory Kenyans fair representation. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 89 of the current constitution and the bill and BBI are very serious reservations. Mr. Speaker, sir, this necessarily me in 10th Parliament, as a member of Constitutional Review Committee of this House in 10th Parliament, to seek for, to demand for article for self-determination, which were negotiated, which I was not able to realize. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans from these areas, if we keep denying them the effective representation, will one day demand for that, and that's the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, serious crisis will come. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans from those areas, like the Basa Wabera and others, have fought for this country. Fought through the secession movement when wanted to succeed, but Mr. Speaker, sir, they even lost their lives. That's why we call Wabera Street here in Nairobi. That's a
Your Honorable Chachu, your space is gone. Now, the next person is Honorable Patrick Wainaina, but before you, I will take the discretion to give Honorable Danita to speak before you. Honorable Danita, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank you for the opportunity to offer my unequivocal support to the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, I speak and I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is a bill that has the best interests of this country, Mr. Speaker. It is a bill for the common wananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill that seeks to look at marginalized persons, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that when we are talking, Mr. Speaker, about shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker, communities and people, Mr. Speaker, that have traditionally, Mr. Speaker, been left behind are on board. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill for us as members of parliament. It is a bill for Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and it is a bill for our children's children, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a bill that is a bill for people who are selfish, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask my colleagues, especially my colleagues who are opposing, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, it speaks for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing as good as a bill that, Mr. Speaker, even long after we are gone from this parliament, Mr. Speaker, we will say we tried to put strategies, Mr. Speaker, to help our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the BBI bill, Mr. Speaker, has been propelled, Mr. Speaker, by the President and by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, the reason so many of us, and especially so many of us women, are seated in this house today, Mr. Speaker, is because of the efforts of Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, women representatives in this house, women representatives and nominated members, especially also in this house, Mr. Speaker, are the efforts of Raila Odinga, who created, Mr. Speaker, and brought about the issue of having affirmative action, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are here as women of this country. Marginalized women, Mr. Speaker. Women of modest means, Mr. Speaker, who could otherwise not be anywhere. So I feel funny, Mr. Speaker, when I say women who have become here are opposing a situation where the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has gone beyond looking at us and looking at Kenya, Mr. Speaker, now. Because BBI seeks now to look at other people. It is not about parliament itself. It is about resources mashinani. It is about resources going to mashinani, Mr. Speaker, so that our ward representatives, Mr. Speaker, right in the middle of our village, Mr. Speaker, can get an allocation that they can use to develop the ward, to develop a hospital, to develop a dispensary, to create a borehole, Mr. Speaker, to provide water for our people. Mr. Speaker, it is about the common wananchi. And I want to ask members to not look at members of parliament as a house. We have to look at where the majority of Kenyans live, mashinani, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the bill proposes to create a ward development fund in mashinani, Mr. Speaker, in a ward, what members and people should be talking about now is how to strengthen their ward representatives, so that this ward rep, Mr. Speaker, who is the president of a ward, can be able to actually ensure that the over 20 million allocation that he's going to get every year, he's going to develop his ward. Because, Mr. Speaker, the spirit of devolution is to develop mashinani. Mr. Speaker, sir, 5% of the allocation that goes to counties are going to the ward reps. Mr. Speaker, sir, BBI seeks to strengthen our counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, 35% allocation into counties, Mr. Speaker, is going to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we have our women taken care of. Mr. Speaker, sir, healthcare is an issue. Healthcare is devolved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a strong proponent in this house, Mr. Speaker, that whenever a woman carries a pregnancy, Mr. Speaker, to term, there must be a healthy child that is delivered, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we must be talking about, Mr. Speaker. Ward Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, for the first time members of parliament must appreciate, and they are going to appreciate, that the CDF, Mr. Speaker, has been entrenched by this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, many of us went to school through CDF. Many of us have been educated, and we sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, through the bursary allocation under CDF, Mr. Speaker. Why on earth would I not support BBI, Mr. Speaker, so that many other children become like me in this house, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a historical bill, Mr. Speaker. And whenever we are talking about a situation like this, Mr. Speaker, that is going to help Kenyans in this country, Mr. Speaker, we should not think that BBI is for Raila Odinga. or BBI is for Uhuru Kenyatta. BBI is for Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is because when the proponents brought the issue of BBI, Mr. Speaker, to bring equality, Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are people here who are not supporting this idea from day one. They are the same people, Mr. Speaker, who are making it very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to support this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask on behalf of the people of Migori, because I come from Migori, Mr. Speaker, to support this BBI. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appeared before the BBI National Task Force, Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, on behalf of, first of all, persons with disabilities, and on behalf of the people of Kuria community where I come from, Mr. Speaker. And we presented our views, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, although they were not completely captured, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, for the first time are going to be represented in this House by 4 members of the National Assembly, an increase from the 2 that we have in the National Assembly now. Mr. Speaker, the issues of the Kenya Sign Language, the issues of implementing the Persons with Disabilities Act, Mr. Speaker, must ensure that persons with disabilities are included. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk about inclusivity in this country without persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, inclusivity is not just about a gender or about a tribe. We must look at the various diversities that are inclusivity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to support and I wish to thank the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say that we have a lot to gain as women of this country. We have a lot to gain as youth through the Youth Commission, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot to gain, Mr. Speaker, in this country, so that persons with disabilities, so that our people and our youth, Mr. Speaker, are able to benefit. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say that the issue of gender has been elusive. Mr. Speaker, gender is going to be addressed in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and we're not now going to be crying.
Honorable Django Patrick Wainaina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I rise to support Constitutional Amendment Bill number 2020. And I also want to state that I'm an independent member of Parliament, and I've been given this chance by my good people of Vika. So I wish to prosecute this bill very independently. I am also aware of how much interest this constitutional movement has generated among Kenyans. So it is time to tell them the truth. Mr. Speaker, the most significant change in this bill is devolvement of resources to Wanjiku. Mr. Speaker, what NG-CDF did to schools and security, World Fund will impact grassroots economy many times over. A serious game changer. Right now, an MCA cannot even repair a road in his village if he does not bow to the governor. Last weekend, we were treated to some drama. A whole DG in Kirinyaga repairing his village road using fork djembe. With World Fund allocation, this will give our MCAs a voice, ability to live according to their calling. The fact that the county allocation increases to 35% is a great step towards strengthening devolution. In the past, we have had national government losing 2 billion daily through insider theft, and not to say that county chiefs are any better, not by what we read from Auditor General reports, but I believe Wanjiku will have better oversight of her resources when they are brought closer to her. But I dare add, any governor who uses the kitty prudently will in turn turn his or her county into second world in one term, reducing unemployment rate to a mere 10%. Yes, this can happen, but it is high time that our leaders stop this, what we call the living culture. It is repressive, it is retrogressive, to say the least.
What Honorable Mr. 001, what is out of order now?
What is that, Speaker?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Django, please have your seat. Honorable Sankok, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, according to our standing orders, we should be contributing without reading. Some of these notes will have been written by strangers out of this house. So, Honorable Speaker, you should be...
Who is reading?
He is reading, Honorable Speaker, this. Honorable Wainaina. He's just reading directly.
Yeah, Honorable Django, you can only refer the notes, not read word for word, but you are permitted to refer to your notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got my notes. I'm not reading my notes. I'm only referring to the points that I believe it is allowed to do that in this House. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the additional extra constituencies that we are getting, I really want to say that this House has been misled by Honorable Duale, saying that we are going to, Kiambu County is going to have 13 extra constituencies, which is wrong. Kiambu County is getting only 6 extra constituencies, but I also want to say, by additional of these constituencies, Thika constituency has a bursary kit of 25 million with 10,000 applications. With those applications, I'm only able to give my people only about 2,000 shillings. And I know in this House, there are some constituencies that are giving their students anywhere to the tune of 50,000 to 100,000 per student. So my question is, where is the fairness in all this? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these constituencies that are being given the least amount of money are the constituencies that produce the biggest amount of taxes. So this is a cow that has been producing milk, but if we are not careful, one day it will produce water instead of milk. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say I'm very, very pretty excited because of the change that has come in the National Assembly, that members of National Assembly can become, can sit in the cabinet. And I want to pick an example and say that for the longest, this relationship between MPs and the cabinet secretaries has really gone to the lowest level. And I'll give you an example. Even when a cabinet secretary is visiting my constituency in Thika, they make sure that they do not inform me for whatever reason. And I find that I take offense in this, in that when they come, I know one CS, I don't want to mention names, but this CS, he comes to my constituency, gives those instructions, do not let the member of parliament know. He comes to a school that I have used 4.5 million to develop, just to bring that a desk's worth of 60,000 shillings. And even then, it's a big shame indeed. And even then, when they bring these desks, he comes with fuel guzzlers that are costing this government 300,000 shillings. And then this CS has got the guts to tell my people, do not call your area MP. So I just read one mischief there. This person does not want to be oversighted by the area MP. And having these people sit in our house here, we can be able to ask the hard questions. We expect good answers. So I think this will be a very, very good change coming with this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I would just call that Madaro Dogo Dogo because it's not helping me, it's not helping him, it's not helping the people of Thika, it's not helping the Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to use these extra minutes that I have just to very quickly say that any document of this sort, it could be having very good things, it could be having some bad things. There are some things in BBI that I totally do not support. There are some things, the bloated parliament, I do not support. I also do not believe, I totally don't believe that we are going to have any cohesion at the top. All our communities, 42 of them, I don't think by appointing 3 people at the top, I don't see how it's going to bring peace. I don't see how it's going to support anybody here in terms of integration. So I still want to say that by and large, this document has hit 80% of our expectations. So I would really recommend that let us bring money down to Wanjiko. Mr. Speaker, sir, a very quick one before I want to use this final minute that I have to say that I want to remind our government that COVID-19 is really hitting. We have not done much. I know countries like Israel, I know a country like Botswana, who are almost having herd immunity because they did the right thing. They talked to the pharmaceuticals, they've got the vaccinations. So what I would want to ask my government, let us think out of the box. There are people who can be able to pay for vaccinations, they can pay. Let the government bother with the people who cannot pay. Let us do this inside 3 months. We can vaccinate our people inside 3 months. We can open our economy today. What are we waiting for? God bless Kenya.
Honorable Manje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this chance to support this amendment. So I want to say from the word go that I support this constitutional amendment 2020 and say it brings us to what we are supposed to be doing as Kenyans. We should make sure that we make Kenyans live together. By the introduction of these ethos in our constitution, I think it is like reminding ourselves what we are supposed to do as a country to live together. Mr. Speaker, I feel as Kenyans we should share our resources together equitably. We should feel together as Kenyans, just like the way our forefathers sat together and created a country called Kenya. We should make sure that it works using whichever method. And I think this idea of trying to change in the constitution, I think, is the right way to go. Mr. Speaker, also, we should make sure that we pay taxes together as Kenyans, not some people paying and others enjoying. And that's why I think the introduction of Clause 18A to remind us our responsibility is coming in handy at this particular point. Mr. Speaker, also, we should respect the rule of law together if we want to make a nation that we are proud of. Then we have to make sure that we grow together as a country and also celebrate together. In so saying, this article, Clause 11A, I think is very appropriate on economy and shared prosperity, that tries to make sure that the economy of this country is properly anchored, and also what is realized is properly distributed. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want also to comment on the amendment of Article 89A, where the number of constituencies are added from 290 to 360. I think I support this point because of, I think, 3-4 issues. One, there will be that equitable representation of Kenyans in various areas. I think the formula that was used, and it was explained in the House, the drafters took the population of the country, 47.6 million, divided by 360 to get approximately 133,000 per every constituency. And those who are talking of the were not added constituency here and there, they should use that formula and check whether it is working. Because I have tried it in our county, in other several counties, and I've realized if you divide the number of population and you divide by 360, you will find roughly the constituencies will have about equal representation in this country. This is a very scientific way which I think will solve the problem of getting constituencies along political idea the way we have been doing in this particular country. Mr. Speaker, also it will enable us to equitably distribute resources, for example, through CDF and World Fund, if representation is okay. Where I think I differ on that one is where we don't know why we do, for example, census in this country when it comes to movement of constituencies. I tend to think one of the objectives of census, like the census that we had in 2019, is to assess the spatial distribution of Kenyans. And you will find that it also captures the urbanization, how people migrate from the rural areas to the urban areas. And I tend to think in this particular constituency, we could not have protected some constituencies. I know there's about 12 counties that have constituencies that were protected, like Taita Taveta, Lamu, Nyeri, etc. I tend to think while we are adding constituencies, we should rule some counties should be losing constituencies. We should have a fixed number, and this number should now be 360, which should be our electoral numbers in this particular country. In other words, I'm saying if, for example, people move from Nairobi to Kitengela, Kajiado earns one constituency and Nairobi loses one constituency, that way we are going to have a fixed number of members of parliament in this parliament. Just the way USA, our elder brother, does in the United States. there is always some counties, some states that loses seats. For example, their last year census, I think states like Texas gained 2, Colorado, Florida, Montana, North Carolina gained also 1 constituency, while states like Illinois, California, Michigan lost 1 seat each because of the population migration. We believe there will always be growth and also dynamics which will make people move from one area to another. So in the future, we should make sure that these constituencies remain 360, and the movement will make some counties lose constituencies while others gain constituency. Mr. Speaker, also I want to mention about devolution and say I support the amendment of Article 203 to increase the number, the amount of fund going to the constituency from 15 to 35, and also anchoring CDF in the constitution and also ward fund. By doing that, I think it will enable us have resources on the ground, and also the use of formula, making sure that all Kenyans, wherever they are, no Kenyan will get more than 3 times another Kenyan in another county. So that is a support that I want to say, and also say we have a country that we have to make sure that we develop, and let us join as Kenyans to support this document so that we can have a good country. I support the document.
Honorable Getawa Irimo. Honorable Jango, you must give space to Honorable Wairimo to contribute. Don't over-engage her on that conversation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to air my views on 2020 Constitutional Amendment Bill. On the onset, Honorable Speaker, I oppose this bill with reasons. Number 1, although we were told that this bill is a popular initiative, my people in Nyandarua were not involved whatsoever, and they have not even seen the whole document up to now. So there is no way we can support something that we have not seen. Number 2, this amendment, according to the BBI proponents, is to resolve the winner takes it all election system. To me, this is not convincing enough, because in an election, we must have a winner and a loser. But we know the problem that we have been having in this country. There are some people who never accept results. We have also been told that different county assemblies received different BBI reports. Furthermore, the report that was sent to the Senate and the one that we have here is also different. And my question is, what document are we going to take to Wajiko for referendum? That's a question that I have. Honorable Speaker, politics is local. For me, in Nyandarua, we have nothing to celebrate in this BBI. We've been told that members were consulted in creation of constituencies. We were never consulted. And let me tell you, for the people of Nyandarua to listen to what BBI has, we demand for a constituency. That is why I cannot support this bill. I have a problem with that. My other issue is moving the county MPs from the National Assembly to the Senate. Our position has a social responsibility that has a kitty. If we are moved to the Senate, the responsibilities differ. So that means there will be no one to look at the less vulnerables in this country. Who will look at the orphans? Who will look at after the orphans, the vulnerables, the PWDs? This is the responsibility of the women representatives. For me, I can never support something that is removing me from this position. Honorable Speaker, my other concern is that when this country, we are in crisis in this country. We have a pandemic in this country. And we have chosen to give a deaf ear to the suffering of the Kenyans and instead concentrate on issues that can wait until the pandemic is behind us. Honorable Speaker, the third wave in this pandemic is so fierce that we are looking at our people so helplessly. People are dying. Our hospitals are full. And here we are talking about constitutional change. I am so sure that we can stop this business and think about the welfare of our people. I'm sure we will have tomorrow to discuss BBI constitutional amendment. In addition, the government promised that we will have vaccines accessible to all Kenyans. Up to now, we don't have vaccines. We want to see booths distributed all over Kenya where people can walk in and get vaccinated. Honorable Speaker, the schools are opening next week. We should be thinking of how teachers are going to get vaccinated. This is an emergency for us, and we should be thinking of how we are going to save lives. Honorable Speaker, in today's paper, I was shocked to see that the CS Finance is planning to add 16% to bread. Can you imagine this? We are pushing our people to poverty. If the bread go up, the cost of living will be so high. And let me tell you, our people are suffering. We should think of them. In addition, the president said that all pending bills should be paid to all the suppliers and contractors. Up to now, 7 years down the line, they have not been paid. Some have died. Others have been auctioned. These are the things that we should be thinking about as a country. We are in crisis. We should not think of changing constitution when our people are dying. Thank you. I strongly oppose these amendments.
Honorable Olwach Tom. Information to who? Honorable. Yeah, she's done. Honorable Olwach.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to also add my support, unequivocal support, and those of my constituents. And let me begin by saying, this Honorable Speaker, that sometimes we do not appreciate the magnitude of the handshake and the weight of it at the steps of Harambee House on the 3rd of March 2 years ago. There are those who have said that this is not a popular initiative, it is an initiative by two people. Honorable Speaker, when that handshake was made at the steps of Harambee House, on one side of the hand was some 6+ million votes of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. On the other side of that handshake, or of that hand, was 6+ million votes of His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. You add that, Your Excellency, to the 4 million votes that appended their signature to the BBI, you find, Mr. Speaker, that you have a total of over 16 million Kenyans behind this. So we need to dispel from the very beginning this notion that has been touted that this is an initiative of two people. It is not. Behind those two hands are over 16 million votes, including the 4 million that appended their signature to this. Honorable Speaker, I was reminded as I was driving here this morning, the words of the late President of the United States, Barack Hussein Obama, at his first inauguration when he said, every so often, there comes a time in the history of a people, there comes a time that every generation finds in their time a situation in which history wants to turn. The question, Mr. Speaker, is on which side of history are you going to be? I am also...
Honorable, why are you too agitated? What is leader out of order?
No, the late president.
I'm shocked, Mr. Speaker, when somebody states that the late President of the United States of America, Mr. Obama is still alive. I wish he expunged from the answered and apologize to the family of Obama.
That must have been a grave... I didn't hear that, but if he did, then that I'm sure is an oversight. I'm sure he can clarify and correct that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Member's correction is accepted. The words intended was former President of the United States. And the former President, allow me to rephrase again, said that every so often there comes a time in the generation of our people, that moment when history wants to turn. And he posed that question, which then I pose to us today as Parliament and as a nation, that on which side of history do you want to be? Mr. President, as I spoke of the more than 16 million people that are behind this handshake, I want to offer, Mr. Speaker, a right of reply on behalf of myself and these many people to a few misconceptions that have been peddled. One of them by Honorable Duale, the Member of Parliament for Garissa. Mr. Speaker, let us remind ourselves that there are people who oppose this constitution, the very constitution that was the reason why one person was the very first majority leader post-2010. The very same constitution that was opposed by the people who then became the very first beneficiary of the office of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised and dutifully informed by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who sat in the committee then that was looking at that constitution, that the reason that we did not have 40% to counties, a minimum was 40%, was because the team led by the Deputy President then refused and said that we must have a minimum of 15%. So when today we speak about bottoms-up approach, what bottoms-up approach when 15% that was intended to be 40% was by that very same Deputy President? Mr. Speaker, it is important that we ask ourselves on which side of history we want to be when it turns. And we know on which side of history the naysayers were. They refused to allow us to have 40%. They want the constitution to collapse so that they go back and say, we are the ones who have saved you with the bottoms-up approach. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to address one last misconception before I go to the merits. There are those who have said, Mr. Speaker, that there is no necessity to amend the constitution to put in place some of the things that have been put here. Let me remind you, and this was very eloquently canvassed or indicated by the Speaker when he spoke. When the people rise under Article 1 of the Constitution, read by 257, there is nobody who can stand in their way, whatever it is they want to do. Look at the preamble to that constitution. It says, we the people. There is nothing that can stand in the way of we the people when they want to amend the constitution. If the people decide that they want to put a referendum to make fishing a national sport, so be it. That is their wish, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to indicate two things. And one of them is the question of two-thirds gender rule. We had Duale 1, we had Duale 2. Now we have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and hanging against us the direction of the former Chief Justice to dissolve this parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a question of inclusivity. And inclusivity should be looked at in different ways. Inclusivity of the youth, inclusivity of tribes, inclusivity of women, inclusivity of minorities, and everybody will sit at the table to ensure that Kenya becomes the country that we wanted it to be. So I lend my support.
Honorable Odhiambo Ochieng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for granting me this opportunity to contribute to this debate on this historic bill. That's the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable Gekaria, what is it? What is out of order, Honorable Gekaria?
Honorable Speaker, I want your guidance. Honorable Speaker, I was here at 8. And let me finish, Honorable Speaker. I was here at 8. And when I put my card, unfortunately, when Wanga wanted to speak, they gave her my mic. And I raised that issue with the then Speaker, Honorable Cheboy. Bakasai, I went down again. A second time, I put my card in. Again, I am Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker had ruled that I will remain at the number I was, because it's not my mistake. And I want to speak to this and support this very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg.
Honorable Gekaria, I will trace. I will trace your issue, particularly if the Speaker actually pronounced himself on it. But for now, Honorable Ochieng.
Mr. Speaker, for that small interlude. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution to this bill, I wish to register special accolades to His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for placing our country on the pedestal of reconciliation and for forging a path of ethnic cohesion and national unity. Mr. Speaker, sir, these two Kenyans placed Kenya first. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you also for offering, the substantive Speaker offered a legal and procedural guidance to the House on the manner in which the bill would be considered. I also wish to thank the Joint Senate, JLAC, for its comprehensive reports that has highlighted a majority of pertinent issues arising from the BBI. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me delve on the fundamental reasons as to why I and the people of Game support this bill. This bill takes a great step in addressing the underlying problems that have caused division in this republic. That is the issues of divisive elections and promotion of gender equity in governance, strengthening the structure of devolution and increasing resource allocation to our counties. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind the members of this House that this bill before us is won by popular initiative, and therefore it's a very special amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know the weights and latitude that has been placed upon this bill, we need to look at the provisions of Article 257, Clause 10, It states as follows, Mr. Speaker, sir. If either House of Parliament fails to pass this bill, the bill relates to a matter mentioned in 255(1), the proposed amendment shall be submitted to the people in referendum. What it says is, whether this House supports or opposes this bill, whether Senate supports or opposes this bill will get to the people of the Republic of Kenya. And it's up to the people of the Republic of Kenya to say yes or no in the forthcoming referendum. Mr. Speaker, this House does not have to become a House that acts in futility by opposing an amendment which the people themselves proposed and which will no doubt be passed at the referendum vote. I am aware, I've listened to many of my colleagues that are opposing this bill, and I want to tell them as I speak, many of them opposing this bill will be the beneficiaries in 2022 when the elections are called. They'll be the very people who will sit in cabinets. So I ask them to search themselves, to search their souls, so that they come to the right framework, because the many people who opposed the 2010 Constitution, themselves became the benefactors of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, a number of clauses that were given in the report of JLAC, especially if you look at the clause 67 of the bill, which proposes Article 247 on the National Police Service. It sees a situation where we can harmonize certain functions within the Commission with the function of centrality of command by the Inspector of the National Police. Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out. If you had a central command, my heart goes out to one member of my constituency, Javan, who was murdered last night. If we had an efficient police system, Javan, who is a great footballer from Gombe in game, would never have died. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because this bill will anchor the CDF and the World Development Fund in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. And if you have a rogue governor in the county who may not want the World Development Fund, once we have mainstreamed the World Development Fund in the bill, the governor will have no opportunity to remove it. Even though what has been given to the world reps is a meager 2%, is a meager 5%, I believe that in the years to come, the generations after us will have an opportunity to build on what you have done, what we'll be doing today. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad that clause 16 proposes to create the office of the official opposition leader, and I can see many members there are practicing that role. I'm glad that when that position is created, we'll see them occupy that position with a lot of grace. Mr. Speaker, sir, clause 28 also creates the position of Prime Minister. This will ensure that there's inclusivity in governance in this republic. Let me say this, Speaker, having looked at the total bill in totality, I think if you look at the benefits vis-a-vis the basic losses, the bill is more beneficiary to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Our generation, which we stand by here today, if we don't pass this bill, will be taken to the dustbins of.
Number 2, Mchebet.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to speak to this BBI proposal or bill. Honorable Speaker, before I add my voice, I just want to say the Deputy President is not an equation in BBI. We are not discussing the Constitution of 2010. We are discussing the Constitution of 2020 or 2021 or so. Honorable Speaker, there are some areas I support in BBI. We know the youth have been given 2 positions, 1 female, 1 male. We know PWDs, whom we serve as women reps, have been given 4 positions, 2 male and 2 female. They only wanted, Honorable Speaker, an electoral college like US and Uganda, where they can elect their own people so that they are not, they don't owe their allegiance to the nominating party. We should not take for granted the 6.5 million persons with disabilities in this nation. Honorable Speaker, I know there are 94 senators, 47 women, 47 men. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the women rep positions. Honorable Speaker, right now, I would not be here if I was competing with men from Nandi County. I'm just here because of affirmative action. Honorable Speaker, we are given 2 billion per year. And the 2 billion we take care of PWDs, persons with disabilities, women and youth. Honorable Speaker, in Nandi County, I purchased 225 tents on hire, for hire. Honorable Speaker, the women of Nandi, in 5 days get 3.5 million. In 10 days, they get 6.7 million. Who are going to support those women when we are taken to Senate where there are no funds? Honorable Speaker, give me time to talk. You talked. Honorable Speaker, we have been giving women cooking classes, makers. Honorable Speaker, we are cutting the environment of this country because of global warming. The women right now have less to do because we do affirmative work. I know, like me, I gave 200. I know she gave 300. Honorable Lima, who is nominated, gave 300. Honorable Speaker, global warming will not be an issue if the women reps are left here. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of cabinet ministers, the BBI says the president may appoint cabinet ministers from here. May. So that will be taken to Senate. If we are in Senate and we want to be cabinet ministers, how are we going to earn as a cabinet minister? Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the issue of youth. Honorable Speaker, BBI is saying prompt payment of money owed to the youth, 60 days. Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of youth right now. They are owing banks billions. Some of people's children are lost because they cannot meet the obligations of the banks. Honorable Speaker, this should be done by the Cabinet Secretary right now so that our children are not lost. Honorable Speaker, they have done things for the government. They have done the roads. They have done quite a number of things in the counties, but they have not been paid. Honorable Speaker, we need something to be done to those youths of our country. Honorable Speaker, lastly, the 70% to be nominated constituencies, 70 constituencies. My submission and my prayer let these 70 go to the women of Kenya, because we are not able to come 60 of us here. If by God's grace, we come 60 next year, 2022, it will be 16%. And the Constitution says not more than 2/3. 120 women are required to be here so that they meet the 2/3 threshold. Honorable Speaker, my prayer is the 70% should be meant for women. So 70% meant for constituency should go for women. Why? We are going to go to courts because women cannot be 120. We cannot come 120. We don't have the resources to fight with these men. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm just saying I cannot sacrifice my job. I cannot sacrifice my seat and the seat of women of Kenya. Thank you.
Honorable Chebet, which men are you fighting with? There isn't. Honorable Kingara.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia mwanya huu, igawaje tumengojea sana. Kwanza kabisa ni kusema mimi naunga mkono mswada huu ulio yako mbele yetu. Moja muhimu isipokuwa inakuja kwa pole ni vile mswada huu unataka kuwe na uwiano wa Afrika Mashariki na hasa Afrika kwa jumla. Na nipendekeze wakati Mheshimiwa Suluhu alikuja hapa, aliongea vile tunaweza kuwa na usawa na vile tunaweza kuwa na maendeleo, lakini maendeleo hayawezi kupatikana kama hakuna uhuru na suluhu la maendeleo yale. Na jambo moja na kutafuta suluhu la maendeleo yale ni kuwa na usawa katika rasilimali ya serikali na vile vile usawa katika mambo ya kazi za mashinani hasa maeneo bunge. Na nikinguzia Bwana Spika, ningetaka kutambua hii eneo bunge la Ruto ambao ni mnawakilisha saa hii liko na idadi ya watu 600,000. Pale mwaka 2019 walikuwa watu 490,000 na eneo hilo Bwana Spika liko na watu wengi kuliko zaidi ya kaunti 6 zile nitataja. Lakini mapato mimi napewa kama mtu wa eneo bunge. Ukiangalia Saburu wako na watu 300,000. Ukiangalia Tana River wako na watu 300,000. Taita Taveta 340,000. Tharaka Nithi wako na 393,000. Ukiingia Lamu wako na 140,000. Lakini Roiro na ni eneo bunge wako watu 490,000. Na mapato yale tunapewa hapa, mimi napewa pesa usawa na wale maeneo yale nimetaja, na wako na wabunge zaidi ya 3 kwenda juu. Bwana Spika, saa hii mwingine anasema nadanganya, nataka watu waende katika stakabadhi watakuta hili, na nasema mimi ni la kweli kabisa. Na mimi ningesema hivi Bwana Spika, saa hii nimesimama hapa nikichangia wale watu wanataka basari kwangu, wale wamekuja kuomba basari kwangu eneo bunge la Ruiru ni watu 90,000. 90,000 ndio wameleta fomu, wameweka hapo kwa meza. Zile pesa niko nazo ni milioni 30 peke yake, ukigawa kila mtu apate 100,000 peke yake. Bwana Spika, mimi naakilisha nani? Usawa uko wapi wa rasilimali ya serikali? Kwa hivyo ombi langu ni hata watu wengine wakumbuke watu kama sisi Kengara tunakaaje kule na hao watu. Na haitawezekana kuwa na maendeleo mwafaka katika eneo bunge la Ruiru na maeneo mengine yaliyo na watu wengi kama hakuna usawa wa rasilimali ya serikali. Bwana Spika, lingine ningegusia huenda likaleta maendeleo mema ni kama mawaziri watatoka katika bunge. Mawaziri wakitoka katika bunge, pesa ya serikali itakuwa haiendi sana kwa sababu wengi watakuwa wamechaguliwa kutoka bunge. Lakini changamoto ni vile imeandikwa pale ati labda wanaweza. Ningeomba kama ilingekuwa lazima watoke katika mbunge. Ikiwa hivyo ingekuwa hata ile uoga haingekuwa na sisi. Lingine ningengusia Bwana Spika. Hata nikiongea wa ule usawa wa ABC. Ukiangalia katika utaratibu na pendekezo la ABC, mbunge mmoja anatakiwa kusimamia watu 1,033. Kwa hivyo wakati nimepata suluhu ya kugawa Ruiru na vipande kama vitatu, ndio mimi niwache kuwakilisha watu 600,000, niwakilishe watu 1,100 labda na 60, ingekuwa ni sawa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni kwa nini watu haoni haja ya kuunga mkono mswada huu. Vile vile Bwana Spika, ukiangalia kama sasa watu wako wengi na mnaile na rasilimali ni kidogo, mahospitali inakuwa ni duni, mashule ni duni, hata usalama katika eneo lile ni duni, pesa za barabara Bwana Spika ni duni, na halafu tunalalamika na sisi ndio tumekataa kuweka mikakati mwafaka yale yataweza kuleta uwiano katika maendeleo ya eneo. Bwana Spika, inaweza kuwa labda wawili watatu walisema jambo la kusita, jambo la kuumiza, lakini tuangalie mbali tuone ni wapi mwananchi atapata haki yake. Bwana Spika, katika utaratibu ule kuna jambo lingine la maana sana, kule kwa kupeleka pesa zaidi katika serikali zetu gatuzi. Na kama pesa itaenda mashinani Bwana Spika, yale nimesema yataambatana na maendeleo na rasilimali itafikia Mwanakenya wote, na usawa na uwiano utapatikana katika maendeleo. Na vile vile kuna pale kumenguziwa kuangalia maneno ya jinsia ambao akina mama wetu hawata.
What is out of order?
They are wasting time.
Give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I was kindly requesting the consultation. It was too loud here. Thank you.
Yes, especially
you want to listen.
Honorable, the two, Honorable Rosa and Honorable Member for Migori. Now, Honorable Kingara, please proceed.
Bwana Spika, kwa unyenyekevu muda umekuliwa kidogo, tafadhali dakika 2 niweze kutamatisha.
Na you have a remainder of 1 minute.
Kabla sijatamatisha Bwana Spika, na asante sana, niseme mambo ya jinsia ni ya maana sana. Na wakati kutakuwa na usawa katika utekelezaji wa mambo hasa ya kiserikali, hilo mimi naunga mkono. Kwa hivyo katiba hii wakati imesema tukumbuke akina mama wetu au jinsia hiyo, mimi naunga mkono hayo, na hayo ni maneno yataleta maendeleo. Bwana Spika, hata kama katiba huenda isiwe 100%, kama imefika 90% au 70%, kwa nini tusiunge mkono? Mimi naunga mkono. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Kimani, but before you speak, honorable members, let me advise you, because some members are leaving the chamber, and I do appreciate members have been here from morning, and it will only be fair, those who have been here from morning, when we come back in the afternoon, they get the slots first. Let me advise you, when you are getting out, don't log out. Leave your card in logged in, so that those who are top will be top in the afternoon. Because I do appreciate the patience members have had on this one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just like the leader of majority, the people's leader of majority said, I also rise to defend the Constitution of 2010 as I saw in 2013 and in 2017 to defend and protect the Constitution of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, this BBI process is a culmination of the handshake and the BBI task force work, Honorable Speaker, started in 2018 by the two presidential candidates who were there in 2017. Honorable Speaker, I must be quick to mention that this document to me is a poisoned chalice anchored on treachery and loaded with deception, Honorable Speaker.
It is a very deceptive document, Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, because it is billed as a popular initiative. And in the strict definition of what is a popular initiative, Honorable Speaker, it depicts that it is people-led, it is a process done by the people, for the people, in the interest and for the benefit of the people. But Honorable Speaker, guided by what the Honorable Speaker guided this House, that indeed he finds it to be a popular initiative, may I be quick to point out that it is indeed a popular initiative by the political class in this country. It is a popular initiative by the political class for the benefit and for the interest of only the political class. Honorable Speaker, in defense of the 2010 Constitution, this document closed back on the gains that we enacted with the 2010 Constitution. From a point where, Honorable Speaker, that members in this House and this Assembly can vet cabinet secretaries, we are now clawing back on those powers and taking the powers away from ourselves to give unfettered powers to the President to appoint cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries without vetting. Honorable Speaker, we are taking away powers from constitutional commissions that we created. The commission, the National Police Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and giving powers to an IG, an individual, Honorable Speaker. No wonder, Honorable Speaker, there is already steps to abuse powers by the IG and officers under his watch. Honorable Speaker, we are taking powers from the Judicial Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, and giving these powers to an ombudsman. We are also clawing back on the independence of the judiciary, as many people have said, and I'm trying not to repeat a lot of the things that have been said, Honorable Speaker, that we are taking away powers from the JSC, Honorable Speaker, a JSC that previously or currently sets up a tribunal to listen to issues that touch on judicial officers, and giving the JSC unfettered powers to even discipline judicial officers. If there is a clearer way of clawing back on the independence of the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, it is through such measures where the JSC, as it is constituted today, Honorable Speaker, it is heavily loaded with people leaning towards the executive, giving powers then to this JSC to punish judicial officers, Honorable Speaker. You are simply saying that judicial officers in this country, at the passage of this Constitution, and God forbid that it passes with the people, judicial officers will be punished indirectly by the executive using their stooges in the JSC. Honorable Speaker, why I say this document is loaded with deception, Honorable Speaker. Look at what we are promising our youth. Not just youth commissions, that we will waive, BBI will waive taxes to our youth. I want to speak to the Kenyan youth today, Honorable Speaker. I wonder how many Kenyan youth, the ordinary Kenyan Wanjiku, the ordinary Kenyan hustler youth, have companies that will benefit from the tax waivers. If we intend to waive taxes to our youth, we only need to do it next week or the week after with the finance bill before this House. I want to tell the Kenyan youth, the deception that we will be confronted with is that we will tell you we will waive taxes for your companies. The companies will be waiving taxes for, Honorable Speaker, are the companies that you saw in the COVID billionaire scandal. Companies that were registered 1 month, the following month, they are getting tenders worth billions. But you know the youth who own those companies, where they belong to, which families they come from, Honorable Speaker. Those are the ones who create tax incentives for. If we want to give our youth tax waivers, let us do it next week with the finance bill. But the truth is that we will be loading our Kenyan youth, their mothers, their fathers, their children, their grandfathers and grandmothers with heavy taxes with the finance bill that is coming before this House. That will be the truth, not the deception that is in BBI. We are deceiving Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, that we can only delimit constituencies by amending this Constitution. Whereas we know clearly we can delimit constituencies through IBC without amending a single article of this Constitution, Honorable Speaker. The Holy Book, in the book of Mark, chapter 8, verse 36, Honorable Speaker, asks me, what shall you profit from if you gain the whole world and lose your soul? I sit here and I stand here as a member of parliament coming from Kiambu that is benefiting from 6 constituencies under this amendment. But asking myself, what shall I profit with if I lose the soul and heart of the country, our unity, because Kiambu is getting 6 constituencies, or because my neighbors Nairobi are getting so many constituencies? We will lose the soul of this country, which is our unity, Honorable Speaker, because of the deception that is in this bill. Honorable Speaker, we are deceiving ourselves and deceiving the country. That is only through BBI that Honorable Kingara from Ruiru here will be able to get additional money at his constituency level. Honorable Speaker, it is common sense, it is simple standard one arithmetics that if the base of our CDF is not changing, Honorable Speaker, with 36 billion divided by 290 constituencies, if you divide by 360 constituencies, the base goes lower, you get less money. Honorable Kingara will give less money to his people in Ruiru, and so will you in your constituency. The deception in this document, Honorable Speaker, I can only ask the people of Kenya. You may not have the guns, you may not have the bullets to stop these people from further enslaving you, but you have your ballots. Stop them at the ballot. Here we will be bought, we will be bribed, they will intimidate, they will coerce. Let them not coerce and intimidate you at the ballot. The people of Kenya, rescue yourselves, stop them from further enslaving you.
Honorable Buyu, and Honorable Kalia have noted your issue. Honorable Kalia have noted your issue. We now have Honorable Akinyi.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And from the onset, I'd like to say that I fully support the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as the woman representative of Kisumu County, one of the areas of this country that was highest hit or bore the biggest brunt of any election violence. Mr. Speaker, it is in Kisumu County where we had young people lose their lives senselessly. Mr. Speaker, Kisumu County bears the brunt of having children being killed, innocent children killed, while their mothers are holding them. Mr. Speaker, I speak to the baby, the child, baby Pendo, who was senselessly killed while the mother was holding her just because of election violence. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to speak as a woman because during election violence, it is the women who also bear the brunt of the violence during elections. Mr. Speaker, we've heard of women being physically abused during election violence. We've heard of women being raped. Mr. Speaker, we have women who've had to bury their loved ones, their loved children, because they've been senselessly killed. So as I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, I speak for my constituents and I speak for the women folk at large. Mr. Speaker, my mind goes back to the words of the majority leader when he presented the bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader said that when you think of BBI, think of peace, think of unity, think of security. And given those three adjectives, Mr. Speaker, I fully support BBI, considering that what Kisumu County is looking for is unity, is peace, is security, so that never again will we have to lose lives. Mr. Speaker, unmet expectations, heightened by the policy or our election policy where the winner takes it all, is what creates violence after every election. Mr. Speaker, we clearly saw after 2013 election where 2 regions stood to be eating meat as 42 other regions or other tribes watched them in hunger. Mr. Speaker, this is what BBI is trying to solve. BBI is bringing in inclusivity through the expanded executive so that we don't have only 2 tribes eating as 42 tribes are hungry and watching and drooling. This is being cured by BBI. Honorable Speaker, what BBI seeks to do is to encourage that more regions will be included in the expanded executive. Because when more regions are included, Mr. Speaker, more regions get ownership of the governance of this country. And as such, we will not have a situation where some people are eating as others are drooling over their meat. Mr. Speaker, I know that people have said, or some people have actually come up to say, that when we are creating jobs through expanded executive. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that the people who are going to occupy those positions are people who will have already been elected and will be members of this House. So what will be enhanced is extra responsibility and not new people occupying new positions. Honorable Speaker, my mind goes back to the words of President Obama, the former president of USA, when he last visited Kenya. Mr. Speaker, he actually quipped that you cannot have a good governance, or you cannot have a country where only half of the players are participating. Honorable Speaker, we know that in this country, women make up 52% of our Kenyan population. But we know that in most of the political leadership or decision-making positions, women have been left behind. And BBI comes to solve this issue. Honorable Speaker, BBI creates
Order,
a 50...
Honorable Akinyi, I'm afraid it is 2 p.m. Now, you have a remainder of your 2.5 minutes when this resumes this afternoon. Honorable members, I do really appreciate that members have been seated here from morning. I urge you to please leave your card logged in so that those who are top remain top in the afternoon. And then I would direct the sergeant at arms to make sure the cards remain as they are, so that then in the afternoon we are fair to members.
Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, the time being 2 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Thursday, 6th May 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
Ministers, senior government officials from Tanzania and Kenya, captains of industry and business executives here present. Let me begin, ladies and gentlemen, by once again taking this opportunity to thank my dear sister Samia Suluhu Hassan, and indeed her entire delegation, for making this historic maiden visit to Kenya. Tunasema asanti sana. As I said, it is historic on many fronts, including it being the very first state visit by a female president of the East African region to a neighboring country. Kwa hivyo, safari hii itaandikwa kwa vitabu ya historia ya Afrika Mashariki. During the last 2 days, we have had the benefit of fruitful bilateral consultations touching on a wide range of subjects to promote the interests of the people of Tanzania and Kenya. Indeed, all Kenyans are excited and proud, and we have confidence, Madam President, that you will maintain the well-established tradition of promoting the bilateral and multilateral interests, not only of the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, but also of the entire East African community. Today, we are together again at this meeting of business leaders from both our countries. And I believe Your Excellency will agree with me that prosperity for our two countries hinges on creating a conducive business environment, boosting economic cooperation, and growing mutually beneficial trade and investment. I believe we have a common desire to promote and support the business community, an objective that is reflected in the theme of this forum, promoting trade and tourism and investment between Kenya and Tanzania within the East African Community Customs Union framework. So, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate again that Kenya and Tanzania enjoy cordial relations going back to our pre-independence days, and Tanzania continues to be a key partner of Kenya in many areas, from security to agriculture, pharmaceuticals, petroleum, finance, trade of manufactured goods, energy, and general trade. Indeed, our two countries were among the three founding members of the East African Community in the year 2000, following the collapse of the original community in 1977. And we have since continued to work together to ensure that our community remains a strong pillar of our relations. The East African Community, through the East African Customs Union and the East African Community Common Market Protocol, has opened our borders and unlocked opportunities for the free movement of goods, services, and investments across the East African borders. This should have paved the way for trade to thrive, create new opportunities, and increase trade volumes. This, supported by a vibrant and an entrepreneurial private sector, trade between our countries has thrived, but we must accept that it has yet to reach the levels that we all expected. Total trade was valued at 60.4 billion Kenya shillings in 2012 and Kenya shillings 58 billion in 2020, indicating a slight decline. In the years 2016, 2017, and 18, trade was valued at 47.5 billion, 45.6 billion, and Kenya shillings 47.5 billion respectively. This reflects challenges in the trade regime, which, as we have heard from friends in the private sector, we need to urgently address. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our private sector should by now be looking beyond our borders to seize opportunities accorded by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which came into effect on the 1st of January this year, and the older but still important East African Community and EU Economic Partnership Agreement. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area trading arrangement offers numerous opportunities for the business community and great potential to enhance inter-Africa trade to levels that we have never experienced before. Also important is the East African Community EU Economic Partnership Agreement. The Protocol on Rules of Origin under the EAC EU EPA allows our manufacturers to accumulate materials for the East Africa, the ACP, and the AU for conversion into finished products exported to the EU and other markets. I believe this could broaden the reach of our exporters and attract major investments into our respective countries. In this regard, Your Excellency, as we work collaboratively under these trade regimes to unlock the potential of our private sector's creativity, I wish to request your government to give effect to these two agreements through their ratification. In response to the conclusions reached by our business leaders, I wish to agree with the proposal that we have heard from your Minister of Trade, that they shall meet in the next 4 weeks and resolve all non-tariff barriers and other restrictions that have adversely affected trade between our two countries. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we here in Kenya have implemented far-reaching structural and economic policy reforms which have significantly improved Kenya's business environment. I am indeed aware that you too are working in Tanzania to have similar structural and economic policy reforms also aimed to promote economic growth. I believe there is a lot that we can learn from each other by working together and collaborating on these reforms. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi ningependa kwa kumalizia kusema ya kwamba naona tuko na nafasi na naamini ya kwamba tuko na nia ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tukifanya pamoja tunaweza kuinua uchumi wa Tanzania na uchumi wa Kenya. Naamini Mheshimiwa Rais kwa dhati ya kwamba tukiingia kwa kazi hii kwa njia ya kushirikiana, ushindi utakuwa wa wananchi wa nchi zetu mbili. Vile tulikuwa tunasema hapo awali, Kenya na Tanzania na wananchi wetu wakijiona kama mandugu ambao wanashirikiana badala ya kushindana, sisi wote tutashinda. Hatuna lolote la kushindana sisi. Yetu ni tushirikiane. Kwa sababu tukijiona kama nchi ambazo zinashindana, hatutaweza kupata wale wawekezaji wakubwa ambao wataweza kuja kuweka viwanda vyao katika nchi zetu na nchi za Afrika Mashariki. Lakini ile ambacho tutaona ni kazi ambazo zingeenda kwa vijana wetu, hizo viwanda vikiwa hapa, hazitakuja kwa vijana wetu, badala kazi hizo zitakuwa nchi zingine, kwa sababu soko yetu itakuwa ndogo na sisi ndio tutakuwa tunanunua bidhaa za nchi zingine za nje, badala ya tusaidiane, tuseme njooni tushirikiane, tujenge viwanda vyetu viwe vikubwa. Ndio badala ya kuwa sisi tuatoa mizigo yetu kutoka, sitaki kutaja nchi ndio mtu asiseme hii na hii, lakini tuseme nchi za nje, tuwe tunanunua bidhaa ambazo zimeundwa katika nchi zetu, na ndio vijana wetu waweze kupata kazi. na ndipo nasema tukishirikiana, ushindi ni wa wananchi wa jamhuri zetu mbili. Ushindi
If you look at our partners in the other regions, there's normally a lot of corporate support for cultural heritage conservation. And this is something that we would like to emulate on the African continent. We would like to have private partnerships, corporate organizations, parastatals, and the government agencies that might have the resources in order to provide the necessary funding, the necessary technical support, and the goodwill that is really required to promote and develop and to uphold Africa's cultural heritage. Africa World Heritage Day is a day established by UNESCO in recognition of Africa's cultural heritage. As you might know, Africa is very diverse. Africa has a very diverse population representing different ethnic groups, different religions, with different backgrounds, which makes it one of the continents with the most diverse cultural heritage. Unfortunately, Africa has had a number of challenges. It is underrepresented in the World Heritage List. It is still struggling with issues of trying to repatriate most of its ethnographic collections that somehow found its way into museums and collections that are outside of this continent. Thirdly, there's still a big challenge with technical capacity in terms of handling, interpreting, and maintaining the cultural heritage within the African region. Thirdly, of course, there's the issue of resources. Africa is still struggling to meet her basic necessities, trying to put necessary infrastructure in place. So that leaves very little resources that can be accorded to cultural heritage. At the Lamu World Heritage Site, we are very grateful that there's been an ease on the COVID regulations. So today we actually had a group of children. We are focusing on the youth, and in fact, even in the African context, the focus right now is on the youth to try and to change or to make them more aware of their cultural heritage. So we had a group from Madrasatul Habshi join us in cleaning two of the most significant tombs within Lamu town. One of them is the tomb of Mwanahidi Famau, a very pious, prominent lady in Lamu's history. We went there and we cleaned her tomb. The other tomb that was visited today was a tomb of the famous Lamu Liwali, Zahid Gumi, to whom the construction of this fort is actually accredited to. And we also had PowerPoint presentations on the different cultural heritage items that we have in
lady, how much time do I have? I'm muted, Esther. How much time do we have, my lady? The Constitution.
All right, Council, we start with you, Mr. Harvey.
My lady, I needed to know how much time do I have so that I compartmentalize my...
The interested parties, we had given you 10 minutes in the directions that we gave in February.
10 minutes. Okay. My lady, could you please make it 15?
Council, after 15 is Aisha too. Okay, 15.
Borrow high, my lady. My lady, I will start with what is stated in Article 261, Sub-Article 7. My ladies and my lords, the failure or refusal by Parliament to enact two-third gender principle legislation as demanded by Article 27, Sub-Article 8, invited a constitutional penal consequence of dissolution. The significance of this penal consequence was underscored by the Court of Appeal in the Speaker of the National Assembly versus Center for Rights and Education. This decision is found at page 103 of my replying affidavit. And this is what the Court of Appeal said at page 103. Page 103, second last paragraph. That to us does not speak of good faith efforts to implement the gender principle, and is precisely the kind of conduct that the people of Kenya wanted to avoid by writing into the Constitution Article 261. Article 261 was a self-executing mechanism designed by the people of Kenya. Now, with that background, I tend to highlight 3 points which, in our humble view, are dispositive of all petitions challenging the advisory made on the 21st of September 2020 by the Chief Justice to the President of the Republic of Kenya to dissolve Parliament. The first question which we seek to submit on is whether Parliament and the Attorney General, being 2 arms of government, have locus standi to espouse a constitutional petition alleging violation of rights under the Bill of Rights or contravention of the Constitution. It is our case that the Bill of Rights is enforceable only by the citizen and not by the government. That, in essence, is the tenet upon which the social contract, the basic framework of modern government, is founded. A person has been defined in the Constitution under Article 260. State officers and state agencies have also been defined. And throughout the text of the Constitution, that dichotomy is explicit. It will be an anathema if those two arms of government were to be permitted to espouse a claim of violation of rights. One decision suffices to settle this question. That decision is extracted at paragraph 13 of our submission. It is the case of Kenya Bass versus the Attorney General, in which the court stated affirmatively that rights inure for the benefit of the people as against the state and not otherwise. Oh, sorry. My lady, in that decision, Kenya Bar Services versus Attorney General, yes, paragraph 13 of my submissions, paragraph 13, my lady. And the relevant extract will be found at page 136 of the bundle of authorities. And the ratio decidendi emanating from that decision is that rights inure for the benefit of the people as against the state and not otherwise. Permit me to proceed to the second issue. And the second issue is whether the advisory is an administrative action and therefore amenable to judicial review, or is a people delegated function immune from judicial challenge. On this issue, the petitioner in 291, Conchella, has stated that the advisory is an administrative function. The petitioners in the case by Parliament and the Attorney General have stated that this is a special judicial function. We take the position that this function of the Chief Justice is neither of the two. And it is in the realm of functions that are non-justiciable. I premise this argument on the text by Professor D. Smith, the 7th edition, which we have extracted at page 84. And this is what the eminent scholar of public law states. The boundary is now set using three main techniques by, and I emphasize, defining the jurisdiction of the court, holding some functions to be non-justiciable, even though not falling outside the court's jurisdiction. It is not disputed an action of the Chief Justice, if not taken in his capacity as a judge, being a judicial function, is amenable to challenge before the court. However, when acting under Article 261, the Chief Justice exercises people's delegate power the same power that the Speaker of the National Assembly exercises is people's delegate power. The same power that the President of the Republic of Kenya is supposed to exercise by dissolving Parliament. It is a people delegate power. And where do we find this postulation, this concept? This concept is the basic foundation of democratic governance, based upon the social contract. Let me refer the court to paragraph 29 of our submissions, paragraph 28 and 29, where John Locke has given an indicator of what should happen if the entire government or an arm thereof does not conform with the will of the people. And without regurgitating what is written in Locke, the point is this: the people hold the residual power to dissolve the entire government or an arm thereof and reconstitute it anew. Ideally, that is the power of assembling and dismissing. In parliamentary parlance, the power of assembling and dismissing is often called prorogation and dissolution. The Constitution of Kenya has only one instance in which Parliament may be dissolved by the President, and that is for failure to enact two-thirds gender compliance laws. The adjunct to this question is the assertion by Parliament and the Attorney General that Parliament lady, how much time do I have? I'm muted, Esther. How much time do we have, my lady?
Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled. Grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honourable members, I must actually congratulate you this morning. It's very unlike a Wednesday morning to have a quorum in one go. I mean Thursday, more used to Wednesday mornings. And more seriously, that by the time we are getting to Parliament, to the chamber, we already have 54 requests. I'm not so sure which one, and 8 interventions. 8 interventions. Now, I do not know which is what is out of order at this point in time, but as soon as we take off, I will be interested in knowing what it is. So let's start our business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Under this particular order, we have the leader of majority tabling papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, on morning sitting. The reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. Number 1, the National Assembly. 2, Parliamentary Service Commission. Number 3, Parliamentary Mortgage Loan Scheme Fund. Number 4, the Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund. Number 5, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Number 6, the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development. Number 7, the Commission on Administrative Justice. Number 8, the Kenya Slum Upgrading Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund, KENSAP, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Number 9, Provident Fund of the National Treasury. Number 10, the Railway Development Levy Fund, Operations Account for State Department for Transport, and lastly, the Ministry of Defense. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So we go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Do we still have? Who is? Oh yes, is that the Chair of Finance? What happened? I have not seen anything from your end, but you have papers to lay. Proceed. I thought you probably got too mixed up with what was happening yesterday.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, May 6, 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 48 of 2019.
working conditions of workers at the Kwale International Sugar Company Limited. And 5, the report on the Transport, Public Works and Housing Committee on consideration of the bilateral air services agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the Russian Federation. And lastly, the report on the Public Works and Housing Committee on the explanatory memorandum on the bilateral air service agreement between Kenya and the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, the budget cycle is still ongoing, and we have already received the budget estimates for the financial year 2021-2022. The Departmental Committee and the Budget and Appropriation Committee will be required to fast-track consideration of the estimates, given the short timelines we are working with. This is because the House adopted a motion altering our calendar to reduce our May recess by a week to allow the House to expedite with the urgent business. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury will appear before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on Tuesday, the 11th of May, to answer number 1, question 071 of 2021 by the Honorable Samuel Atandi on the status of the emergency facility created following the collapse of Imperial Bank and Chase Bank. Question number 320 of 220 by the Honorable Zuleika Hassan on the pension dues owed to specific retired civil servants from Coast Region. And lastly, question number 133 of 2021 by the Honorable Godfrey Otsotsi on the declining national revenue performance and other issues relating to the management of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Madam Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene next week to reschedule the business for the coming week. And I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Very well. What is your point of order?
Speaker, thank you. I know there are modes of communication in this House, Mr. Speaker. One of which is the communication you also made last week and on the ruling and the procedures of this House, Mr. Speaker. But we have been also having communication from the office or the office of the whip. Today, particularly, Mr. Speaker, we have received SMSs claiming that we converge here by 2 for the purposes of voting. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your clarification on whether this message is true, and if it is true, Mr. Speaker, based on your ruling that we'll be discussing this, we'll be debating this matter until almost all members are over. What would you advise on this particular text, Mr. Speaker? I thank you.
Now, the communication has not come from me. So you want me to comment on communication that has come from the streets? Because you have not said where it has come from. But anyway, be that as it may, remember, I have given my ruling with regard to how our debate will continue. It is only the House itself, through a resolution, that can order that, in keeping going by the rules of the House. Yeah? If, for instance, many of you may desire that you conclude, then the Speaker cannot insist that you continue talking. All I would do is to put the question. And then that will, depending on how you vote, that will become the decision of the House. Yeah, Honorable Angeno. So just be satisfied with the fact that you can see me on the chair, and I still remember what I ruled. Very well. I'm informed that the member for Kisumu County was the one on the floor. I don't know what's the balance of time. What's the balance? How much?
Honorable Rosabuyu, I'm informed that you have a balance of 2.5 minutes.
We have not called the order.
What?
We've not called the order.
You have not called the order. Then go ahead.
Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading.
Yes, Honorable Rosa Akinyibuyu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to continue with what I was saying before we went for lunch. Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, I fully support the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution conclusively deals with the issue of 2/3 gender rule. We know that this has dogged this Parliament or Kenyans at large for a long, long time. But the Constitution or the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, actually goes even beyond the expectation, especially in the Senate, where it offers a 50-50% representation for both genders. Mr. Speaker, it is just not in the percentage, but it also gives the women equal voting powers as the men of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And added on to that, Mr. Speaker, the Senate have been given powers, Mr. Speaker, to actually oversight all revenues that are generated within the counties. Mr. Speaker, this means that the senators who will be sitting in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, will have a direct influence on any project that will be going on in the counties, Mr. Speaker. In mind, I read Article 43, Mr. Speaker, where we have the right for housing, the right for comfortable housing, Mr. Speaker, right for water, all the rights that really affect the women and the men in the grassroots will actually be affected by the senators in this amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment also offers a mechanism in which people or women will be nominated into the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that in 2007 and in 2013, both years when I contested and actually received so many votes, I could not be nominated because there was no mechanism. But now the Constitution gives us a mechanism so that whoever is nominated into the National Assembly comes with a whole lot of supporters behind them, Mr. Speaker. And this will give a strong voice to the women who will be nominated. Mr. Speaker, I want to say again that I support and fully support this Constitution amendment. Thank you.
And I think the staff that are dealing with the equipment, they must stop, playing around with the machines. I am not in any way able to tell. When everybody comes and tells me I was here at 8 a.m., I was here at 9. Now, how am I able to confirm that? Surely, I am aware that by the time I arrived in this building, I found some 4 members at 8:30. But I am aware that all of them contributed in the earlier sitting. But I remember finding them hovering here, somewhere here as early as 8, it is true. But I have no way of knowing with this machine. But when I sat here, the first person whose name I saw was the one of the Honorable Mishra. But it has disappeared, I don't know how. No, his name was that. Now the member for Honorable Tren, you cannot be raising your hand up and you are standing in front of him. So the Honorable Mishra, because I saw, and that's why I'm saying, please, members, don't come to tell me you are here at 8. I have no way of confirming that here from the screen here. There are some of you who have said that you left your accounts and you don't know who removed them. Now, how would I solve that kind of situation? Even if so many of you are saying that, answering in the affirmative that it is true.
If I were to now listen to all that, who do I say is the one who was first? Who was ahead of who? So let me just follow the way it is. For avoidance of doubt, Honorable Mishra.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I rise to support the famous historical bill BBI, the best bill internationally, because today, after 2010 Constitution, the time has arrived and ripened for the bill to be amended. I won't take much time. I'll just take point who touched each and every and one all Kenyans. That is devolution. That is the revolution in ethnicity, that is inclusivity. That is the Health Commission, Youth Commission, gender balance in political positions, including governor, and also for entrepreneurship, small-scale industry, 7 years holiday in tax. But now I'll tell you, sir, the politicians, they think for the next election, but the leaders, they think about the next generation. So the bill who is opposing, they are politicians, but who are supporting are leaders of this country. Now today I will tell you, the history will be written. I request to my every colleagues, please don't be political and support the bill for our great country called Kenya. Constitution is not for votes. Constitution to save the sovereignty of our each and every citizen of Kenya. Please try to understand. Now let me tell you, handshake between the father of New Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta Muigai, and the father of Africa, Raila Odinga Amolo Jaramogi. Let me tell you, the handshake is prevented by coronavirus. The handshake is prevented by coronavirus. The people who are opposing this bill are supporting coronavirus. Thank you very much. God bless.
Yes. Yes.
No way.
Member for Kitui South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity that I've really been waiting for. On the onset, I want to declare that I support this bill. Honorable Speaker, it is still fresh in our minds when the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga stood on the stairs of Harambee House and had the handshake, the greatest handshake of our time, Honorable Speaker. Why do I call it this? Because our country was divided with those who felt that they were the winners. And our own counties, our own constituencies, our own villages, Honorable Speaker, were divided by those who felt that they were the winners and those who felt that they had also won. This handshake, Honorable Speaker, brought many, many more handshakes on the ground, many, many more hugs that made the difference, that brought peace in this country, that has caused so much change with regard to development, that gave peace to business community to be able to work, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that this handshake, Mr. Speaker, set the motion for peace and coexistence in this country between different communities, disregarding the person that each one had voted for in the 2017 election. It brought law and order. It brought a united country that we are celebrating today. It brought a comprehensive reform process that we are seeing today that has given this country a proper trajectory towards good development. Honorable Speaker, based on this, we got the Presidential Task Force on BBI that presented its recommendations that have now led to the document that we are discussing here. Mr. Speaker, this document was taken to Wajiko. The other day I heard one of the members trying to give us a different name for Wajiko. And I believe that, Honorable Speaker, that name will take so long to fly. Wagendo, Ogendo, trying to give us a different name. This document was given to Wajiko, the citizens of this country, the civil society, the faith-based organizations, CBOs, churches, private sector, and other experts who made it better. It was signed by over 1 million, Honorable Speaker, so many more. But those who are confirmed were over 1 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this document is good because it is going to result in harmonization of the roles of this bicameral house. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this parliament, those of us who have been lucky to be here in the 11th parliament and the 12th parliament, the sibling rivalry, the mediation meetings for bills that were so difficult because one house has decided that it is a no, no matter how good it is. This BBI bill, Honorable Speaker, gives the clear roles of the National Assembly and clear roles of the Senate, such that it stops the sibling rivalry that we have been experiencing, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this document brings the intention of the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of bringing a united country together with the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, replacing pure presidential system with an hybrid system, where honorable members of this August House, Honorable Speaker, will have a chance to become cabinet secretaries as part of the executive. Mr. Speaker, we have been suffering here, trying to respond to questions. And when a member, on behalf of a cabinet secretary, when a member asks another question or a question beyond the one that was asked to the cabinet secretary, all a chair can say is that I'll consult. Mr. Speaker, this is going to assist to make sure that it is easier to raise subsequent questions and a possibility of getting responses in real time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 gender rule is something that we have tried as women in this house. In the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I remember we did a lot of explaining, going round in this Parliament lobbying. Mr. Speaker, we held a dance for the male members of Parliament to try to explain to them why it is important to have more women in this house. We tried to come up with a bill associating it with Duale 1, Duale 2, Duale 3, in the hope that it was going to get more buying in. Mr. Speaker, now this has been sorted out by this BBI document that we have. Having women in this house, Mr. Speaker, we have evidence that we respect men for what they do. But we also agree that women are able to do as much as men can. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, talking about the Senate, give me a chance to speak, you spoke. The Senate, Honorable Speaker, will have 47 men and 47 women. They will not just be decorating that house, Mr. Speaker. A time has come when we need to know the women's vote in the Senate, and they cannot vote. Honorable Speaker, they'll have equal role in identification of projects in their counties. They'll also be able to vote, Honorable Speaker, in equal terms with the honorable members of Parliament. This gives respect to women of this country, that they'll be able to participate the way men are participating. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, I've heard that women saying that they'll be moved from the National Assembly to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, they can choose also to be here and identify single constituencies, and this will give them an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to also serve and maybe be identified in the executive. Honorable Speaker, I can see my time is up. I would like to say that 35% going to Kitui County and money going to wards. Honorable Speaker, because of that, I support this document, which is going to bring peace in this country and which is going to give this country the best trajectory to development without caring where someone comes from, without caring our tribes, without caring the people we associate with. And I would like to thank the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Kalonzo Musyoka. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also take this opportunity to contribute to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and say that I support it fully, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that many members have contributed, and this has been a very robust debate where members have given their views, Mr. Speaker, and this House is meant to be a house of debate, Mr. Speaker. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, has proved to be a bill that has interest.
Honourable members, okay, just a minute, Honourable Junet. Honourable members, if you just want to rise on a point of order because somebody has said something which you don't agree with, please, I want to just put this caution. If your point of order is one that somebody has said something which you don't agree with, and you purport that to be a point of order,
Immediately you do so, the next thing will be, you will be out of, for the balance of the session. I'm not going to, because please, honourable members, given the gravity of this motion, let us allow everybody to say what they have to say. Please, even if you don't agree with what they are saying, it's your right not to agree. But remember, they also have a right to say what they are saying. Honourable Sankok, let us hear your point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to seek your guidance if he is speaking as a promoter of the bill or as a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker, because he's a promoter of this particular bill. That is what I want just to request. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He is at liberty to contribute in either capacity or both. Proceed. That's not exactly the same.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I will get back my minute.
You will get.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Sankok. Let me just leave it. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is, I have said earlier that it is very important, Mr. Speaker. And members have really contributed to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and they have given their views. Mr. Speaker, this is the best way a constitution is made, Mr. Speaker, by giving everyone free, time so that he can speak his mind and say what he thinks, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Kenyans he represents, Mr. Speaker. But having said, Mr. Speaker, I have also seen members raising a few issues, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, members are saying that this bill is clawing back on the gains that we have made on the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And some of the issues, Mr. Speaker, they are raising, Mr. Speaker, is, abolishing, they are saying, the National Police Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, and giving powers to the Inspector General of Police. Mr. Speaker, I want to jog the memory of this House, Mr. Speaker. For those of us who were in this House last Parliament, under the leadership of the Majority Leader, Honorable Aden Duale, Mr. Speaker, the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, emphasized an independent Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker, which the Constitution says there shall be an independent Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. The same Majority Leader here brought a bill, Mr. Speaker, an amendment bill, that removed the powers of the independence of the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. In the sense, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution emphasizes that there will be an advertisement when the Inspector General is supposed to be appointed. Kenyans will apply. There will be vetting. Then the name will be taken to the President. The President brings it back to Parliament. Mr. Honorable Duale, with one fiat afternoon, Mr. Speaker, changed all that thing. And some of the members who are complaining here, Mr. Speaker, voted for that bill, Mr. Speaker, and said the President should be given powers to appoint the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today again the same members are complaining when they have joined the other side of the divide, Mr. Speaker. They were going to Canaan in Jubilee. Now they have joined another one. They have forgotten, Mr. Speaker, they are the ones who have weakened the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, another issue they have raised is the issue of the vetting of ministers, Mr. Speaker. From 2013, Mr. Speaker, when we came to this House, under the new Constitution, under your leadership, Mr. Speaker, we have been vetting cabinet ministers here and permanent principal secretaries, Mr. Speaker. Tell me one minister or one PS, Mr. Speaker, this House rejected, Mr. Speaker. Even the one that came without papers, Mr. Speaker, passed. And you know whom I'm talking about. I don't want to mention names, Mr. Speaker, who had only a birth certificate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us not be people who forget what they have done, Mr. Speaker. If vetting of PSS and ministers was to help this country, Mr. Speaker, why are we complaining about the corruption, malpractices that's happening in government, Mr. Speaker? We should have vetted the right people to go to the right offices, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not use avenues that have no value, Mr. Speaker, to malign or to mutilate this Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people are talking about eroding the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to say, I'm not a lawyer, it's true, and it's true I've not gone to a law school, Mr. Speaker. But some of these problems we are suffering from were created by lawyers, Mr. Speaker, who wrote for us this Constitution, Mr. Speaker. The winner take it all, the two-third gender, all that was written by lawyers as committee of experts, Mr. Speaker, not by laymen like me, Mr. Speaker, who have not stepped into a school of law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary, for example, now, they are saying we are eroding the independence. How? Mr. Speaker, ombudsman, you know, people don't know what Kenyans are going through, Mr. Speaker. They go appear before a magistrate court or before a judge, their judgment is delayed. Some of them, there's corruption. They are given the wrong judgment, Mr. Speaker. They have no avenue to complain to, Mr. Speaker. Why do we want to make the life of peasant farmers of this country, Mr. Speaker, who have been deprived of their land as a legislative house? Why can't we give them an avenue to go and complain to, Mr. Speaker? The ombudsman, he is going to take his complaint to the JSC, Mr. Speaker. He's not going to charge or to form a tribunal on any judge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these lies that are being propagated must stop, Mr. Speaker. Or if you have a political problem, solve it politically, Mr. Speaker. Let us face outside there politically. But the bill has got nothing to do with all those issues that are being raised, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, there are some lawyers I consult of late, Mr. Speaker, TJ Kajwang and Kaluma. Those are the lawyers I'm consulting. They have told me an article in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that says that the functions of the JSC, Mr. Speaker, in terms of disciplining judicial officers, Mr. Speaker, has stopped only at the magistrate level, Mr. Speaker. The JSC has no powers to discipline any judge, Mr. Speaker. They cannot hold any judge accountable on his judgment, Mr. Speaker. But the day they are employing a judge as JSC, Mr. Speaker, they hold him to account for all the judgments he has made, Mr. Speaker. When they interview him, like what we watched when William Mauko was being interviewed, or the nominee for the Chief Justice was being, they were talking about Marakwet case, I don't know which case. But when the judgment, Mr. Speaker.
Honour members, who are those? May I know? Who is this? Is this Honourable Amin?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker is fasting.
Honour members, whether you are fasting or not, when you come into the chamber, put your phone on silent mode or switch it off. Or don't even come with it like me. Just leave it in your office. Because you are coming to do solemn duty.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed. We'll give you more time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the JSC can only discipline magistrates, Mr. Speaker. Magistrates are also, they also do rulings like the judges. You can only appeal from their rulings to the High Court, to the Court of Appeal, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, you know, in this country, Mr. Speaker, the executive is held to account through an election every 5 years, Mr. Speaker. You elect the president who is the head of the executive, Mr. Speaker, and if he doesn't run his government well, you can throw him out. Members of the legislature here, Mr. Speaker, are held accountable by the people through an election, Mr. Speaker. If you don't perform according to what your constituents require, they will throw you out, Mr. Speaker. Where do we hold our judiciary accountable, Mr. Speaker? We don't want to empower the JSC. That's what BBI is proposing. We don't want to have an ombudsman, Mr. Speaker. And you know the kind of problems this country has got.
You have your extra 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the kind of problems this country has gone through bad judgments, Mr. Speaker, by certain judges, Mr. Speaker. Even some of them have been sacked because of corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us not throw the baby with the bathwater because of politics, Mr. Speaker. Political, issues, we will sort them out politically. But issues that are going to make this country economically, politically, and socially stable, Mr. Speaker, we must look at them in a bipartisan manner. We must look at them in a way that is led by wisdom, Mr. Speaker, because this country is bigger than all of us, Mr. Speaker. Today you may think this bill is being supported by the President, by the former Prime Minister, by the Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, by so-and-so. That is today, Mr. Speaker. This bill is supposed to cure issues that this country has suffered from for the last 50 years, Mr. Speaker. Inclusivity, Mr. Speaker. We have been having a government for the last 8 years, Mr. Speaker, that is run by 2 people, Mr. Speaker, and 2 communities. If you look even the establishment in government, Mr. Speaker, the first time of Jubilee, when you appoint somebody from Mount Kenya, the other one is from Eldoret, Mr. Speaker. You will never see any other name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under this BBI, when it goes through, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have an inclusive government where we are going to have a president, we are going to have a deputy from another community, a prime minister from another community, a deputy prime minister from another community, another deputy, so that, Mr. Speaker, I have to see the face of somebody I think is my person in that government, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, if you continue the way you are continuing now, Mr. Speaker, you remember we declared 2 states in this government, Mr. Speaker, in this country. The Republic of something and the Kenyan Republic. We are almost going away, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, these are the ills that this bill is trying to cure, Mr. Speaker. and I urge this House to support Mr. Speaker. Let us not forget where we have come from, Mr. Speaker. Let us not be people who don't know where they are going, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Just sometimes, if we are all debating the bill before the House, sometimes it's good also to educate one another. There are proposals. Those of you who have looked at the bill, not what is in the social media or in the newspapers, you will notice that there are proposals to delete and or repeal the provisions relating to Articles 152, 154, 155, and 156. That is the proposal. And I'm saying this because Honorable Junet has touched on it. But there has been no proposal to amend Article 132. Those of you who have read the Constitution and understand it will immediately understand what I'm referring to. That in Article 132, it's the functions of the President. It is to appoint, and with the approval of the National Assembly, Cabinet Secretaries, Secretary to the Cabinets, Principal Secretaries, and the Attorney General. That has not been touched. So sometimes people may, and these are things, it is the truth. It is the truth, honourable members. If you look at the Constitution, you'll see that those provisions in 132 have not been touched. So, but because we are discussing the bill, not what is in the social media. Let's hear from the member for Lamu East.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nichukue fursa hii kuungana na wenzangu ambao wametangulia kuzungumza kwa kupinga na kukataa marekebisho haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nataka niseme ya kwamba nchi hii inawashukuru pakubwa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kunyamaza lile fujo ambalo lilikuwako nchini. Miongoni mwa fujo hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa ni sisi viongozi, lakini leo hii nchi hii inashuhudia kwamba kubwa ambalo limepatikana hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kule kwamba limekuwa hakuna tena makelele, hakuna matusi, hakuna matukano, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunalo lijadili mbele yetu hapa ni swala la uchumi na ni swala la mazingira ama miundo msingi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya yote ambao yako mbele yetu tunaojadili kama wabunge tulipewa fursa hii ni mambo mazuri, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapoyaona na tunapoyasoma, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya yote yanahitaji kutekelezwa baada ya kupitishwa na bunge hii, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kwa mtazamo wangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiwa kama Mkenya, nikiwa kama kiongozi ambaye niko na ninaishi katika nchi hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba yote haya yatahitaji fedha za kuweza kuendelezwa. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo twapanga kuongeza maeneo bunge 70, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina maana kwamba ni lazima kuwe na fedha ambazo zitaendesha maeneo bunge haya kama vile yanavyoendesha maeneo bunge mengine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, sote twajua na twafahamu namna uchumi wa nchi hii namna ulivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mwisho ya haya yote, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba mimi na wewe, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wengineo watalazimika kutoa ushuru wa ziada, na ili hali tunauelewa uchumi ambao tuko nayo kuweza kuyatekeleza haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hakuna kiongozi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambaye atakataa mazuri yaliyoko katika marekebisho haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini, Mheshimiwa Spika, hofu yangu kubwa ambayo nataka Wakenya wanifahamu
ni kule kwamba yatakapopitishwa haya mazuri ambayo tunayajadili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba utekelezaji wake na tunavyoijua nchi ilivyo hivi sasa, ilivyokumbwa na chungu mzima ya madeni, ni kwamba lazima hatua za ziada za kuhakikisha kwamba ushuru umeweza kupatikana kuweza kuwatekeleza haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa maana hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kupinga kikamilifu haya marekebisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hofu ya kwamba huu ni mzigo ambao utaenda kwa wananchi baada ya marekebisho haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa haya machache, asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Honourable members, if you can take a little time like him, 3 minutes. Member for Tiati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, from the outset, say that I am proud in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I was among the first members of Parliament to bring a comprehensive proposal to amend the current constitution. I am gratified, Mr. Speaker, that even though my proposals were not able to come to the floor of this House, I am gratified that most of what I proposed at the beginning is what is contained in this current bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, so without saying, using too many words, I want to say that I am also more gratified by the prospect that the political formation that I support is the one that is highly likely to implement the proposed new constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Very well. Another 1.5 minutes. Member for Kilome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for this opportunity to register my contribution to this bill. On behalf of the people of Kilome, I support this bill strongly, with reasons. One, Honorable Speaker, the duty of the President of this Republic is to promote and enhance the unity of our nation. And as it is in Article 131(2), Kenya broke into course in the immediately after elections, that is 2017 general election, and the President of this Republic opted for a handshake with Honorable Raila Odinga to put the nation together. There has been several general elections where we lose lives, properties in this country. And this bill will do the necessary to curb all this problem, which also incurred in 1992, 1997, 2007, and 2017. I support this bill because its main concern, among others, is to foster peace and unity. I can attest that I was a victim 2017, where I was nearly killed. I was with Honorable Mboy, a member of this parliament, when we were trying to resist after the cause erupted. So I support this bill because it will bring peace and prosperity for the sake of the nation. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also seeking to strengthen devolution. Kenyans want better services delivered and development projects to receive enough oversight to prevent wastage and corruption. The provisions in this bill to strengthen devolution, obviously, that moving from 15% to that 5%, I'll be very committed to this bill that my county, Makuenik, will receive that 5%. And at the same time, there is the provision of World Development Fund, which actually was the 5% World Development Fund was a suggestion by the Wiper Movement Party headed by His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, and it was well captured in this bill. So I strongly support this bill. When it comes to equal representation, this bill seeks to introduce proportional representation system which advocates for political equality. The principle of one man, one vote will allow each citizen to exert an equal influence on the formation of representation in their respective localities. As a consequence of attaining this principle, this bill has strategically assigned a number of seats to regions and constituencies in proportion to their population. For instance, we have a constituency by the name Rilu, which is being represented by one member of parliament with a population of 500,000 people, while we have other constituencies in northeastern with less than 40,000 people who are being represented by only one member of parliament. So by this bill, we will attain a fairer representation in the addition of 70 constituencies. Personally, my constituency was in verge of being scrapped. So my people of Kilome have now assured that the constituency will be retained, since it will be protected through this bill, and that is also one reason that services from my constituency will be guaranteed. The issue of the youth. Everybody is talking of the youth. The future of this country is the youth. We have the health issue, where after you have been able to secure the health loan, most of the students, after completion of their studies, have faced it rough to repay back. But now they have a period of at least 4 years to strategize themselves to cushion the problem, and then later be able to pay the same. As I continue to summarize, because of the time, and also want to give other members time to contribute, the issue of the CDF. As we speak now, the schools are opening by next week. Most of the parents in my constituency will be rejoicing all the way because of the funds, that is the bursaries, which will assist their siblings to do the necessary. And in this bill, CDF has been well accepted. This time around, it will be constitutional. Most of the schools which have been constructed in my constituency, it is only through this fund, and now that it will be included in the constitution, everybody has a reason to support it 100%. Politics aside, this is a document which is very key to our future generations. I only urge my colleagues that let us not look into issues of 2022 and focus on this bill to assist our generations to come. And I strongly say I support this bill on behalf of the members, on behalf of the constituents of Kilome. Thank you very much.
Member for Kitutu Church North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this important bill. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that can be prepared by human beings to be perfect. There's nothing that can be perfect. So what we should do is to weigh in the positive side of the bill and the negative sides of the bill. According to me, the positive side is much higher than the negative side. Mr. Speaker, for example, as one of the architects of the CDF, the fact that CDF now has been anchored in our constitution, that's a positive development. They are having ward CDFs, ward constituency funds. That's going to help our people to realize some of the developments that we cannot be able to achieve right now with only CDF. The issue of giving our youth time off to pay whatever bursaries they have taken, whatever money loans they have taken from the government where they are in school. That's a positive development. The other positive development, Mr. Speaker, is that now, from now on, once that this bill is gone through and is enacted as law, we will be distributing to the counties substantial amount of money, 35% of our national cake, which means we'll be sending money to the grassroots, because the counties, at the county level, that's the grassroots level. And with our CDF, which has been anchored in the Constitution, now we'll mobilize resources to develop our local areas. I would urge members of this House that we support this bill. We support it. If you have got an issue that you think has not been well addressed, you can bring a bill. We are allowed to bring a bill, a parliamentary bill, to address that issue. So for the time being now, let us support this bill. Let us allow each one of us to contribute, and because of that, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes is good. Member for Homa Bay Town.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in very important business, and honorable member wanted to request that we remember where we are coming from. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, after the last elections, some of us, Mr. Speaker, even proposed the split of Kenya into 2 states or nations. And I remember I was one of such people. I want to thank His Excellency the President and Prime Minister Raila Odinga for the handshake and where we are today. Mr. Speaker, the good things about this bill have been spoken to by virtually all members, and all Kenyans can easily read them. So because of scarcity of time, Mr. Speaker, allow me only to address those issues over which I see some small misunderstandings. And Mr. Speaker, these are the proposed clause 42, clause 43, clause 44, clause 61, clause 66, and clause 67 dealing with the National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'm one member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee who thought, and initially on the face of it, agreed that there could be a problem with these clauses. But Mr. Speaker, I've had occasion to look at them. Mr. Speaker, if I were to address clause 42 and clause 44, this is the vexed matter of the Judiciary Ombudsman and the power, Mr. Speaker, being given to the Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, to suspend. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if the consultations could go down a bit. Some of us never focus when consultations are too loud. Mr. Speaker, I'm an advocate. I still go to our courts. And Mr. Speaker, I'm one member of parliament who believes I'll retire in the judiciary. So I will not support anything that undermines the independence of the judiciary any day. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me confirm that I'm possibly the only member of parliament sitting here today who has written a textbook on judicial independence. Mr. Speaker, clause 42 says the Judiciary Ombudsman will be a member of the Judicial Service Commission in ex officio capacity. How does that undermine the independence of that Judicial Service Commission? The Judicial Ombudsman is to investigate, to receive complaints, and to prosecute those complaints before the Judicial Service Commission. How will he perform that function we are giving him, Mr. Speaker, if we don't make him an ex officio member of the Commission? Mr. Speaker, it has been said the Judicial Service, the Judiciary Ombudsman will not vote. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we'll put in the legislation if you put at clause 44. Mr. Speaker, at clause 44, and I want to be heard on this, my own spouse is in the judiciary. I will be joining that judiciary. In clause 44, we are saying the judiciary ombudsman will be nominated by the president, and upon vetting or approval by the Senate, he'll appoint him. What is the problem with that? At the last clause of clause 44, it is being said that Parliament will enact legislation to give better effect to the provision establishing the judiciary ombudsman. What does that provision avail us, members? It means Parliament will now, under that legislation, make prescriptions, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how the president will reach the number of people to nominate from. So it will be in order in that legislation, Mr. Speaker, for Parliament to say the Judicial Service Commission or whichever body will invite applications, will shortlist, will interview, and will present the president a prescribed number from whom he can nominate. How can that be unconstitutional? It is not. And let me tell you, members, the problem we have in Kenya is a trust deficit. Go to the United States, Mr. Speaker, and you can Google it. Go to the United Kingdom, the Scandinavian countries, all developed democracies. Is it not true that if you go to the United States, all judges, Mr. Speaker, are appointed by the president, having been initially nominated by him and then approved by the Senate? There is nothing like that. We still have Article 160 on the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, some lie has been told on the proposed clause 44, and members, let me beg to address you on this. It is being said that it is now being suggested in clause 43 that on the lodging of a complaint against a judge, Mr. Speaker, a judge can be suspended by Judicial Service Commission. Doesn't the law say, and have we not said as lawyers, that the Constitution cannot be read in bits and pieces? Are we amending Article 47, Mr. Speaker, which says that if there is a decision that can be advanced to you, you will be heard expeditiously, there will be reasonableness, there will be procedural fairness, there will be fair administrative action, and if it is adverse, you will be given written reasons. What am I saying in a nutshell? If there will be a problem in the disciplinary procedure of a judge, then that judge has recourse to the court under Article 47. Remember, honorable members, we are also not proposing amendments to Article 160 of the Constitution and 168 of the Constitution. 160 is on judicial independence. And you cannot remove a judge, if you look at sub-article 5 of 160, for anything he has done in good faith in the discharge of his functions. Mr. Speaker, under 168, the procedure for removal is there. I'm saying that these are falsehoods we are purveying for no reason. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether my minute skipped, but I wanted to speak on Parliament, on SRC and National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'm also National Police Service Commission, because I'm in charge of legislation I would request I conclude it. Mr. Speaker, when we moved with Honorable Koinange across the country, the police are saying they have a problem with promotions because they are being promoted by people who do not know their performance on the ground. And the police are asking that they want the OCSS and their commanders down there, people who know how they are serving the country, to be the ones to promote them. How do we have that power in Nairobi with people who are not in the service called a commission? Mr. Speaker, the police have hardship areas and soft areas.
I give you an extra 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Constitution at Article 165 says the Inspector General exercises independent command over the service. How does he exercise that command if when he says, Kaluma, we need your services in Mandera, when Kaluma is working in Mlolongo, Kaluma petitions the police commission and that service cannot be given to Kenya, and then the matter stays for eternity. Mr. Speaker, this power on exercising disciplinary control on suspensions, and members listen to me, we went to some counties where some county commanders literally cried because they have made a decision to remove a member of the police service, a corporal or a constable. All they can do is to forward the file to the National Police Service Commission. We had a county where, Mr. Speaker, upon sending that file 6 months later, the police officer already recommended for removal by the boss is still with him there, accessing firearm, accessing ammunition, and the commander are saying, my life is in danger. That is why we are saying they will not discipline, but to the extent of suspension before the National Police Service Commission removes. allow them to have them away. And you've been reading the media and seeing cases where the police constables and corporals facing disciplinary action are shooting their bosses. That is the situation. So we are saying the commission will continue to remove, but they can suspend immediately they make an adverse decision for their safety. And it is something the police have requested. Mr. Speaker, let me talk something on SRC. Which member of parliament has talked about remuneration and benefits of members of parliament in the history of this parliament, Mr. Speaker, than Honorable Oluwaringo? When we sent Oluwaringo to SRC, did you hear him again? He presided over the reduction of the status of this parliament. We were last in this parliament, in the last parliament, and Honorable Dalmas Otieno used to sit where Honorable Tongi is seated there. There was no more articulate member about our pay and benefits than Dalmas Otieno. When we put Dalmas Otieno to SRC, didn't he sit and laugh as the youngest MP was being donated to a car by His Excellency the President? What have they done about it? We had to go to court through the intervention of this body. What happened to Amina Abdallah here? What I'm saying is that you may be thinking it is good if this body is nominated, because it is good for optics. But in substance, the independence of these bodies is not about these bodies nominating. It has not helped anybody. So we can talk the politics of BBI, but we are saying today the Rubicon has been crossed. We want to finish this business and we want to meet people on the ground, Mr. Speaker. There is no single provision which is unconstitutional here. On vetting, we cannot vet our own. And Mr.
Member for Nakuru Town East. Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I come from a county that has suffered the worst in terms of the violence of the political violence. Honorable Speaker, it is sad. There are a few of our colleagues here, and I heard them saying that this is poison. This is a bullet. Honorable Speaker, just like the musician from Tanzania once said that he was ready to take a bullet for the girlfriend. Honorable Speaker, I am ready to take a bullet. I am ready to take that poison for the people of Nakuru Town East constituency and Nakuru County at large, as I support this. Honorable Speaker, people should stop selling fear. People should stop just lying all the time about a document. But I thank Honorable Speaker that Kenyans have learned. We were being told by the time lies goes around the world 7 or 10 times, the truth has not even dressed up to wake up in the morning. But finally, the truth has come out. And 43 counties out of 47 agreed with the document. Whether it was erroneous, whether it was the correct one, that is a document that was given by the institution that has been given that responsibility in the Constitution. So it is up to Kenyans to make a decision. But Honorable Speaker, Nakuru County, and I'm not saying this because some were saying that they talk as nationalists. I will talk as a person who comes from Nakuru County. And the benefits that Nakuru County, as a county, is going to get from this very noble idea. Honorable Speaker, my children and my grandchildren, I know they'll be sitting somewhere discussing and maybe praise and thank the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga for that very important handshake that gave birth to this bill that is before us. Whether it was them, the two of them, whether it is a popular initiative as it is said, Honorable Speaker, we support the document in its totality. And I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker. To be sincere, Honorable Speaker, I voted for you the first time in 2013. I voted for you again for a second time in 2017. Honorable Speaker, if you pick another seat, of course, in the exception of Nakuru Town East constituency, Member of Parliament, I will actually going to vote for you because of being a leader in this house. For so many years that you have been around, Honorable Speaker, you gave a ruling that was effective and complete. And of course, you're a lawyer yourself. And there's so many questions. We wasted, I think, a whole afternoon when you gave each and every member to raise the concern, the constitutional concern that they had. And they were the whole afternoon. And you gave us a ruling that was one of the longest ruling that you say. Honorable Speaker, our people will continue supporting this. Having 5 extra constituency, Honorable Speaker, this is not something that I, as David Gikaria, I stand here and my people told me, go there and on behalf of the people of Nakuru Town East, support this document so that we can be able to get peace. First of all, first and foremost, nothing else other than peace. Honorable Speaker, since 1992, Nakuru has always been at the forefront. People at the epicenter of fights, of violence, but for the first time, Honorable Speaker, in future going forward, that we will vote and wake up in the morning without asking who is your neighbor or what is happening to the next door. That we will be able to wake up, that our children will be able to go back to school a day after election. Honorable Speaker, we have seen, if you look at the number of IDPs who are in Nakuru, and more so in my constituency, in a place called Canaan. That is the first Canaan that I ever saw. Because they still hope that one day they will be able to go back to their respective land, to their respective businesses. And so many of their children, Honorable Speaker, right now they are just hopeless hawkers in town because they never had an opportunity for them to be able to go to school. I don't want to go into the so many issues about, but Nakuru as a county, which is going to get an extra 10 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, it is only a fool who would not want that kind of amount to come to us. I want to see services by the county. I want to see members of the county assembly. Most of them who has been, most of the governors have taken advantage that they have the money and so they can be able to punish the members of county assembly just because maybe they are not on their side. But Honorable Speaker, when an MCA gets his or her ward development fund, then that place will go. And that place is where I stay, is where I come from. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that most of the people who are going around and posting this document are the very same people, and it has been said here. Others are the ones who brought us, and as government, we were supported every motion that was being brought here. So, Honorable Speaker, it is wrong for you now just because we are on the other side, then you can be able now to start dancing the other way. It was very unfortunate that when Honorable Kemunya, a majority leader, was moving a motion, a procedural motion that we need to, others now are quarreling the majority. For what? And yet we were the ones who are supposed to make decisions. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the Nakuru people have sent me and they have told me that they want us this evening to vote so that this document can go to them tomorrow. And they also don't want so many days. They want to be given the shortest period so that they can be able to make their voice in a vote and vote yes for this important document. Honorable Speaker, I support the document in totality. And of course, as you said, the few errors, then we cannot be able to do anything about them, and we concur with you. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Amin, member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to give my input into this constitution-making process. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to confirm my support for this amendment bill, which is on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I tend to ask myself a number of questions. Are there any improvement on the gains of 2010 Constitution, which was passed earlier? And I confirm, yes. One other thing I need to confirm is that Kenyans, for those who are very young, we have come a very long way. We had a session where we had to repeal Section 2A for us to increase the democratic space of this country. But today, 2010 Constitution has given us more mandate, more democratic space in this country so that we can be able to live in peace and tranquility. Honorable Speaker, as far as the devolution is concerned, this Constitution provides an increment of 35% and an equal increase of ward funds which will be dispensed to various wards in this country, which is over 1,500 wards. That is a clear testimony of our commitment as a country to develop the mashinani. That is a clear testimony, and this Constitution provides for the same. Honorable Speaker, we can be able to attest, all members of Parliament in this House can attest to the contributions of CDF. They have known, they have been always at the whims of any other person to promulgate CDF. But today I can say that the CDF for the last 3 years or so, I have done a tremendous development in my constituency, including the construction of 5 girls' secondary schools with courtesy of CDF. And today I can be assured the continuity of CDF in respective constituencies, and which can be able to develop various needs of those constituencies, and it is enshrined, anchored in this constitutional amendment bill. What more are we looking for? If you look at it, Honorable Speaker, that other than this, before the handshake, you can be able to remember there was a tremendous violence in this country, The economy was coming into sneeze. The growth we have done in the earlier years has been negated through demonstrations. To an extent to that, there was an ultra-vast swearing in of another counterpart in Uhuru Park. Today, those men have agreed to sit down together and see how we can be able to support inclusivity in the country. There's expanded executive. Honorable Speaker, we have about 108 members of Parliament from pastoral communities, which is a sizable number of Parliament. But with the current Constitution, we cannot see ourselves being the presidency of this country. Neither are we seeing ourselves as the deputy president of this country. But this Constitution provides us, as pastoralists, to see a reflection of ourselves in the expanded executive. You can be able to see. We can be the prime minister of this country through that majority number in the House. We can be able to get a prime minister. We can become the deputy prime minister of this country. We can become a deputy. We can get any position that we think in this expanded executive, and we need to see ourselves in it. But today, we have a country whose executive has always been taken by 2 communities, one from Rift Valley and another one from Central Province. When will the rest of Kenya see themselves in the executive? It's only through BBI that we can see ourselves in it. Honorable Speaker, if I can be able to look at it, as far as all those things are concerned in terms of budget making, for those of us who are working in the government, budget making process before 2010 was being done by the executive at Treasury. Today, members of Parliament can be able to participate through their executive committees, through various committees of the House, so that they can give their priorities and have their input in the budget making process. Today, again, the budget process can still be put to public participation, and the general public can see what is their future in the budget making process and their involvement and what they need to get. It is only through the improvement of the Constitution 2010 and improvement on the same for now, the BBI, is when we can see meaningful development in our respective counties. Furthermore, there were certain issues and certain things that has spoiled the constitution making process. The arrogancy, the rogueness of the county administrators, the governors, and their own have done it and have spoiled the good image of devolution. I think, and I will advise, that various commissions should take the executive role so that they can discipline various rogue governors that are misusing public fund. The EEC should do their mandate so that they can interrogate
the misuse of public funds through their organizations and bring anybody who uses corruption to amass money for their own interest and be able to do it. Those things should not be attributed to BBI. Further to that, we have seen the judiciary, the strength of the judiciary. Today they were able to do the disputed elections. They were able to do it, and they were able to supervise, to annul even an election which happened in 2017. It was only done through the independence of judiciary. And I don't see anywhere where there's a negation of the judicial system of this country through BBI, other than the gains we are able to see. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Member for, I'm happy members are removing their cards. The one who was actually now the one on top is the member for Matuga. Huh? Have you removed your card? No, there are several members who have removed. No, members. I'm following what is.
Asante sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa kawaida nikisimama kwa mswada kama huu huwa naunga mkono. Lakini kulingana na umuhimu wa mswada huu wa leo, sitaunga mkono peke yake, lakini nitaongeza pia na kuunga na miguu yangu yote miwili. Kwa sababu huu ni mswada ambao ukishapita na kutekelezwa, na naomba kwamba tuweze kuupitisha na uweze kutekelezwa pia, utakuwa umetoa donda sugu sana kwa Kenya nzima na hasa kwa watu wa Matuga na Kwale County kwa ujumla. Kutoka tuanze mchakato wa vyama vingi. Kila kura huwa ina machafuko, na kwa bahati mbaya machafuko yote yanayotokea huanzia sehemu ya Pwani, Kwale, na hususan katika constituency yangu. Tukikumbuka mara ya kwanza tulipokuwa na yale vita vya Likoni. Likoni imeshikana na Matuga constituency pale Ngombeni na Kiteje, na watu wengi walioumia walikuwa ni watu wa maeneo ya eneo bunge la Matuga. Kisha baadaye kukakuja machafuko ambayo yalijulikana ulimwengu mzima ya Kayabombo. Kayabombo iko kama kilomita 6 peke yake kutoka pale inapoishi, ikiwa ni katikati ya maeneo ya eneo bunge la Matuga. Kwa hivyo ikiwa kutakuwa na hali namna yoyote ambayo itaweza kuondoa machafuko baada ya kura, basi hili ni jambo ambalo kama nilivyotanguliza sio la kuunga mkono peke yake, lakini linastahili kuongezewa na miguu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua kwamba fujo hutokea kwa sababu ya vile kura zinavyopigwa katika nchi hii, kwamba tunapiga kura zetu kikabila, na ukilinganisha yale makabila makubwa na yale madogo ambayo mara nyingi huwa mirengo tofauti tofauti, kura zao huwa zinakaribiana. Hali ni tofauti katika nchi jirani hapa, ambapo watu hupiga kura kwa kufuatia maadili na mienendo ya vyama. Kwa hivyo kule huwa hakuna matatizo, lakini hapa kwetu, na sioni kwamba itabadilika hivi karibuni, kwa sababu bado kwa bahati mbaya, manake sio bahati nzuri, sio jambo la kujivunia, lakini sisi bado tunapiga kura zetu kikabila, na lazima tuwe na njia mbadala ya kuona kwamba hata ikiwa tutapiga kiukabila, lakini hakutakuwa na machafuko. Hii katiba ambayo tunaizungumzia saa hii kuibadilisha ni katiba ambayo wale wanaopinga mabadiliko haya ni wale ambao walipinga hata hii katiba ambayo saa hii tuko nayo. Na nashangaa kwa sababu kule Pwani huwa na watu ambao huwa tunawaita vishipa. Mtu kishipa ni yule ambaye hupinga jambo bila sababu ya maana. Kwa hivyo ikiwa ni Pwani huwa ni kama ambaye tumemzoea. Lakini kwa mchakato huu naona mpaka wenzetu wa bara wamejiunga na wale vishipa wanaopinga jambo, lakini ukiuliza sababu ya maana, ukweli ni kwamba hakuna. Huwezi kupinga pesa zisiende mashinani, na ili hati unasema unataka yule mwananchi wa kawaida aweze kunufaika, na ile hali pesa ambazo zinaongezwa kwenda katika mashinani unazipinga. Ni jambo la kushangaza kwamba baadhi yao hata wanawania viti vya ugavana tunapoenda 2022, na wamesema kwamba wanawania viti hivyo, lakini kwa hivi sasa wanapinga pesa zisiende, na hali wao wenyewe wanataka kwenda kusimamia viti hivi. Pengine labda wamejua kwamba hawatapita, ndio maana wanapinga. Lakini ukweli, sisi watu wa pwani, kuanzia wanasiasa wetu wa kongwe wakati wa marehemu Ronald Ngala, sisi tulikuwa tunataka majimbo, na majimbo ni kuletewa fedha ili tuweze kujisimamia, kwa sababu tunajua moja kwa moja zile zinazobaki kule juu huwa hazitufikii. Njia moja peke yake ambayo inaweza kutusaidia ni kwamba pesa ziende kule, kwa sababu hatuna namna nyingine. Hatudhani hata tukiwa na prime minister 5 na madeputy wao, sio kweli kwamba mmoja wao atatoka katika zile sehemu ambazo sisi tumekuwa tumetengwa kwa muda mrefu. Kwa hivyo matumaini yetu ni zile pesa ambazo zitafika. Tuna matatizo ya kijadi, na katika hii BBI tunajua kwamba zile pesa ambazo ni za equalization fund zitaweza kurejeshwa na kudumishwa. Tuna matatizo ya kijadi ya mashamba, especially sisi watu wa pwani tunajua hilo, na katika BBI imeweza tena kupeana fursa ya matatizo haya yaangaliwe upi. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni jambo la kushangaza na kuhuzunisha, hususan kiongozi wa pwani ikiwa atapinga, ambapo anajua matatizo yeye mwenyewe anayazungumzia, na suluhisho likitaka kupatikana anarudi kupinga ile suluhisho ambayo ingepatikana. Hakuna matatizo ambayo tumesema eti kuna BBI tofauti. Niliposikia mara ya kwanza kwamba kaunti zingine zilipata BBI tofauti, nilidhani labda kuna moja inasema badala ya constituency 70 ambazo niziongezwe, moja inasema labda ni constituency 69 ama 71. Nikifikiria kwamba katika pesa ambazo ziende kwa counties, moja inasema 35% na nyingine inasema 40%. Lakini zote zinasema yale mambo ya kimsingi ambayo naamini wale walioweka signature pamoja na mimi tulieka tukijua kwamba ninataka pesa ziende mashinani, na zote ambazo zinasemekana zinatofautiana bado zinazungumzia mambo ya 35%, inazungumzia mambo ya constituency 70, inazungumzia mambo ya equalization fund kama vile ambavyo tulikubalia. Kwa hivyo ikiwa mtu atapinga, apinge pengine na sababu zake, lakini ukweli ni kwamba wakati umefika watu waweze kubadilisha mkondo ili tuweze kunufaika, tuwe na usalama, na wale ambao wametengwa kwa muda nao waweze kupata nafueni. Kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono na naunga na miguu yangu miwili yote. Asante sana.
What's your point of order, Honorable Russell?
Honorable Speaker, many of us have been sitting here long hours waiting to contribute. There's something that is going on in this house which is not acceptable. If anybody wants to manipulate the legislative process in this country, I think they should not do that under your watch. We should have our views on the BBI. It is about Kenya. It is not about individuals. It is not about us politicians. Some of us, our names were appearing first on the list, only to disappear. Only to be locked out.
Honorable Russell, now just resume your seats. Honorable members, fortunately, Honorable Russell have explained to you, and not just alone, with several of you who are here. As the Honorable Osman was here, checking whether his name is there, he noticed the name of Honorable Hire as being, I think, around number 4 or thereabouts on the queue. At that point, before I gave the member who spoke there, the person whose name suddenly appeared as number 1 was the Honorable member for Murang'a County. Suddenly the name also disappeared. So there's a problem. There's a problem, not, I believe it has to do with the IT department, not somebody here. There's nobody here, because the staff here have not done anything. At that point, the names, the list had up to 90 members. Honorable Osman was with me here. The names dropped up to 66. We were just wondering, what is happening? What's happening? What's happening? So if you don't insinuate that there's somebody who is trying to manipulate. No, certainly not here. And now, no, just please. You know, if we don't use the system, we'll go to the system that used to obtain in the old days, which was the one that rises and catches the speaker's eye.
Let us try that, sir.
And if we do that way, again, people are going to suffer. Unfortunately, when you tell me you are here at 9, I have no way of really, and I have no reason to doubt, but I also have no way of verifying. In fact, a member just pointed out that the name of Honorable Sankok appears, but I know the Honorable Sankok has already contributed. So, no, you see, when your name is here, it shows that you are among the people who desire to contribute. Now, I have no way of knowing who was here first. No, Honorable Sankok. Member for Borabu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance also, Mr. Speaker, to air my views as far as this bill, Mr. Speaker, is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I want from the word go confirm that I fully support, Mr. Speaker, the contents of the BBI bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a process which has been going on for the last three or so years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have all participated at every stage. Every man in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had people raising so many issues about this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of them saying that we will, the wage bill, Mr. Speaker, will go very high if this bill, Mr. Speaker, is passed. Mr. Speaker, for instance, it's clear that the ministers are going to come from this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are going to come from this house, who will basically be members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, is a reduction of the wage bill. Because currently we have members of the parliament here, and we have ministers who come from outside and who are earning, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when ministers are going to come from the house, Mr. Speaker, they will only be entitled to allowances and not the salary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that one in itself is a reduction in the wage bill. Mr. Speaker, we have been asking questions here, Mr. Speaker. Questions are given to chairman, Mr. Speaker, to go and get answers from ministers, from cabinet secretaries who don't come to the house. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be neater. It is going to be a good thing when ministers are in the house, they are asked the questions and they answer directly on the floor of the house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some people telling us that, Mr. Speaker, we'll have prime ministers, we'll have deputy prime ministers, we'll have vice presidents. Mr. Speaker, the House has constituted currently, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority in this House is a de facto prime minister, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is really nothing which we are going to change fundamentally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us all agree that this is a good process. Let us pass it.
The people, Mr. Speaker, who have been making noise opposing this bill, Mr. Speaker, are the same people who are opposing the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. They have been given an opportunity to correct what they felt was not right in 2010, Mr. Speaker. Instead of correcting what they thought was bad in 2010, Mr. Speaker, they are again the same people, Mr. Speaker, opposing this bill, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, these are people who are not serious. These are people who are just opposing for the sake of opposing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we pass this bill once and for all so that we move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we now have the World Development Fund, Mr. Speaker. A governor in a county, Mr. Speaker, is not going to be a god to MCS, Mr. Speaker. The MCS will be able to develop their wards, whether supporting or not the sitting governor, Mr. Speaker. This is a good development, Mr. Speaker, so that our people get development right to the ward level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some people coming up telling us that there are some issues here and unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with Karuma, Mr. Speaker, that there is nothing unconstitutional in this matter. Let us pass the bill. Whoever thinks is aggrieved should move to court, but as a team, we pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Nyamira people, we are really happy because, Mr. Speaker, out of the constituencies that which are going to be created, we have Kitutu Masaba in Nyamira County, which will now get a constituency, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the bigger picture so that we are not driven by our narrow and selfish egos, Mr. Speaker, so that we pass the bill the way it is. We are ready, Mr. Speaker, as one of the speakers said here a few minutes ago, that some of us are ready, waiting to support. We will support this even by using our legs, so that we not only our hands, even with the legs, so that we make sure this bill is passed in the morning, so that we proceed and develop the country and move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, we have had people fighting every after election year, simply because it's one or two people. After elections, we get one or two communities which go with everything. Now, with an expanded team, Mr. Speaker, we'll have most of the communities, Mr. Speaker, involved in forming government, which will, of course, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, reduce the tension that we have been going through every election cycle, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to reiterate that I support this bill, and we are ready and willing, and Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for your communication so that we pass or we vote on this bill before the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Migori.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the strongest support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, so many things, especially pertaining to legal issues, have been well articulated by our legal friends in the House, and so I will not belabor on them per se. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to also take this opportunity to congratulate my leader, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, and the President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, for the bold step that they took to actually show Kenyans' true statesmanship, attitude, and spirit when they decided to end the chaotic scenario that we had in 2017 and vouch for peace. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking here as the women representative of Migori County, where this violence that followed our 2017 election left me with at least 20 young men and women dead, and I buried them. I know each one of them by name, and many injured and many maimed. Mr. Speaker, if there is not any other reason that I can support this amendment bill, I will only support it for peace in this country. We, the mothers of this country, our hearts bleed whenever we see our young people shot like birds following every other election year. Mr. Speaker, allow me to reiterate another reason why I'm supporting this bill If you look at the responsibilities of a citizen introduced in the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, the national ethos that has been elusive in this country is assured in this bill. Mr. Speaker, we are looking and talking of a future Kenya where each one of us can have a common understanding of what is right, what is good and acceptable to all versus what is wrong and not acceptable. From Turkana in the north to the south in the Masai land, from the east in the Rendile land to all the way to Luoland and Luyaland, we want to have a common understanding of what is wrong and what is right as Kenyans, so that we don't hail, say, stealing in one side of the country and condemn it in another side of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is one reason why we have always had difficulties in determining even serious, glaring cases of corruption and stealing and looting of public funds at the expense of doing the development that I hear some of my colleagues purporting to be stopping and Kenyans suffering because of the BBI and the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, allow me to bring it to the attention of this House that as far as I can remember, I know Kenyan's economy has been bleeding since way back from 2013 all the way to now. There was no pandemic, there was no BBI. And those who claim that BBI is an expensive process that takes a lot of money at the expense of the development that is supposed to go to the people, we never had them raise their voices when we were crying about the billions that were lost in the Aror and Kimarer Dam. Mr. Speaker, let Kenyans and leaders be honest for the first time. Mr. Speaker, as a born-again Christian in this House, allow me to bring to the attention of the House that when we are talking again about this bill, we are looking at cultivating national unity, promoting the well-being of the family, promoting the respect for parents and elders. Allow me at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, to quote my good book, the Bible, in Ephesians 6, chapter 6, verse 1 to 4, Mr. Speaker. God is talking to us and saying, honor your father and mother in the Lord, for this is the first commandment with a promise that you may live long. Mr. Speaker, in our country, much as we are religious, we are Christians or Muslims or Hindus, we have seen moral decadence among our youth where there is disrespect even for the family virtues, and we have seen our young people lose their lives even when they were supposed to live. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to declare that I support this bill so that we can restore order, morality, and holiness in our homes and the obedience of our young people to the elderly, because we believe the older one becomes, the wiser they become, and better leaders for the youth. Mr. Speaker, that was exemplified the other day when you gave us such a long, beautiful ruling that made me settle and say, yes, we have a Mr. Speaker who is also a legal expert in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for doing that. Mr. Speaker, the question of electoral violence, I can't overemphasize. I think it has been addressed. I've had my colleagues wondering how is the violence addressed. It has been fully addressed by creating space for all the capable men and women of this country who are capable of leadership at the national level, accommodating their ideas and good development agenda in the governance table of this nation and not rendering them useless. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on, but allow me not to stop before I say that these great men of Kenya who championed this amendment, especially Raila Amolo Odinga. In 1995, when Raila spoke, Kenyans got freedom. Later on, in 2010, when he spoke, we got a new constitution. And even now that Raila has spoken, we are getting more resources to the ward level. Mr. Speaker, with all my might, ability, and my capacity, on behalf of Migori County,
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. First and foremost, I want to appreciate your ruling on how a popular initiative is supposed to run, and the fact that you indicated to us the need for us to respect the history and the process of this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge my colleagues to remember why we are here. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when we got into this house in 2017, my friend Honorable Bandi and I could not even share a cup of coffee. And recently, when we were in a retreat in Naivasha, the President told us that one of the problems we have as a country is that we forget very, very, very quickly. Allow me, Mr. Speaker. We forget very, very quickly. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been a process. This bill is not an event. Mr. Speaker, it has taken over 2 years to get to where we are. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when ODM used to boycott coming to the House. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when we used to have running battles in the streets. When I remember tear gas Mondays. When I remember that we could not open businesses in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, when I see us taking what we are discussing for granted or trying to play politics with it, I get disappointed. And I do not think I'm the only one who is disappointed. I think as a nation, those who put us in this house are disappointed with us when we are unable to look at the global good of our nation and get stuck in our own personal ambitions. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the President and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga shook hands, I was shocked, very, very shocked. I never saw that coming. And I know I speak for many in this house. But what I remember was that the country calmed down immediately. Mr. Speaker, we are not always going to have the President and the former Prime Minister as leaders of this nation, as much as we might love them. And because of that, they initiated a process that was going to ensure that we were not going to depend on individuals for our country to be politically stable. They set up a committee that went around the country asking people to tell them why they think we keep going there every election. Mr. Speaker, I find it extremely interesting sometimes when I listen to some of my colleagues talk about the problems they have with this particular bill. And I remember that they did not turn up to the forums that were organized by BBI to raise their concerns. Mr. Speaker, I come from Nyeri County. Nyeri County was looking at losing 3 constituencies that had been protected 10 years ago. Mr. Speaker, BBI protects those constituencies and ensures that the people of Nyeri have a representation of at least 6 members of parliament in this house. Recently, I had a colleague talking about the reason why we should have gotten another constituency. Because we have a big constituency called Kieni, that is 52% of our county. But Mr. Speaker, this particular process of how constituencies have been produced is not a political process. It's a scientific process. It is a mathematical process. And when you do the maths of our county, we are supposed to have 5.9, 5.7, 5.9 constituencies. We have 6. Internally, we are going to do our own maths and figure out how to rearrange our boundaries, but we were not going to be able to get another constituency as Nyeri County, not with the numbers we have. However, we nearly lost at least 2 constituencies. And that is why I would be very, 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 very concerned when I hear any leader from Nyeri County saying that they do not support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this house, we come to this house to represent the people who sent us to this house. I have walked around Nyeri constituency. I have listened to the people of Nyeri constituency, and they sent me to this house to say that they support this bill 100%. And I know I speak on behalf of many people from many constituencies in Nyeri County. Mr. Speaker, as we think, I have also had concerns raised here about certain areas that are not perfect. We are human beings. Every single thing we do cannot be perfect. Wise people said that perfect is the enemy of good. As we strive for perfection, we risk throwing away solutions that are good for us. And what solutions are these? For example, Mr. Speaker, I have heard there's a political refrain called bottoms up. Mr. Speaker, if you come from a constituency, if you come from a ward, you cannot go any more bottom than that. This BBI provides a solution for that bottom in two ways. First, it reduces the amount of money that is left at national government and takes 35% to the county government. I have had people arguing that, oh, we don't have enough money. It does take 35% to the local government. That is taking money to the bottom. Mr. Speaker, that 35%, if for no other reason, I want to ask members here, the county government takes care of healthcare up to level 5. The county government takes care of agriculture. If you want to improve those, put money in the county government. Number two, Mr. Speaker, let us be honest with ourselves. What is the alternative to this proposal that we are saying we should not take? So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, let us join hands, let us support this bill, and then let us take it to Kenyans, because they will prove that we are doing the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Munyinyi. Give him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute, to express myself to this important motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, I have also sat here patiently from when debate started over this bill, Mr. Speaker. And I was interested to express myself because in this House, I'm the only leader of the party and luminary who appended the signature at the KICC, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would like at the outset to restate that I support BBI, Mr. Speaker. My position has not changed. And I also want to state, Mr. Speaker, the position of my party, Fort Kenya, Mr. Speaker, has not changed. The Fort Kenya, the right Fort Kenya I lead, Mr. Speaker, supports BBI unreservedly and unwaveringly. And we're going to continue to support until we pass BBI, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, like my friend Honorable Ngonjiri said, we do forget very fast. And I would like us to remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in March 2018, when His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and Prime Minister Raila Odinga did a handshake, this country was going down. We were having running battles. The economy was crumbling. Mr. Speaker, we had reached a level where it would easily be declared a failed state. So the handshake, Mr. Speaker, brought back life to our country. And the intention, the obvious intention, was to restore peace in our country, Mr. Speaker, to unite Kenyans and to build a prosperous Kenya for the future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and as a result of this, BBI was set in motion and the task force was established. Mr. Speaker, it went around the country, sought views from Kenyans, and Kenyans made contributions and proposals, Mr. Speaker, proposals which culminated in the current process, Mr. Speaker. The people that were reached, Mr. Speaker, we have heard of Nekesa and Wanjiku. They made proposals, which are now, yes, Nekesa and Wanjiku made proposals which culminated in this current process, Mr. Speaker. And I would like not to repeat what other colleagues have said, because I think we want to save time to allow others to speak. But I want to stress a few points, Mr. Speaker. One of the very important points that is captured in this amendment is to strengthen devolution in our country. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate how much devolution has impacted on the development in our areas, from the counties, the constituencies and wards. So, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the amounts of money to the counties, you strengthen devolution and therefore, enhance development in our areas. Mr. Speaker, I've heard Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah talk about reducing the amount of seed. In fact, what we are doing is entrenching CDF in the Constitution, and then we will undertake, the legislative piece to enable the performance of CDF. And during that time, we're then going to increase the percentage from the current 2.5 to maybe 5 or 7 or even 10, Mr. Speaker, so that we have more money in the CDF. So I would like to appeal to colleagues not to peddle untruth. Let us speak the truth, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important moment for our country, and we should not allow colleagues to, use, deceitful language when in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, some so-called civil society have gone to court again. We have been served, and I'm sure papers are on your desk, Mr. Speaker, that, they are trying to block the CS Treasury from releasing more money to the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we have sought legal support, and of course the litigation team in Parliament is helping us to respond to what has been filed by some members of the civil society, Mr. Speaker. And for us to cure these problems, these threats, every now and then, let us pass this constitution amendment. For us to cure the challenges we are facing in CDF, we must pass this constitution amendment, Mr. Speaker. One other important thing I said I wanted to stress, Mr. Speaker, is the establishment of a ward fund, entrenching CDF under Article 207A and establishing also a ward fund under 206A. Mr. Speaker, having a ward fund, working as CDF also will ensure that money is spent on development or not on any other activities, Mr. Speaker. So this is very important. But finally, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we are also creating new constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I know that some areas would have wished also to get new constituencies, which they haven't. But it's important that we must note we're going to enhance equity and representation. That obviously is going to be enhanced, and each part of this country are going to get their fair share. Some of us represent huge constituencies, Mr. Speaker. It is now the chance for the people of Kandui also to get an additional constituency. And I'll appeal to my colleagues here to support these amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time you've given me. Sandi San.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your kindness. I rise to oppose this constitutional amendment. And the reason why I am opposing it, my background is a soldier. The bullet never rides in zigzag, it goes straight. As members of this House, we must stand firm, we must be patriotic, and we must stand for the truth. On 18th of December in 2014, we fought on the floor of this house, the ODM and Jubilee. And we threw out the ODM guys, Honorable Badi leading, Honorable Junet, and many others, because we were contesting a bill that was going to seriously undermine the rule of law and the independence of institution, because it is about security. But I think the magnanimity of the moment and the courts that time, I think that bill in several areas, it was severed, because we wanted a unified country, a country that is stable, and a country that is able to address many of its issues looking internally. Honorable Speaker, it is not lost on us that those who moved this bill, this very important bill, was actually not JLAC. It was the leader of the majority and the leader of the minority. That clearly showed that those promoters had very little faith on the committee, although they gave us a sterling report. And I thank that committee for that reason. Honorable Speaker, we Kenyans celebrated the handshake. The handshake brought stability, a lot of sense and tranquility in this country. And I want to thank the two leaders, the President and the former Prime Minister. But what we are staring in the face, the handshake from the beginning, and the BBI, as it were, is a different thing that has arrived on our tables. It is completely a different thing. If anyone says today, BBI is going to bring Kenya together, I think you are getting it wrong. It is going to divide this country across the middle. Because as far as sharing of resources is concerned, when you read Article 203N, the need to ensure that the average amount of money allocated per person to a county with the highest allocation does not exceed 3 times. Honorable Speaker, we are going back to 1965, when sessional paper number 10, that laid the foundation for development in this country, was actually put in front of us. This is the inequality we face today. With what we have, with Kenya Constitution 2010, I think that was a groundbreaking constitution. And the world celebrated, not just Kenyans. When I look at the BBI, the way it was canvassed, the fiat with which there's an attempt to push it, then we as Kenyans must ask ourselves, what is the reason? I know many of us in this August House don't walk on the street. When you walk on the street, businesses have closed. People have lost jobs. People are asking for vaccines. Today, many of us are supposed to get the second round of vaccine. It is not there. Are we not worried as a country? I think there are serious issues that is before us. Somebody talked about the National Police Service. As a soldier from KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces as a defense council. The defense council is a political, although the leadership of military sits in the defense council. It gives the generals the assertive policing and command of the forces. when we don't have such a facility in the police service, and we give all the responsibilities back to the IG, I think we might be clawing back on the roles of National Police Service. There are certain things we must deeply reflect. Is it good for our country? Finally, Honorable Speaker, there is a clause in this BBI that says that the CS Treasury or the Cabinet Minister Treasury can actually stop money going to the counties. That in itself, if it is in law, you must show us, and why have you put it in the BBI? The question is, Parliament has that responsibility. Parliament has that responsibility, and no one should take away that from this August House. Honorable Speaker, I think there's a bit of angst in me on this particular issue. I thank you for that opportunity, and I oppose.
Honorable Mbeyu, member for Kilifi. Member for Kilifi, you are running away from Give her. There she is.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
There are very many people here at 9 o'clock, so please take your, just relax.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa heshima na taadhima, nimesimama wima kuunga mkono mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, yamezungumzwa mengi, lakini ndani ya mswada huu yale manufaa ambayo yanagusa mwananchi wa kawaida ni manufaa mengi sana. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa zile pesa ambazo zimeandikwa kutoka 15% mpaka 35%, ni pesa nyingi sana kufika kwa mwananchi na kwa usaidizi mwingi. Tumeona sana ule usaidizi 15% imeweza kutekeleza, na hasa pale kwetu jimbo la Kilifi mambo mengi yamebadilika. Mambo ya afya, mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya elimu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa niaba ya watu wa Kilifi nimesimama kuunga mkono, kwa sababu kama itaweza kuongezwa pesa katika jimbo hili kutoka 15% mpaka 35%, sisi tutakuwa ni wengi wa kuweza kunufaika. Mheshimiwa Speaker, magavana wengi wale ambao wamefikisha vipindi vyao vya pili wangeomba waongezewe ili waweze kuendeleza zile kazi wameweza kuzifanya kwa miaka 8 saizi. Lakini kwa sababu lazima wapishe uongozi, najua wengi wataweza kuendeleza hatima zao za kazi ili wananchi waweze kupata faida zaidi. Kuzungumzia kuhusu vijana wa kike na wa kiume kuweza kupata riba, kufanya kazi zaidi ya umri wa kijana wa darasa la 3, miaka 7, ni manufaa makubwa sana ndani ya vijana. Na hata tukirudi mashinani, nikiwa natumaini kuwa mswada huu utapita, tutaweza kupata kuungwa mkono wengi wa Kenya, kwa sababu wao wana faida ndani ya mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sisi kama viongozi wa kike, japo kiti kile cha wakilishi wa kike ndani ya bunge umetolewa, lakini umeenda pale seneti. Mheshimiwa Speaker, wamama 47 wa kuchaguliwa kwa kura ndani ya seneti ni manufaa. Wataweza kupiga kura ndani ya seneti mbali na wale wa kuteuliwa. Hii ni manufaa kwetu sisi. Na kuzungumzia tu maeneo 70, Mheshimiwa Speaker, yaliyoongezwa, nataka kukuhakikishia sisi ambao hatutaweza kuendelea na wakilishi wa kike ndani ya bunge hili, tutarudi hapa tukiwa wakilishi wa maeneo bunge, ili kukuhakikishia Mheshimiwa Speaker, maeneo zaidi 70 ni kuleta uongozi na pesa mashinani kwa wananchi wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukuweza kupitisha mswada huu na kuhakikishia wanawake zaidi ya 40 kati ya zile nafasi 70 zimeongezwa wataingia ndani ya bunge hili kuondoa tashwishwi ile tumepigana nayo hapa ya mswada wa kila wakati ya thuluthi 3 ambayo haitoshei ndani ya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tunaunga mkono kwa sababu hasa sisi wa kutoka kule pwani, na kama kuna mbunge wa pwani anapinga ni kwa manufaa yake na pengine dhana fiche ambao sisi wabunge wa pwani hatuijui. Sisi tunaweza kuona ndani ya mswada huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya ardhi yameweza kutajwa. Dhulma za mashamba kule kwetu zimeweza kutajwa pale ndani zipate suluhisho. Mambo ya uchumi samawati ambao iko mwingi kanda ya pwani, sisi ni wa faida kubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa zile zinaweza kupelekewa wawakilishi wodi zitaweza kusaidia sana, maana kati ya hivi kuna wakilishi wodi ndani ya majimbo wengine hawana pesa za maendeleo. Wakipata hizi pesa, gavana awe na nyingi zaidi, wabunge wameongezeka, ni pesa za kwenda kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Na tuna hakika tukifika kule mashinani tutaweza kuambia watu wetu kuwa mswada huu ambao umekuja kwa ushirikiano wa kuweza kuungana mkono Mheshimiwa wetu Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, kuzalisha mtoto huyu BBI, na sisi tuna imani tukiweza kupata zaidi maeneo bunge 70, pesa zaidi za kuweza kusomesha watoto wetu, yani basari, pesa zaidi za kuweza kujenga shule zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii Kenya itaendelea, miradi mingi itafanyika, na sisi tutakuwa wa faida zaidi, na hasa vizazi vyetu vijavyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa heshima ya watu wa Kilifi na jimbo kuu la Kilifi na pwani nzima, sisi tunaunga mswada huu, manake sisi ni wa faida. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndani ya Kilifi, ndani ya mswada huu tumeongezwa maeneo bunge 4. Sisi ni faida kwetu, na yale maeneo bunge yote ambayo yameongezwa ni faida kwa Wakenya. Tunaloomba zaidi vile viti vikuu, gavana akiwa mwanamke, mdogo wake awe mwanamume, president akiwa mwanamke au mwanamume, chini yake iwe mwanamke au mwanamume. Sisi ni wa furaha kama wamama viongozi, na tutafanyia kazi mswada huu, tuhakikisha pale mashinani watu wetu wameelewa na zile faida mswada huu unaleta kwa wananchi wetu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Member for Muranga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity to express myself, Mr. Speaker, and go in history that I support the bill. Mr. Speaker, it has been a lengthy journey, and as my colleagues have said, this has taken a long process. And Mr. Speaker, for the ones who are doubting Thomas's or opposing, it's because they ignored the process from the beginning. I would like to remind us, Mr. Speaker, that we are here in this House representing the people who sent us here to represent them. When the BBI process started, Mr. Speaker, the power was given to the people, to Wanjiko. I personally participated in my county when the team came for the first time, gave my views. Not all have been taken, but I thank God that a few of them were taken. Mr. Speaker, we have been suffering in the counties, and especially the counties that do not enjoy the equalization fund and the other funds, Mr. Speaker, that are given to the counties that are purported to be poor. But Mr. Speaker, my county is one of the leading counties with coffee and tea, and we have been contributing a lot to the national cake. Mr. Speaker, but when it comes to the time of paying back or giving back to the communities, we find that a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, we are referred as to a rich county, and sometimes we do not benefit from the taxes that we pay. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, one of the spirits and why I support the BBI is for the first time we will enjoy 1 vote, 1 shilling. Mr. Speaker, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the additional money to the counties. We know that this country is rich. And for the people who are purporting that this money will not be available, Mr. Speaker, we have said the minimum of 35%. I wish they can stand and tell Kenyans that if they get into power, they'll give them 50%. This money will benefit the people on the ground, Mr. Speaker. We know the Ward Development Fund will go straight to Mashinani, Mr. Speaker. If I give an example of my county, my MCAs have never enjoyed this fund, and therefore it has been the prerogative of the governor and his team to decide which area will benefit and which one will not benefit. If then, Mr. Speaker, in bad luck you get a governor who feels that the side that didn't support him, that they will not benefit, Mr. Speaker, then you can even have, Mr. Speaker, one part of the county being left out. But for now, every ward representative, Mr. Speaker, or the MCA will have a fund for his own. And if I give an example of my county, Mr. Speaker, where each ward is supposed to benefit with around 20 million, well else, Mr. Speaker, myself as a woman rep, I receive from this house 7 million per year. Mr. Speaker, it has been the biggest undoing. And as we talk about the gender gains that we have gotten, one of the reasons why the women reps, and even last parliament, only 11 of us made back, Mr. Speaker, it is because we sit in the same house with the members of parliament. While they take 140 million per year to their constituencies, Mr. Speaker, the women rep take only 7 million. And so sometimes you are seen as jokers, sometimes you are branded as flower girls. Mr. Speaker, and people cannot understand how we sit in the same house and not given the same privilege to develop our constituencies. And therefore, I'd rather lose my 7 million and a constituency that has 5 wards will gain, Mr. Speaker, and have 35 million or 40 million. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of gender has been a thorn in the flesh. We had the Douala 1 up to 4. We did the dances, we did the dinners, Mr. Speaker, but we never managed to convince the House to actually vote for the gender gain. It is a shame that all the other houses from the county assemblies have managed to have a solution. The Senate has managed to have a solution, but this house that make laws, we were unable to make a law for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support a 50-50 gender equality at the Senate. And I also want to urge the ladies, the women who are here, that they can go for the Senate position, they can go for the single constituency position. I've seen Honorable Nyamai has done her 2nd term through God's grace, so it is possible. And some of us will go for gubernatorial positions, Mr. Speaker, because with even the speech of Suluhu yesterday, you saw that women can actually do better. Mr. Speaker, the issue of IBC, which was the committee said was a bit contentious because of the constituencies. I want to thank God that Murang'a has additional 1 constituency. Would have loved to have 4, because Murang'a South from Gatanga, Kandara, Kegumo constituency and Maragua, we are almost at 200,000 mark, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we would have deserved to get more constituencies. But for Kangema and Madura, there were some of the 2 constituencies which might have been merged if the BBI was not there. And so, as I support, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that we are the creation, or the people are the creation of IEBC. IEBC should be in charge of elections and the boundaries. We have the power given by the people. The people have the sovereign power to say where they want additional constituency, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Our role as this House is just to agree with the people who have the sovereign power. IEBC is not senior or superior than the power of the people. And therefore, as I support Mr. Speaker, I pray that one day I'll see this House where we have the CSS coming from this House, because the management, Mr. Speaker, of the ministry has been very difficult, where we have ministers who are outside and are not voted by the people and therefore have no feelings on what are the priorities of the people. So I support Mr. Speaker and congratulate His Excellency the President and the Prime Minister for coming up and giving the people a chance to say what they deserve. For Kenya and Kinangop, I know we have a chance, and this is just the beginning of the process. And I know, Mr. Speaker, very soon we can be able to look at the errors that were there before, and there's always a...
Honorable Hire, you are one of the people whose names disappeared when the machine was misbehaving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes technology is very frustrating. I was on the top list, but it just disappeared. And I think that's why even we're having the Chinese rocket, which is out of control, could land on Earth anytime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, we need to see where we came from. Before we arrived at the BBI, this country was at the brink of, you know, collapsing. Through handshake by the President and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, this country was stable. We have realized stability. We have realized that the handshake was what we really needed. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have spoken. And I think this process has lasted for almost 2 years. Through stakeholder engagement, through public participation, through various, you know, visits to the villages and the counties, Kenyans were able to identify around 9 thematic areas that they wanted something to be done on. Areas that they thought required serious attention. And I think that is how BBI was born. Mr. Speaker, one attractive thing about the BBI bill is the strengthening of devolution. The allocation of about 35%, the minimum 35% to counties, is something very attractive. Mr. Speaker, I can confess that, courtesy of devolution, counties like Wajir and Mandera are having tarmac roads in their municipalities. Those regions which were considered marginalized, thank God, through devolution, are able to get better health facilities, better health services, better, you know, a road network. And I think that needs to be supported by anybody who cares about that region. Mr. Speaker, through clause 51, the lifespan of the equalization fund, which was meant to spur, you know, to bring at par the marginalized areas to the rest of the country, has been given a 10-year extension, because we have, for the 20 years was not sufficient. Therefore, the extension of the 10 years is, I think, a welcome, you know, a move by the BBI bill. Mr. Speaker, you know, politics is about competition. And what has been happening in the past is that counties or a governor who did not receive support from one part of the county will, when it comes to power, you know, deprive that region, because they did not vote for him, development. And through the ward fund, which is anchored now in the Constitution, those areas, despite their political lineage, are able to receive the funds. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Mr. Speaker, anchoring CDF in the Constitution was a welcome move by the BBI bill, because the issue of court cases saying that CDF is unconstitutional will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, this country needs an independent Inspector General of Police. That one can only be attested to by members of parliament who come from areas that have some serious security issues. Mr. Speaker, you have a junior police officer, an OCS, who is ineffective. But you see, the Inspector General of Police cannot do anything about it, because the process of the National Police Service is a long process before they do an action. And security is a very serious issue. It requires a quick response, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every constitution-making process, of course, there are those parts which, might not be favoring certain part of the region. And Mr. Speaker, what I have a problem with in this BBI bill is the emphasis of population in resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, we come from areas that are vast. I do not understand why important parameters like the geographical size of a county has not been put into consideration when allocating resources, whether it is the additional 70 constituencies or the amendment of Article 203, which emphasizes on capping of the resource sharing. Mr. Speaker, I think those parts of the BBI are detriment to our region, and I think the executive will probably come up with some policy measures, including some affirmative action, to compensate for what we lost through that capping of the allocation of the resources. Mr. Speaker, the BBI bill has more good things than those few reservations that are made, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Member for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to register my support
please
for this bill.
don't rise on a point of order because you haven't spoken. You are going to speak. Let the Honorable Abdallah Sheikh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to register my support for this motion. This is a historical moment in the country. I want to take back fellow members and Kenyans at large that there are certain key milestones in Kenya. The first milestone was during the independence. The second milestone is the repeal of Section 2A that ushered in the multi-party democracy. The third milestone was the 2010 Constitution. And now the fourth milestone is now the BBI, which seeks to amend certain sections of the 2010 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we know that BBI initially was handshake. It later on metamorphosized into the BBI itself. And now we have the bill itself to make amendments to the 2010 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, there are certain key silent features that are very good for this country. This document or this bill might not be 100% perfect, but nevertheless, almost 80% is quite in order. When you look at issues of devolution, and in the parts that where I come from, that is specifically in northern Kenya, and in Mandera in particular, devolution actually is the first semblance of governance or development that that part of the country has seen. Mr. Speaker, before devolution, the number of indigenous persons coming from northeastern, that is where Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera, in terms of personnel employed by the national government during that time, the central government for that matter, were a mere 900 only. With the advent of devolution, we are talking about indigenous or locals having been employed of numbering about 12,000. That tells you that devolution is godsend to the people of northern Kenya and to the people of eastern, and particularly in Mandera. We are talking about 35% of the revenue now going to the counties. This in itself is quite in order. The semblance of development that we have seen so far is because of devolution. In some of our county headquarters, for the first time, we have seen tarmac roads, whereas in other parts of the country, tarmac roads exist in villages, exist in other parts, in other wards and locations. But in our place, it is now something that we have seen patterns of devolution. So with the 35% of revenue, we will want to see more development in our areas. We are also having the issue of ward development funds. Right now, the MCS representing the wards are at the mercy of the governors. But if this thing is quite entrenched in this bill, in the constitution, that means even if you are not in good terms with the governor, even if you are in a different party or political dispensation with the governor, the ward development fund comes there, and you are supposed to ensure that development in the wards is perfectly taken care of. Another aspect is the CDF. We all know, members of parliament, that CDF is the only development tool at the grassroots that is visible, that is equitably shared, and that is 100% taken care of the people on the ground. This CDF, as we speak now, is under threat. Threat from people going to courts because it's not in the constitution. But what the BBI bill now is proposing in this amendment is that the CDF is entrenched in the bill. All of us, we know, support CDF. We've been asking about saying, no CDF, no motion. No CDF, no business. Now this CDF thing is entrenched in our constitution, and that is the best thing to support. There's the issue of inclusivity. We're talking about if the bill goes through during referendum, we're talking about the president, the vice president, the deputy president, the prime minister, the two deputy prime ministers. It is our hope that this inclusivity will be shared at the top level. We are having a situation whereby people from different regions will be able to share out these top positions so that inclusivity is at its best. How this BBI come to effect is because of the handshake. Remember, during the swearing in of President Uhuru Kenyatta, after the swearing in, we had the people's president who was also sworn in. We are staring at a situation whereby we are looking at two republics in the same country. So the handshake has come at a good time. It has helped us ease tensions. It has helped people to do their businesses. But above all, we are looking at beyond the BBI of now. We are looking at 2022 and beyond. Elections will come and go. That is, we know. But for sure, we are looking at situations whereby people, Kenyans, can vote for their parties, and after the elections, shake hands and move on. When I look at the issue of constituencies, I am fully aware that the 70 constituencies additional are contentious. We will have loved that each of the counties get one position. That has not come. However, remember, if this BBI did not safeguard certain constituencies in certain parts of the country, then we will have been looking at a situation whereby in parts of Northeastern, in parts of Mandera County, certain constituencies will have been wiped out. But these ones now are protected. So that itself says that we already have what we have. We may not have gotten more, but whatever we had is quietly protected. So I stand here to support this bill, and I want to say that let us go to referendum and ensure Kenyans vote for this bill for prosperity and for the benefit and peace of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this important bill of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I am sad and my heart is bleeding because we are losing our loved ones due to COVID. Hundreds are buried in Langata Cemetery every day. and we are here discussing about BBI rather than addressing the issue of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. I am sad, I am not happy. As legislators, we have also talked about the COVID-19 and how people are dying. Mr. Speaker, the other concern I have is the people of Wajir South and Ijara constituency have been sidelined. Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to get a constituency, extra constituencies. This is pure discrimination. The people of Wajir South and Ijara have the largest areas in Kenya. Wajir South is second largest and Ijara is the 5th with population of 350 and 370. And they have been discriminated. For that reason, I have my concern, but I support the BBI. Thank you.
Can I do this one? Honorable Joyce Koril, member for Bomet. Member for Bomet, you're also just all over in this. Member for Bomet, Honorable Joyce Koril. That one there.
Koril. So, is it Koril or myself?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must sincerely thank you for giving me this chance. I've really been waiting since morning. I've been here since 9, waiting to contribute on this very, very important amendment bill, which I know the entire country is waiting for. This is amendment that has come at such a time when the entire country is struggling with a very serious pandemic that has taken the economy down and has taken the lives of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we also face a serious challenge that a number of youth have missed their employment in various sectors. But here today, as politicians, we are discussing the PPI instead of looking at ways and means of assisting the youths of this country in order for them to at least be able to move on with life. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say this, that I have stood to state it categorically that I will not be a conveyor belt in this house for the women who have been here before me, who struggled to an extent of having the affirmative action. They struggled to an extent of having the 47 women representatives in this house. Today we are here as women celebrating the PPI, which is removing the women in the National Assembly where they are supposed to oversee the budget making process. This is where the government money is being shared. And today, as women in this house, we are celebrating the PPI and the issue that the women are being taken to the Senate, yet the Church of the High Court had ruled that this house is not constitutionally constituted. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to be informed why the 47 women representatives were going to be moved to the Senate and not retained in this house. And then you find some funny women here telling us that the women are going to be nominated. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. We don't also fear going to the single constituencies. That is not a problem for us as women. We are also capable of doing the same. But I want to say, you should remove the notion of telling us that you are going to be nominated. We are equal to the task. But removing us from the budget making process to just go and oversee the county government, taking on the governors, I think there must be something wrong with the ladies. This is something that other people have been fighting for. Mr. Speaker, not only that, they are talking about the issues of 35%. That one is not a challenge. The Constitution, the 2010 Constitution states clearly that we can give to the counties at least 15%, meaning we can go even up to 100. Right now, the 15% that you are talking about that is supposed to go to the county government is not there. The government is fighting. The government is borrowing daily to run the government. This is the same government that is being run by Junet and the rest. And I want to say this, Mheshimiwa Junet. I want to applaud Mheshimiwa Orengo and Mheshimiwa Tendo Omolo. Not because he is from the other divide, but because he saw the sense of having this constitution that it must be amended. It is so weird to be in a house of debate and you tell me that I should not bring any amendment to this house. But because the speaker ruled that, I will only want to say, and I will repeat, I will never be a conveyor belt in this house. We must debate in this house. We must tell the Kenyans the truth. We have the lawyers, we have the politicians who are always interested with their own lives. They are never interested with what is going to the common mwananchi. It is shocking. Right now you are talking about the new fighters, the Indian fighters. Yet the same government allow the flights to come in. You are now giving us the problems of how to solve it. Us as politicians, we are just here discussing the PPI, using the same money that was supposed to assist the Kenyans in terms of getting the vaccines and what have you, to do our own debates. And the women are still here. The top seats have been discussed. Men have put themselves inside there. There is no single woman there. They have been given the position of a deputy governor in case of a governor being a man. And that is May. It is not a must. And we are here as women celebrating nothing. I am shocked. And I want to say this, Speaker. I want to say this, that unless the women, the current sitting women, come out clearly and tell us what is in the PPI, I will say that we are moving to the wrong direction. The seat that brought a number of women here is the women representative. We want to see those mama mbogas coming to this house using the same seat. Not because you are going for the governor or you've been promised a ministerial position, you want to block other women from coming to this house. We cannot, I know, a number of us cannot compete with the men. Some of us say yes, we can compete with men. But we have a number of ladies who cannot compete with the men. So I want to say this, Speaker. The thing that is going to make me not to vote for this PPI is the issue of the women. And that is why I will repeat to say that let it remain in records. I will not be those part of the women who are going to remove or to kill the vision of the women who made a possibility to make sure that the 47 women are in this house. The same constitution, the same PPI we are talking about.
You are through now. Now, sit down now. Now sit. Now. This is the National Assembly. Once the mic is off, the rest of what you may thinking that you are saying is to yourself. It's in the air. It's not recorded anywhere. Now that you have spoken, Honorable Joyce Koril, now relax. Honorable members, before we proceed, we go on. No, let me just say this. As I stated earlier, our IT system appears to have some serious problems. And I have from here directed that our IT team start working on this, because you may want to make certain decisions and we'll still be using the same system. So they need to up their game. But before we move on, let me allow the leader majority to move a particular motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion. That aware that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 is scheduled to proceed to a roll call vote at the second reading and the third reading during today's afternoon session. Further aware that the House is expected to rise at 6:30 p.m. and commence the evening sitting at 7 p.m. Cognizant of the provisions of Standing Order 35, providing the House ought not adjourn where a division is in progress, this House resolves: 1. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, subsection A, the afternoon sitting of today, Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, shall stand extended on the specifics of when to vote. Okay? But let's pass the motion first, then we will give, because we will still need this motion even if we are voting now, because remember you are voting by roll call. Now, just so we understand one another, members, roll call means every one of you will be called by name and you will have to say yes or no, right? Now that will take a while. And we cannot interrupt it once, yeah? You know, once the session ends, it could have implications that we don't want. So let us agree that we extend, we create the time for the convenience of the House. It gets a few more people speaking. It also ensures we can vote properly. And it also means that the links for voting virtually can now be sent because there's a specific time when people will be told be linked in. So, with those words, I beg to move and ask the leader of minority to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion because we will have 3 votes. We will vote at the second reading, we will vote the committee of the whole House, we will vote again at the third reading, and all require a specific number of members present and voting. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to plead that